Hello. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. All right, I'm so excited. We're about to start Yuji's route. It's the last route in Sympathy's Kiss. So thank you if you guys have been watching. We have made a lot of progress. My goal is to play until I finish this, and I have no plans today. My phone is on silent. They can't catch me. I was waiting for this, the one route I haven't done. Oh, nice. Exciting. It's also the one route I haven't done, and I'm so excited. It's the one I've been wanting. Oddly enough, I'm having trouble with my sound. I hope the game sound is fine. Oh, I was actually going to start way earlier than this. We can be detectives together. Yes, we can make all the assumptions. The reason I made that one little video was because I made so many assumptions and I was so wrong the whole time. Oh, I'm super excited because, like, in every single story, he has been a gem. Am I entirely too biased? Maybe. Maybe. So excited.
俺につくのか。俺の仕事は社内での取りまとめと社外への営業がメインになる。
You want to work with me. The majority of my work involves overseeing internal production and sales. That's fine.
お前にしたら想像もできないような仕事ばかりだと思うが。
You may not be able to imagine the work involved. It's fine. I figured their work would be unfamiliar, but I'm a designer, so most work for a Starcy would be new for me.
そうか。
Also, I still have my tattoo.
お前をここに呼んだのは俺だ。俺が面倒を見るのは当然の話だな。
A lot yesterday, and my chest is really red. It's still there. I still have to love myself. Oh, gosh. As the one who recruited you, it is my responsibility to make sure that you are taken care of. Why is everything he says an innuendo? Because he's walking sex. Like.
ただ、社内での上層部との会議なんかも一緒に出てもらうことも増えるかもしれない。
I love it because he knows, right? He can't do all these Atomi games and not know that he has, like, such a voice. However, I'll have you attend upper management meetings.
エスター氏をさっさと終了させたいメンツにいろいろと嫌味やら文句やら言われることも多くなると思うが、幻滅してくれるなよ。
Make sure we got everything in the right spot. All right. Starcy's opponents will criticize what we do, but don't be discouraged.
まあ他にも資料の作成とか他の奴らのサポートも時々手伝ってもらうこともあるかな。
Doki doki. In addition, I will ask you to create reports and lend me a hand from time to time.
やることは多いが、ちゃんとついてくるように。
Is he gonna be like the best person to work under? Because like Minato didn't really like us. And then Saitome was like nice and then not nice, and like I'm just gonna say this might be the best person to work under because I think he understands development and needs. Also, this is the best I got today. I don't have like a button up because they don't like me, so I have my red shirt on. Don't let yourself get behind on all the work that needs to be done. I would never. Even though I was intimidated, I responded with enthusiasm.
ああ、わからないことは何でも聞いてこいよ。
Okay, if there's ever anything you don't understand, please let me know. You got it, my guy. You're there for me.
それじゃあ。
Now then, Amasawa.
これから頼んだぞ。
I'm counting on you. Thank you. So excited. Just look at him. Like, what is this man? Like, I forgot to screenshot it. Hang on, I gotta make my notes. Episode uno. App Company Astario. To avoid the cancellation of the company's namesake, App Astarcy, Astario's decided namesake app Astario decided to revamp the struggling app. About a week had passed since I was unexpectedly moved from design department, and the mood was tense. I was assigned to work under Director Kobase, who had moved from Content 1 to oversee Astarsi. Content 1 is the highest rank, which is why he's the coolest one. After being transferred, I was so busy that it was difficult to think of anything but the work right in front of me. Since other departments had transfers and staff increases in April too, the company seemed busier than ever. I finished my lunch outside and headed back to the office. My work would begin in earnest this afternoon. As I took my seat, I adjusted the hem of my shirt, then...
戻ったか。
You're back? Every time I try to... I don't know if it's me. Maybe I just want to sit way too straight. I'm like, let me sit up straighter. You're back. Startled by the stern voice, I whipped around in my panic to see Director Kobase standing behind me. The moment I saw the director's face, I shot up from my seat nervously. I tend to lean into, right, is this me? I just want to be closer. I want to be closer to my man.
じゃあ改めて、今日からお前には新しい業務についてもらうことになる。
I did like push my seat closer today, so if my desk at any point shakes, it's because my knee is like, I can't even put my hand on top of my knee without touching the desk right now. I'm a little... My world needs a high desk because I like to sit crisscross, just for the record. That's why I'm always kicking the desk. Just to sum things up, you'll be working on your new assignment starting today. Oh, he's so handsome. What? Yes, Prim. This is the man. This is the one.
移動してきてから何をしていた?
Also, good morning or afternoon. It's still morning here for another hour. It's almost 11. What have you been working on since you arrived here? I have a height adjustable desk. I honestly might want to get one of those. The other thing too is this one has a bar. I've been talking about getting a new desk in here already, but it has a bar that goes along across it. So another time, like if I stretch my legs, I'll kick the desk too, because there's a bar like right in the middle, which is really uncomfortable, especially because I have a little step stool, and that's again because I like to sit crisscross, so my legs like is typically on top of the step stool or my actual seat. But it hits that bar too because it's so tall. So. But a height adjustable would be nice because then I could make, if this was just like 2 inches higher than it is right now, everything would be fine. Like, it doesn't need to change too dramatically. I just cross my legs and I'm an inch from the, not even an inch, I'm like a centimeter from hitting my table. But time for an early birthday present for yourself. Maybe. I mean, my birthday's in 2 months. It's not that far. It's almost April. We're getting there. But I did get this. This chair was my Christmas gift. I don't know if you've heard that one, but this was a Christmas gift last year. So just upgrades to my little gaming area. Probably just wanted to check in on my work, but his tone gave me the impression that he was angry. I explained that I'd been studying Astarsi's history while finishing my remaining work at the design department. Since it was going to be a big part of my job moving forward, I thought it best to learn as much as possible about Astarsi.
そうか。
I see. Thank you. Thank you. With a curt reply and a grim expression, the director handed me a stack of documents.
お前は俺のサポートにつくと言ったな。
You said you wanted to support me, right? All the time.
以前も説明したが、エスター市企画編集部の統括と営業が俺の主な仕事となる。
As I explained to you before, my job is to oversee the sales, planning, and editorial aspects of Starcy.
他のメンバーがどれだけいい企画を出しても、どれだけいい運営をしても。
I'm gonna say that's a lot for one guy. No matter how well the other members of the team plan and operate.
統括や営業がうまくいかなければ、エスター市は存続しない。
Without sales and proper supervision, a Starcy will not survive.
大きな責任を伴う仕事だ。それは分かってるな。
I'm so sorry, Yuji. I would never. It's a very serious responsibility. You understand that, right? I nodded firmly at Director Kobase.
覚悟はあるみたいだな。
Then it sounds like you're ready.
まずは、どうやって業務が進行しているのか、その現状を学んでもらう必要があるだろ
う。First thing first, you need to gain a better understanding of how our business operates. She just said, am I defending the person who actually doesn't speak? She did just say she's been studying the history. So she's kind of got a pretty good understanding if she's actually studying. Having worked at Astario as a designer for the past year, the business side of the company was completely unfamiliar to me. Determined as I was, anxiety swirled through me as I thought about all the new things I'd have to learn.
これからしばらくの間は、俺のそばでいろいろと見ながら学んでいけ。
I will say one thing I like about this game specifically is you don't have to unlock any of the routes. You could play any route in whatever order you wanted, minus the secret routes, which don't matter because they're a surprise. So I do like that because I could have done this early if I wanted. If I wanted the gratification of Yuji, I could have played this route already. For the time being, you're going to be watching and learning alongside me. Turning my gaze to the documents Director Kobase handed me, I saw a detailed copy of his schedule at the top of the stack.
早速だが、これから上長会議がある。同行して議事録を取れ。
I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. I might pause again. Alright, I have a meeting with my superior. Come along and take notes.
ほら、行くぞ。
Let's go. I'm an official assistant. Like, I am assisting. She's got a little notepad and she's just ready. Those were demands. Clearly, I had no choice in the matter. There certainly wasn't anyone like that in design. Still, it was my decision to work with him. I'd just have to find a way to get along with him. Oh, she's not excited yet. Okay, it's fine. I hurried after him, carrying my laptop and writing materials with me. She's like, oh, he's mean. No. Upon entering the room, I saw the other directors and even the company president seated with the raised eyebrows. The mood was heavy as the meeting of executives began. What did she expect? I guess she expected him to like give her candy and be like, good job.
新規開拓なんてこれ以上必要あるか？利益率だって右肩下がりだろう。
With project margins being what they are, is it now really the time to be dumping money into new ventures?
だいたいそんなアプリに今更手を貸そうなんて企業がいるか？
Did he ask us to come so he could take a nap during the meeting? What company in their right minds would want to bail out that app in the state it is now?
ですから、紙の上の話ではなく、具体的な現状について申し上げているんです。
We're not here to talk about hypotheticals. We're here to talk about how things are right now.
目に見えないことを言われてもな。今後の経営を見据えて、いずれは取捨選択する時がやってくる。
MC, I guess I have no choice. You decided to be his assistant. Yeah, that was another thing too. She's all like, now I'm under Director Kobase. I'm like, you said you wanted Director Kobase. You say that, but I just don't see it. Either we cut our losses now or we leave it to someone else.
結果は必ず後からついてきます。そのために今、新規営業に力を入れて。
I'm confident we'll see positive results. That's why we're focusing so heavily on new sales. Despite the steely attitude of the management team, Director Kobase pushed forward with his argument. Also, is this a free app? Another question I have. As I typed out the minutes on my laptop, I felt both inspired and slightly intimidated by him. She's like, clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
どうだろう。悪くないんじゃないか？
Okay. I don't know you. What do you all think? Pretty good, right?
それは、そうですね。
I was hoping the MC would redeem herself in this route for me. Ray, you gave her far too much credit. Why has this man got a face? Everybody gets one. Or in Secret Route number 2's case, 2 animated people in their lives. I don't think we can fix her. I suppose, but...
ひとまずは半年、 小バセに自由にやらせようというのはみんなも了承してくれただろう。
I don't know what happens yet in Kobase's route, but she would make a good pet. She's very submissive. It's settled. We'll give Director Kobase a free hand to handle the app for the next 6 months.
まあ、今回の提案も納得できる部分はありましたしね。
I hope she's not annoying in this route. Oh, Asia. Remember, she had to develop a spine, and she only did it in 1 1/4 routes so far. I suppose there were some aspects of his proposal that made sense to me.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. It's been 16 minutes. I'm already annoyed with her. We'll just have to pray. Oh gosh, and Ray's eating tacos again. With the help of the company president, I think Director Kobase was able to convince some of the others. We literally just started this route. After the meeting, we returned to our office, and Director Kobase taught me more about business and his job. The day was coming to an end as evening approached. Director Kobase and I walked to the meeting room to have a discussion about the day's work.
大まかな動きは大体こんなもんだろう。質問はあるか？
I think that sums up the general points. Any questions? What are you doing after this?
ないな。よし、ここで待て。
No, then wait here a moment. I had a question. Just as I thought the meeting was wrapping up, his sharp voice gave me pause. Without saying a word, Director Kobase left the conference room. I wondered if I had done something wrong and all my muscles tensed. Remember, she's got no voice or eyes, no spine. She is an enigma. After a couple minutes, Director Kobase returned with a pair of drinks in his hands. What kind of drinks? Wait a second. Coffee. He placed a coffee in front of me.
ブラックでいいな。
Is black alright? No! Look at this. This almost looks like I'm just drinking milk. Do not do that to me. I'll die. She got a backbone at the wrong moment. She did in Nori's route. She's all like, you can't steal people's work. You're a monster. I'm like, how could you talk to this man like this? In response to his question, I started to cry. Yeah, cry. Please cry. We're not going to lie to ourselves, even if I love this man. Oh, we're going to save over Yofi. Goodbye, Yofi. Did he notice my discomfort? He raised his eyebrow. Have you had the black brand coffee in Japan? 100% no, if I'm being honest. There is a coffee that I get. It's from Korea. It comes in a little tube. Like you can put them in your bags if you want to take them and just add them to water. And even that isn't sweet enough for me. And it's like it comes out looking like this when it's made. I enjoyed their canned owl lots. I hate coffee so much. Asia. I mean, I don't know. I always joke and say this just coffee flavored like milk because it's so sweet.
どうした？早く飲め。
What? Go on, drink up. Well, I'm usually not a fan of black coffee. I'm also not one to complain about a gift. Gingerly, I took a sip. Coffee flavored milk for me too. Nice. This is going to be make me want canned coffee. Ooh, you mean like a nitro? The bitterness of the coffee made me cringe involuntarily.
もしかして苦かったか？
Is it too bitter?
たく、苦手ならさっさと言え。
No, Yoji, I don't talk. You know this. If you don't like black coffee, just say so.
次お前のを買うときはミルクと砂糖入りを選ぶようにするよ。
Next time I'll be sure to get you one with milk and sugar. He avoided eye contact. His embarrassment made me feel a little guilty about it.
で、今日から正式に業務がスタートしたわけだが。
We're dying from black coffee in this route. Like, oof, don't give me black coffee. Please don't. Today was your first day, so... yell at me. When he gave me juice. Hang on. I love Yoji, but our first time we hung out, he gave me juice. You know what I mean? Like, what would you think I want black coffee? We then had a light interview and he asked me how I was adjusting. I'm not over the coffee yet. I told him that although I had just started, I found myself awed by the complexity of the role.
まあそうだよな。具体的にはどういうところだ?
I don't understand what we exactly do here because, like, how do we make an app? You probably didn't know. Yeah, like, this is kind of like me, and I don't know, I'm like getting like a snack or a drink for somebody and not asking them in advance. I get 2 things I would like, because that way I can be like, you can pick whichever one you want, and I'll take the other one. I like that he gave her some juice. I forgot why, but he was actually nice, because he's a good guy. Because he's not a yandere, he's a tsundere. I see. Is there anything in particular you're struggling with? Yeah.
お前が営業の仕事を知らないように、俺もデザイナーの仕事を知らないからな。困る部分があるなら教えてほしい。
I appreciate this touching base, Mr. Kobase. What a leader. Honestly, like, I love him. In the same way that you don't understand sales, I don't understand design, so if there's something you need, just tell me. Upon Director Kobase's urgings, I told him that what was bothering me.
なるほどな。おそらくお前の不安は、ある程度実務をこなして慣れていけば払拭されるはずだ。
I see. Perhaps gaining some experience with some particular work will ease your fear, which reminds me, I plan on getting new glasses soon, because these always glare, and it looks like I have angry eyebrows when I'm wearing them sometimes.
となると、
Seeing his
明日
glasses
からは
reminded
も
me
っ
I
と
need
具
like
体的な仕
under.
事を振っていった方がいいな。
In that case, perhaps I should start assigning you more specific tasks. Please don't. I like being unspecified. It seemed as though Director Kobase heard my concerns and was willing to adjust his work accordingly. Still, I couldn't help but feel embarrassed about opening up that way.
そう固くなるな。
There's no need to be so stiff.
少しずつでいい。エスター氏の、いや、俺の仕事に慣れていってくれ。
Little by little, you'll get used to working for a Starcy, or rather, you'll get used to working with me.
とはいえ、時間は有限だからな。わからないことがあったら、さっさと聞きに来い。
Still, time is money. If there's something you don't understand, come to me immediately. With that, he walked out of my life. He got up and left the conference room. I could tell he would be upset if I didn't heed his words about asking for help. So I resolved to do my best. She's like, I have to ask for help when I need it. The next morning, with spring sunlight filtering through the trees, I came to work with renewed vigor. On my way to my desk, Director Kobase stopped me.
おはよう。早速だが、これが今日のタスクだ。
Good morning. Here are your tasks for today. I love a man with a checklist. He handed me a paper filled with a detailed description of the day's work. In addition to design work, he asked me to research potential clients and follow up on existing ones. Imagine speaking, let alone asking for help. She's like, I could never. That was on top of prepping for a meeting, contacting Yofi, and more. There was a lot of new things to learn. Making phone
今までは
calls.
デザインのことだけをやってきただろうが、俺の下につくと決めた以上、業務内容は多岐にわたってくる。
Previously, you're working exclusively in design, but now that you're working under me, you'll be doing that and more.
昨日言った通り、時間は有限だ。
As I said yesterday, time is money. Sir, yes, sir. Hi,
とはいえ
Blue.
焦ってミスされても困るから、確実に覚えていってもらわないとな。
I'd just suffer instead. Asking for help, what's that? Actually, that just reminded me of an Instagram I saw. There's an artist I follow that draws this raccoon. Let me see if I can find it. And they drew one the other day, and I was like, it's me, and it hurts my feelings. I just put the wrong name. What the heck? I know their name. It's all like, why won't you just ask for help? And it's like, I would rather die. Can I get to focus? There we go. So that's MC right now. I love a man who helps me build up my resume. Sexy. That's no excuse for making mistakes in a rush. Remember that. That's so mean.
慣れない業務ばかりだから疑問に思ったことは何でも聞いてこい。
This is all new to you, so if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask. No. It was almost the same thing he said yesterday. He met my gaze seriously.
遠慮なんかするなよ。
Do not hesitate to ask.
何でもって言われても声をかけただけで怒られそうって顔してるわ
He's going to
ね。
kill us. No matter how many times he says it, he just seems like the type of guy who'd get upset if you asked for help, right? No. She voiced my fears. I hope I wasn't so obvious while the director was around.
ま、もし部長に聞きづらいことがあったら私に聞いてくれていいから。
Sometimes I ask for help, but other times I don't ask just because my mind overthinks. Like, what if it's a stupid question? That's honestly one of the criticisms I get at my job is like delegation. So I've been delegating more because they want me to. They're like, don't do everything. You don't have to. And then I'll delegate a task. I will write a list. I'm a sucker for a list on how to do the task. Here's the task. Here's how to do the task. Please do this task by this time. And it still won't get done. And then I'm like, bro, I delegated and now I still have to do it. But yeah, delegation. That's my criticism at my job. If you have any questions you don't want to ask him, you can always ask me. You got that, Oe. I sighed in relief, grateful to have a person like Oe as a mentor. Oe, you're the one. If only I could date you. During my work, I struggled with some unclear points in the document. I was told not to hesitate to ask the director for help, but I took a peek over at Director Kobase's desk, but he looked so busy on the phone that I couldn't muster the courage to talk to him. Aoi was away from her desk, and it didn't seem like the type of thing to ask a superior about. Perhaps I could figure it out myself if I thought about it more. I decided to take a break and clear my head. I thought we were going to get a choice here. Ooh, I accidentally saw a CG for this route, and holy moly, I don't think they'll be... y'all will be ready for it. Like, how was that CG? Like, how was that CG I came upon? Oh. Asia already has seen all the CGs. She cheats like that. I've only seen 2 CGs from his route, and I think one's like the very first CG, and the second one wasn't anything spicy, but he's here to clear my soul, right? He's here to cleanse me. After drinking some coffee, I sighed at how little I was able to accomplish on my own.
どうしたの？大丈夫？
Hell no. What's wrong? Are you alright? I look up and saw Oe and Saitomi staring at me with concern.
盛大なため息だけど、何かあった？
That was a pretty big sigh. What's up? I do it naturally. It actually makes my family angry too, because they're like, what's wrong? And I'm like, I didn't even realize I sighed.
話してみたら案外さらっと解決するかもしれないぞ。
Just tell us what's going on. We might be able to help you. No, Mitsuki. You can never help me again.
そうだよ。話してごらん。
That's right. We're all ears. I think I only saw 3 CGs. Aw. I feel like I said, like, I've seen 2. I think actually one might have been the one we already saw. It was a little silly thing to worry about, and I figured dwelling on it wouldn't help. Everything boiled down to being intimidated by Director Kobase and not wanting to disappoint him. I don't want to disappoint him either, so she and I are on the same page. I decided to take the plunge and confide in them both, but then it turned out Director Kobase was right behind me. no? Dang it.
なるほどね。
The way she said that sounded like she got such a heavy... Also, that... I just pictured a woman in a kimono when she said that. I don't know. I think the two CGs I saw was in Sympathy Kiss's trailer. Probably the same for me. I was sipping on my drink and spat it out. Blue! Blue's just over here like, oh my god.
さっきは半分冗談で言ったけど、確かに小橋部長って怒っているという
I
か、
don't think he
イ
seems
ライラ
that
してるよう
way.
に見える時があるわよね。
Imagine someone being like, ask for help. And you're just like, I could never get in this man's way. I was only half joking before, but I suppose it was true. Director Kobase can seem grumpy or frustrated at sometimes.
軽い気持ちで声をかけるのをためらわせちゃう雰囲気があるっていうかさ。
He doesn't really give off a conversational vibe, does he?
確かに、社内の女子陣には怖がられてるよな、コバさん。
It's not a secret that Koba scares a lot of the girls in the office. He doesn't scare me, but my
ちょっ
characters
とぶつかっただけなのに、睨まれた上に怒鳴られたとか。
A girl said that he yelled at her when they bumped into each other in the hall. I can't self-insert with this MC like at all. My first problem with that is her lack of eyes and the fact that she gets no
ぶつか
actual
った子はスマホ
dialogue.
見ながら歩いてたのを注意したのが真相らしいけど、あの顔で怒鳴ったら、そりゃ誤解も招くよな。
Turns out he was just trying to warn her not to look at her phone while walking, but his raised voice gave her the wrong idea.
ただ、相談すればちゃんと聞いてくれるし、的確なアドバイスをくれる人でしょ、あの人は。
The thing is, he always listens and gives good advice if you talk to him, no doubt about it.
それはそうね。仕事に感情を持ち込むような人じゃないわ。
That's true. He's the type to stay rational instead of emotional for work.
でしょ？
What's that like? I don't know how to not be emotional. I think it's gone? Okay. I think it was a sneeze from earlier that never came. Right.
そもそも、エスター氏の再起をかけた今回のメンバーは、コバさんが直々に選定したって話だぜ。
But did he choose me because he thought I was cute? Because that'd be fine with me. You tell me he's like, I want that one. And they're like, why? She has no accolades. She's done absolutely nothing. I don't even think she's motivated. And he's all like, reasons. I heard Koba personally selected all the members of the team for the Astarsi renewal.
ってことは、あんただって期待されて呼ばれたってことだろ？
I still gonna self-insert no matter what in games with or without self-inserts. You just go like, put me in his arms, and you're like, done. I have my own OC in this game, right? She actually does her job and speaks. That means you're here because he had big expectations for you, right?
だったら、もっと偉そうにしてていいんじゃねえか？
If that's the case, don't you think you should have a bit more confidence? Fuck you, I don't want confidence. Ew. I didn't think Saitomi's advice was exactly on point, but I nodded at him and he placed a friendly hand on my shoulder. Don't touch me.
コバさんが聞きに来いって言ってんだから、悩まずにどんどん行けばいい
I
だろ。
imagine my own characters in a lot of games. It's a lot easier to be a self-insert if you just put yourself in the game and not actually take over the role of someone who's acting how you would never act. Koba told you to just go talk to him, right? So like, go talk to him.
早乙女くんは本当に単純なんだから。
You really are simple-minded, Saitome.
まあでも、そうね。もし
I don't
怒ら
wanna
れたら、
talk.
私たちがまた話を聞いてあげるから。
I want to hold his hand. In this case, I think he's right. If Director Kobase gets upset, we'll be here for you.
え？俺も？
Me too?
当然でしょ？
Duh. As I watched the two of them banter, some stress lifted off of my shoulders. But when I was alone, the little questions I had in my head kept bubbling up.
そもそも、エスター氏のさってことは、
We don't need a flashback, we just said that. If that was the case, why did he pick me? I was just some junior design. I never worked with Director Kobase before.
昨日言った通り。とはいえ、
Time's
慣れない業
money. Have questions, ask me. They needed a designer who could work quick and collaboratively, right? Right? So why not reach out to someone who's with more seniority than to the job?
だが、サービス終了の可能性のある部署に、あまり人員も割けない。
We can't devote too many resources to a division of the company that's about to be shuttered. I'll read that, but just that. Maybe it was just hard to get someone to take the job. The Astarcy planning department was a small one. As a result, I got a wide range of tasks that weren't related to design. Perhaps experienced designers would balk at being asked to do something other than design. It made sense that a newcomer like me would be more flexible and convenient. But there was no use dwelling on it. I just had to do my part. Throwing my coffee in the trash, I strolled back to my desk. Wait. Strolled. Did I say it right? It looks wrong. Upon returning, the mountain of documents shattered my motivation. I didn't even know where to begin. Girl, just be glad to learn new stuff under experienced colleagues. Yeah, also like she was asked what she wanted to do. She could have turned it down. I simply wasn't getting anywhere. I made up my mind to go speak with Director Kobase, but just then...
Oi.
Amasawa. It's him. Just as I was preparing to see him, I bumped into Director Kobase.
何かあったのか?
Amasawa, what is it? I wasn't ready for this. With his jacket on and his bag in hand, it was clear that he was on his way out. She's like, what was Bossman's reaction to MC wanting to work with him? He was pretty chill. He was just like, okay, you're gonna have a lot of responsibilities. I oversee all of this, and that was it. He was so calm.
ああ、これから相手先の会社で打ち合わせがあるんだ。
I've got a meeting at another company. You're leaving?
今日はもう戻れないかもしれないが、聞いておきたいことがあるなら今。
I probably won't be returning to the office today. If you've got any questions, now's this time to... As Director Kobase moved towards his seat, I shook my head forcefully. I didn't want to bother him. He was very busy and my questions were trivial. I told him it wasn't urgent.
そうか。じゃあ行ってくる。
He really wants the MC to rely on him. He is. He's like, ask me something. Do you have a question? Do you need something? Look over here. He's got like an arrow pointing at him, like ready to answer questions. Very well. I'll see you later. Is it because he has eyes like a tiger? Is that why you're nervous? It would be fine. I was sure I could handle it on my own. MC just wants to struggle. That's her jam, yeah. As Director Kobase briskly left the room, I turned to the papers on my desk to figure out what needed to be done. Girl. She's like, what can I do? The next morning, as soon as I arrived at work, Director Kobase called me over to his desk. His sharp demand made a dark cloud hover over the office. The tension was suffocating. With my stomach in knots, I made my way over to Director Kobase.
一体どうなってるんだ?
What is this? The director's harsh voice flew across the room.
さっきヨフィーさんから連絡が来て、確実に昨日までに渡す予定だったデータの一部が届いていなかったらしい。
I got a call from Yofi that the data we were supposed to send him yesterday never arrived.
昨日のタスクに書いてあっただろう。間違いなく送付したのか?
I wrote that in your task for yesterday. You definitely sent it, right? Realizing what had happened, I gasped sharply. I did send Yofi some of the data, but now I wasn't confident that I sent him everything he needed. panicked. I said that I would confirm everything immediately, but just as I began to walk back to my desk...
もう俺の方で確認して送っておいた。
Couldn't be me. Oh no. I've already checked and sent over the necessary data. He didn't bother to hide that he was furious. I made a stupid mistake and the director was forced to cover for me.
送る前になぜ中身を確認しなかった？
Why didn't you check the content before you sent it? Director Kobase sighed and glared at me with his brows drawn together tightly.
わからないなら聞けばよかっただろう。
If your task were unclear, you should have asked me to clarify it.
些細なことかもしれないが、こうしたことでその先のすべての人の手が止まってしまうんだ。
It may be a small issue, but this grinds everyone's works to a halt, and as we've said before, time is money.
確信の持てない業務については遠慮せず俺に尋ねるよう言ったはずだが。
I told you not to hesitate to talk to me if you had any questions. Not only was I unable to contribute to the team, but I'd also burdened the director and everyone else. A deep pang of regret lodged in my chest. Sir, we deserve punishment. Damn, he's scary. He's not scary. He loves too much.
問題を解決する方法がどこかにあったはずだ。それは分かっているな。
You figured that there must be a way to solve the problem on your own, am I right? I nodded. But talking to him was difficult and he seemed so busy. It was a pitiful excuse for making such a big mistake. Hot and scary. Is that like how I like my coffee? No. Mine's is ice. And sweet. I admitted that I should have just reached out to him. It was my first job. Naturally, there would be things I didn't understand.
ああ、その通りだ。分かっているならいい。
He's not difficult to talk to. He isn't. He's a teddy bear. To go back to allowing Asia's swear words in the chat. Dumbass bitch. That's exactly right. I'm glad you understand. He's like, what did we learn?
今日は終日会社にいる予定だ。
I'll be in the office all day today.
小さなことでも構わない。業務でわからないことがあれば遠慮せずいつでも聞きに来るといい。
I don't care how insignificant you think it is. If you have a question, don't hesitate to talk to me. Okay. I bowed deeply and apologized before hurrying back to my seat to contact Yofi. Just runs. What was that? Collapsing into my chair, I hastily sent an apology email to Yofi. I wonder if they would delay the project. That made me feel even more ashamed of myself for being so stubborn and afraid. While those thoughts haunted me, Oe gently sat down next to me. Honestly, MC might be annoying, but this could be her character growth. Maybe by the end of this, she's like telling everyone what to do.
お疲れ
Maybe
様。
her eyes come in.
朝から難しい顔してるわね。
You've been pouting all morning, you know?
もっとこう肩の力抜いて、リラックスして仕事しなさいよ。
You don't have to be so uptight at work. Okay, fuck you, Oe. Just relax.
今日はこれからあなたのサポートに入るから。部長に聞きにくいことは私に聞いてちょうだいね。
Yeah, we go through our mistakes exactly. Also, this is dumb, right? She's like, I'm here to support you starting now. I was alone yesterday. Anything you don't feel comfortable talking to the director about, ask me. Having her right beside me for reassurance was comforting.
あと、そうだ。昨日も言ったけど、困ってることがあったら何でも相談に乗るから。
Like I said yesterday, if there's anything you need help with, I'm here for you. It turned out that Oe was a very attentive listener. Her smile helped me relax and open up. Up to her, I suggested we could take our break together.
あ、お昼一緒に
You want to have
も
lunch
ちろんいいわ
together?
よ。
Of course,
じゃ
that sounds
その
great.
時にね。
See you then. She's asking Oe on a date. Hello. The men decided to go out for lunch, so Oe and I brought our lunches back to the office to sit and chat at our desk. I told Oe about how frustrated I was with my mistakes and the trouble I caused Director Kobase. Oe nodded her head along to my story before giving me a firm slap on the back.
ばっかね。そんなの新しい業務を始めたばかりなんだから周りに迷惑かけて当たり前じ
She
ゃな
better
い。
have character development. If she doesn't, with him literally shouting in her face to ask for help when she needs it, it'll be a shame. Don't be ridiculous. You just started working here. It's only natural that you'll start out causing trouble.
割いてもらった時間の分だけ後から仕事で返せばいいだけのこと。
You can make up for whatever trouble you cause later.
私だって昔はドジばっかりだったんだからね。
As a matter of fact, I used to screw up all the time. Did you though?
ミスして怒られてミスして怒られてそうやって成長していくものよ。
Make mistakes, get yelled at. Make mistakes, get yelled at. That's how you learn, right?
まあでももしかしたらちょっと仕事量が多すぎるのかもしれないわね。
As long as you own up to your mistakes, that's true. Maybe you've got a bit too much work on your plate. Oe let out a small sigh as she looked at all the papers strewn across my
期
desk.
待しているからって無理をさせるのは良くないと思うし。
I think it's probably because the director has high hopes for you, but this is a bit much. Yeah, look at all the paper on my desk. It's overflowing.
そうだ。そんな中申し訳ないんだけど、
That reminds me, sorry to bring this up now, but
部署の入れ替えでバタバタしてて後回しになっちゃってた書類の整理を頼みたいんだけど。
I've been swamped with the department change and have been putting off some paperwork. Could you help me out? You just said I had too much on my
部
desk.
長にも許可を取ってあるから。それ以外の仕事は私も半分手伝うからね。
I already got Director Kobase's permission to have you work on it. After that, I'll help you with your work. Oe winked as she spoke to me. I don't think so. I wondered, when did she talk to Director Kobase about this? Maybe she reached out to him after she saw him yell at me. Regardless, I hadn't noticed them talking at all. Maybe... Is Oe evil? At last? At last, a villain?
で、具体的に古い書類は気にせずどんどん消していっちゃって。
Specifically, you're just trying to get rid of some old documents. If they doesn't look worthy of keeping, just go ahead and toss it. No.
もし判断に迷うものがあったら、後で確認するから残しておいて教えてね。
Is this a trick question? If you see something you're not sure about, just put it to the side and I'll check it out later. I feel like Oe's bad. Secretly, I wondered if I would be able to figure out what old materials were worth keeping. Given the mistake I've made just before, I found myself both preoccupied and nervous.
そんなに心配しなくても大丈夫よ。古い書類はデザイン室に関係しているものなの。
Don't worry, all the old files are related to the design department.
あなたが元いた部署なんだからきっと大丈夫だって部長が。
The director said that since that's your old department, you'd be fine.
今のは忘れて。できそうかしら？
Hear that? He's thinking of me. Forget I said that. Anyways, think you can do it? If the job was related to design department, I knew it wouldn't be a problem. I nodded firmly, grateful for the chance to be useful to everyone. I said I could do it.
ありがとう。よろしくね。
Awesome, thanks a bunch. It was the opposite. He literally asked her to help her.
ああ、ちょっとごめん。
Sorry, I gotta take this. What you got going on, Oe? Oe answered her ringing phone and began speaking to someone.
はい。はい。その件でしたら、こちらにも資料があると思いますので。
Oh, that's correct. I believe we have the files for that. Uh-huh.
すぐにお持ちします。
Yes, I'll deliver them right away. Okay. Oe stood up, inclined her head apologetically, and clapped her hands. Sorry.
ごめんね。コンテンツ2部の人に呼び出されちゃった。
Sorry, that was someone from content too.
ちょっと行ってくるから、まずは分かるところだけ進めておいて。何かあったら後でちゃんと聞くから。
I gotta step out for a bit, so feel free to get started on your own. If anything comes up, just let me know later. After Oe left, I finished my meal, took a deep breath, and rolled my shoulders to relax. Just as I began sorting through the paperwork that Oe assigned to me, someone came to the
すみ
office.
ません。営業ですけど、どなたかいます？
Excuse me, I'm from the sales department. Is anybody here? The sales representative's face relaxed when he saw me.
いた、よかった。あ、でも、わかるかな？
Oh, thank goodness. But I wonder if you can help me. He spoke in a hurry, so I assumed it was quite urgent. Seeing as I was the only person in the office at the moment, it would be up to me to solve it.
小さなことでも構わない。
I knew that if I tried to do things on my own and failed, I'd end up causing trouble for everyone again. I decided to ask the man about his issue and figure out what I could do from there.
エスター氏のスポンサー候補の会社にいつも渡してる契約書。ひな形が欲しいんだけど、どこかにない？
There's a contract template we give to potential Astarcy sponsors. I was hoping you could give me a copy of it.
今進めてる企業さんが以前エスタリオと取引したことがあるらしくて、同じもので対応させてほしいって言うんだ。
The company has done the business with Astario before and they want to do the same thing as last time. A contract template? Thinking back, I remembered seeing something like that the day before. I checked my computer and discovered a document labeled sponsor contract. I showed it to the sales employee to check if it was the right document.
あ、それ助かった。
That's it, thank goodness. I asked the man for the name of the company he was working with.
あー、タンタンって雑誌を出してる出版社さんなんだけど。
It's the publisher of a magazine called Tantam. A fashion magazine for women featuring seasonal photo shoots of actors, idols, and other celebrities. I remembered seeing something related on a nearby shelf. I pulled it out.
それ、以前の取引の時の書類？
That's the paperwork from our previous deal with them.
ああ、うん。それもあると助かるわ。
Could I get that too?
え？データないの？ああ、いいよ。資料としてコピーしてもらえれば。
There's no electronic version? I guess that's okay. Could you make a copy of it?
じゃあ僕コピーしちゃうから、君、僕のアドレスにさっきのひな形送ってもらえる？
Feels suspicious. Once you make a copy, could you just send it to my email?
僕営業の武田。あ、そのアドレス。
Name's Takeda from sales. Yeah, use that email address. This feels like a phishing scam, doesn't it?
よし、これで OK。
Alright, that's great.
いやー、助かったよ。もう本当に急ぎで対応しなくちゃいけなくなってさ。
Phew, you really saved me. My client needs this stuff right away.
さっき来た時、ちょうどみんなお昼に出ちゃった直後だったから。
When I got here, I assumed everyone was already out for lunch. I had no choice in what just happened.
君、あれだよね。デザイン室から移動してきた子。
Speaking of which, you're that girl from the design department, right? Throw the whole workday in the trash? Sus. I mean, isn't it kind of sus? He just popped up, found the first person there, told her to send a bunch of documents. Like, I didn't know what to make of being recognized. I had never thought of myself as someone who stood out from the crowd.
有名ってほどじゃないけど、
Lack of
小
eyeballs.
橋部長に目つけられて引きずり込まれたってね。
Sorry, it's not that you're famous or anything. Don't get it go over your head, man. I just heard that Director Kobase handpicked you for this job.
まあでも、あの人そんなに悪い人じゃないと思うから、頑張って。ま、ちょっと怖いけどね。
He's not such a bad guy. Just do your best. But he can be scary, huh? Good luck.
じゃあありがとう。また何かあったらよろしく。
Anyways, thank you so much. I'll be back if I need anything else. Or did he send this person to make me feel like I'm doing a good job? I'd been drowning in self-doubt ever since I moved to Astarcy, but hearing his appreciation made me truly happy. With that much needed confident boost, I returned to my computer and began the afternoon work. Gosh. However, the contract would end up causing major problems for me. But I had no idea at the time. Oh, foreshadowing? Question mark? What? Thanks to Oi's support, I was starting to feel more comfortable in my chosen role. I did. I had an idea. I kind of thought it seemed weird. One afternoon, I assumed she was going to ask him when they had the flashback too. While I was at my desk organizing some papers, Director Kobase came to see me.
ちょっと来い。話がある。
Come with me. We need to talk to you. His voice was low and serious. Without explaining further, he led me into a conference room. Gesturing to sit across from him, Director Kobase laid 2 papers across the table.
先日、お前が対応した営業部の件だが、
Regarding the issue with the sales department the other
お
day,
前が渡したのは、内容が古く、処分されるはずの契約書で、現在のものは契約内容が一部更新されている。
so this thread is us getting fired and becoming his house pet, right? He's like, now you can't afford rent, now you have to stay with me. I mean, he has a nice house, we've seen it. The contract you passed along was out of date and should have been destroyed. The current one has been updated.
よほどのことがない限り問題なく進行するが、仕事の内容によっては、うちがもらえる金額に大きな変動が出てしまう大事な部分だ。
Let me be the housewife. Normally that wouldn't be much of an issue. However, the update had to do with a major change in our pricing structure.
最新の契約書のデータもあるはずだが、気がつかなかったのか？
I believe you have access to the latest contracts. Did you not notice the change? The severity of the damage I had done came crashing down on
些
me.
細なことでもいい。わからないことは必ず確認しろと言ったばかりだろう。
Just really kicking the MC while she's acting tough. I told you, even if it's something small, you should always come to me if you have a question. But she didn't have a question. Nay, nay. She searched it, figured she got the right item. There's a difference between asking a question. The real question she should have asked is, should I give this to this person? Because this isn't my position to do these kind of things. Which is a fact. So them trying to blame her for the mistake, at that point it's not her fault. The salesperson should have known. She said, is this the right document to the sales guy? And he said yes.
慣れない仕事に自分一人で判断を下すんじゃない。
Oh, okay, well if I shouldn't make decisions, that's different. You just started this job. You shouldn't be making decisions on your own like
いい
that.
か？ミスによっては、こうして後からフォローできないものもあるんだ。
Do you understand? There are some mistakes that can't be fixed. Finally grasping the gravity of the situation, the blood in my veins froze. All I could do was silently bow my head.
慣れない空間で葛藤しているお前の気持ちもわからんでもない。
I understand you're in an unfamiliar role. It makes sense that you're struggling.
でもだからこそ、重大な事態になる前に聞きに来い。そのために、俺や大江がいるんだからな。
That's precisely why you should have came to me before issues like this can happen. That's what Oe and I are here for.
うちの部署は、ただでさえ厳しい。もう少し緊張感を持って行動するように。
Circumstances in our department are very delicate. I need you to tread more carefully. Director Kobase's words struck deep. My face burned with shame. I had no choice in the last thing. I wouldn't have done it. I knew that if I cried, it would only make things worse, so I desperately tried to hold back my tears.
もういいから頭を上げろ。
That's enough. Look at me. Oh, okay. The director gave my shoulder a reassuring squeeze. We made eye contact, did we? As I slowly lifted my head.
お前のタスク管理は俺の仕事でもあるんだ。少しくらい文句を言ったって構わないぞ。
I'm the one in charge of managing your work. If you want to complain, you can tell me. His tone was softer than the one I'd heard just moments
いろいろ
before.
と詰め込みすぎて悪かった。
No. I've been asking too much of you. I'm sorry for that. Please ask me more. Okay. But when you say it all sexy like that, He knows. Even now, Director Kobase put me, his employee, ahead of himself. His compassion reinforced what a capable and reliable leader he was. Yoji, you can tell me. MC, no.
それから、これは上司命令だ。
Go
今日は
home.
定時で帰って、
It's the
しっかり
middle
休め。
of the work
いいな。
day. Go home and get some rest. Boss's orders, got it? As I nodded, the corner of his mouth twitched into a small
明
smile.
日からまた、気持ちを切り替えて、頑張ってくれ。
He doesn't deserve the MC, man. Go home, hell yeah! But will you miss us? Oh, just imagine. Actually, that gave me a flashback. I had someone go like, "Are you talking to your boyfriend?" Once I was calling another store, and it's a store I'm friends with, and I was like, "Okay, bye, love you," and then they're like, "What did you just say?" That's how I end all my phone calls. Come back tomorrow when you're feeling better and do your best, okay? No, I want to stay here. He gently waved his hand to dismiss me and returned to his seat. What time is it? My shoulders sank. I returned to my desk to find a small pastry atop my
甘
keyboard.
いものでも食べて気分転換しろ。
Oh no, not the casual I love you. I love you. That's me. That's what I do. I'm from the South. Everyone used to do it. I get chuckles now, but how about something sweet to take the edge off? Surprise! I turned around to see Saitomi, Minato, and Oi standing there.
またそんな顔してんのかよ。
Not that face again.
大丈夫だって。先方に謝罪と説明をして、新しい契約書で再契約したらしいし。
Don't worry about it. I heard they apologized and explained the situation, and the client signed the revised contract already.
そもそも営業の奴らの方が確認不足だろ。いつも使ってる契約書なのにさ。
Besides, it's the sales team's fault for not checking the contract first. They're the ones that use it anyways. And she asked, is this the right one?
あんま気にすんな。
Don't worry about it, alright?
今回のことは私も悪かったわ。契約書のことはちゃんと伝えてなかったし。
It's my fault too. I didn't tell you about the new contract. It's actually just Cell's fault because they should have made sure it was the right contract.
あんまりへこまないで。次頑張りましょう。
Don't be so hard on yourself. Let's do our best next time. Bite me.
そんなに気にしないでもいいんじゃないですか。
We all make mistakes.
変に引きずって、また失敗される方が余計に困るんで。
I mean, just don't keep screwing up over and over.
こうちゃん、それ励ましてる？嫌味言ってる？
Are you trying to cheer up, or was that just you being snide?
嫌味です。
Snide. While I appreciated their kind words, the special attention made me more miserable. I still felt embarrassed about making a mess of things, and I couldn't cheer up so easily. Wait, why didn't he tell us? He's like, look, they signed the revised one. It's okay, but also stop it. I was worried about how Director Kobase would see me moving forward.
本当
Wear
に
a
さ、
miniskirt.
そんなに溜め込まないで。
Don't beat yourself up. Oh, he patted me gently on the shoulder and looked directly at
こ
me.
のことは内緒にって強く念押しされてたんだけど、
Look, he told me not to tell you this,
この
but
間、急遽あなたのサポートに入ったのは、小橋部長の指示があったからなのよ。
the reason I came to help you the other day is because Director Kobase asked me to. I blinked, not sure what she was getting at.
自分ではどうにもうまくコミュニケーションが取れないから、できる限りフォローしてやってくれってね。
He was worried he couldn't communicate well on his own, so he asked me to follow up with you.
それと、デザイン室の古い書類を整理する仕事を頼んだのも小橋部長よ。
It was Kobase who asked me to have you organize the older materials from the design department.
あなたに自信をつけてほしくて、仕事を選んでくれたみたいね。
He thought he'd give you the needed confidence boost. He just never imagined you'd give them the old document and make things worse. I was shocked that Director Kobase had secretly given Oi those instructions. It seemed he wanted to support me in more ways than I imagined.
コバさんらしいよな。頭は切れるのにどこか不器用っつうか。
部
Classic
長が厳しく
Kobase.
するのは それだけ期待しているからかもしれませんし。
Classic Kobase, smart but clumsy. The director can be strict, but that's just his way of saying that he believes in you. He believes in me.
そうそう。もっと頼ってほしいって心から思っているんだと思うよ。
That's exactly right. It's his way of saying that he wants you to rely on you more and more. He wants to rely on you more and more. Not his. I said it wrong. I couldn't have ever imagined the higher ups that Director Kobase and the others seem to have for me. I can read. It's not very good today. I couldn't have ever imagined the high hopes, not higher ups, that Director Kobase and the others seem to have for me. I told him that moving forward, I would strive to communicate more and make sure that there was no more misunderstandings. Everyone gets 2 mistakes, right?
その意気よ。
That's the ticket.
この間からそう言ってるだろう。たく、世話が焼けるな。
That's what I've been telling you. God, you sure are a handful.
これから挽回してください。
You better find a way to make up for this. Once again, I bowed to all 3 of them. Minato's got me. Like, what do you mean? A few days had passed since everyone gave me a pep talk. Director Kobase lightened the work on my plate, so while I was very busy... Hang on, I'm reading everything wrong. I was able to take my time doing it. I was finally able to approach him for help too, even when he seemed preoccupied.
うんうん。肩の力も抜けていい顔になってきたじゃない。
Well, well, well. Looks like you're starting to get into the swing of
く
things.
れぐれも無理しちゃダメだからね。
Just don't push yourself too hard, okay? I'll do what I want. As always, Oe was attentive and caring. The 2 of us talked often.
そうだ。今夜もし予定がなかったらだけど、飲み会でもしない？
Hey, by the way, if you're not busy tonight, how about we go get a drink? Oh, wait, we can't date. You're not a route option.
私も定時で上がれそうだから、エバーグリーンで一杯やろうよ。チームのみんなも呼んでさ。
I should be able to finish on time today. How about we head to Evergreen? We can invite the rest of the team too.
じゃあ、みんなには伝えておくわ。
Awesome, I'll let everyone know.
よし、今日は巻き目で頑張るぞ。
Alright, let's wrap things up for today on time. With that, Oe returned to work and bubbly and energetic as ever. Haven't had enough Kobase in this. Eager for our plans, I was more motivated than ever to get my work done early. As the sun sank below the horizon, I was carrying some documents back from the General Affairs Department. I was asked to bring a large box addressed to Astarcy's Operations and Planning Department. With no reason to refuse, I decided to take it back with me, but it was a lot heavier than I imagined, and I staggered the moment I stepped out into the hallway.
おい、危ないぞ。
Hey, watch out. Director Kobase caught me from behind and held me upright.
なんだ、この荷物は。
What's with this box? Hearing him whisper into my ear made my heart skip a beat.
部署宛ての荷物？どうしてお前が運ぶんだ？
A package for our department? Why are you the one carrying it? His voice turned hard as he assessed me even. I wondered if the package contained something I wasn't supposed to see or handle. I was told to check with the director about everything, and I began to worry that this was something I should have ran by him. With that in mind, I quickly apologized to Director Kobase.
荷物を運んですみませんって。何か勘違いしてないか？
Why are you apologizing for carrying a box? What's wrong with that?
荷物を運ぶくらい好きにすればいい。
It's fine if you want to carry it, but... Director Kobase's hands rose to grip my upper arm.
こんな細い腕で重い荷物を運んだら危ないだろうが。怪我でもしたらどうする？
I can't ask you to carry something like this. What if you get hurt? I was taken aback by his concern. Like, oh my god. Thank you. I realized that he hadn't questioned me because I had done something wrong. There was no malice.
こういう力仕事はできるやつがやればいいんだ。
Best to leave the heavy lifting to someone else. With that, he lightly hefted the box out of my arms.
これくらいの荷物、なんともない。俺も一応鍛えているからな。
Okay. We're just back behind this man. This is one of the CGs I saw. Creepy eyeless MC. Yeah, they gave her so much face. She's got no eyes. What a big strong man he is. Yeah, right here. This is nothing. I do my fair share of working out, you know. Do you? Do you work out? Like, he smiled proudly. Like, go on. Just tell me how heavy this box is. Dazzled by his adorable smile, I was momentarily captivated. I can see why.
大体な、お前は何でも一人で抱え込みすぎなんだ。モテない時は断ったっていい。
Workout, let me see your take your shirt off. Take your shirt off. If you got too much on your plate, it's okay to say no.
そばにいる人間にもう少し頼ることを覚えた方がいいぞ。
He wants her to learn to say no. What a man. Why not try learning to rely on the people around you? Let me grab a Sharpie so I can draw eyes on her. Even though he could take care of it, I accompanied him until the box was dropped off.
そういえば、急いでいるようだったな。今夜何か用事でもあるのか？
Boss man, you can help me build up my stamina. I want to carry heavy boxes. Come to think of it, you seem to be in a hurry. Big plans tonight?
なんだ、そうか。いい機会だ。思う存分楽しんでこい。
Oh, is that so? Sounds like fun and joy. His quick response betrayed his nonchalance. Was he excited for me?
ノミニケーションなんて揶揄されるが、会話する時間を設けるのはなかなか難しい。
Give her perfect anime eyes on her face. I just like to picture like those noodle eyes that like blah, 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 blah. People think going out to drink with your coworkers feels like work, but how else would we get to know each other? So, like, we should go out? Are you coming?
チームの人間とのコミュニケーションは何より大事だからな。どんどん行くといい。
Please join us, husband. I mean, boss. Communication is the most critical skill a team can have. You should make a habit of spending time with everyone. We want to spend time with you. Agreed. With the large cardboard box blocking his face. It was difficult to read how he was feeling. They did not draw the box right if this is the words I'm reading. I'll only give her 2 dots for eyes. I decided to bite the bullet and respond to him. Ooh. Would you care to join us? I'll do my best to fit in. You should come sometime. Like, you know, not now, but later. You should tag along. Would you care to join us? Went up a little. It counts. Unable to see his face from behind the large box, I nervously waited for an answer.
いや、今夜は遠慮しておこう。
I think I'll pass tonight.
そういうのは上司抜きでやって愚痴なりを言い合うもんだろ。
How are you all supposed to complain about your boss when I'm right there? His eyes lit up mischievously behind his glasses. Ooh! When I tried to deny that we'd ever say such a thing, he merely smiled in response.
せっかくの飲み会だろ。俺がいたんじゃ言いたいことも言えない空気になるぞ。
If I were there, you wouldn't be able to say what you need to say, right?
声をかけてくれてありがとうな。俺に構わず、今夜はとことんガス抜きしてこい。
I'm happy to be invited, but don't mind me. Go on and vent to your heart's content. With that, Director Kobase turned down a split in the hallway. He has the box, though. As a subordinate, I couldn't help but feel reassured by his kindness. Yeah, I'm gonna vent about you not coming. Later that night at Evergreen, we indulged in delicious food and drinks. Owie and I had a great time. Had a great time together. And then Saitomi and Minato arrived late to join us.
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome.
マスター、大津です。
Evening, boss. Hi, boss.
失礼します。
Good evening.
あちらでお待ちですよ。
They're waiting for you over there.
あれ湊くんも来てくれたんだ。
You came too, Minato?
どうせ、たまには付き合えとか言って強引に連れてこられたんでしょ
Why is it that dragging you along to things is like pulling teeth? Ooh, always tipsy and lighthearted, gingerly made a tooth-pulling motion with her finger. I've never done tooth-pulling as a gesture before.
その通りです。たまにはを何回続けるつもりですか
Because I enjoy this about as much as having my teeth pulled. Minato sighed an exaggerated exhaustion as he spoke. I know the word, I just can't say it today. Saitomi, oblivious to as ever, took a look around the bar.
あれコバさんいねえの
No Koba tonight? His head kept whipping back and forth.
そうなのよ。残念なんだけどね。今日は打ち合わせでダメなんだって。
I know, bummer, right? He said he had a meeting to go to. He told me he didn't want to.
まあいいじゃない。今日はこのメンバーで楽しく飲みましょうよ。
It's no biggie. Let's just have some fun with the group we have today.
ほら、グラス持って。
Everyone got a glass?
それじゃ、乾杯。
Kanpai!
なんか、すっかり出来上がってね。
You, sure started early, huh?
はあ、やっぱり来なきゃよかった。
I knew I shouldn't have come. The two of them locked eyes and nodded in grim agreement. The pleasant atmosphere made all of us empty our glasses quicker. And after a few rounds, the conversation turned to Director Kobase. I was like, so what kind of shampoo do you think he uses?
ああ、なんか新しいスポンサー候補の会社がどうしたこうしたとか言ってたっけ
I thought I heard him say something about a potential new sponsor.
あそこまで働き詰めというのもどうなんでしょうか
I really can't believe he's working so hard.
一人で抱え込みすぎだよな。
Guy's got way too much to do.
ほんとよ。小橋部長こそ、もう少し私たちを頼ってくれればいいのにね。
I know, right? I only wish Director Kobase would rely on us a bit more, you know? With the three of them bantering about his workload, I began to worry about him. Despite my mistakes, he refused to give up on me. Yet he was still working diligently on his own. Was now really the time for me to be out drinking?
おい、聞いてんのかよ。
Are you listening? Saitomi's impatient voice jolted me back to reality, but I still couldn't take my mind off Director Kobase.
あれどうしたの
What is it? What's wrong?
もう帰るんですか
Are you heading home? Yes. Unable to stay, I made up a quick excuse that I'd forgotten something before hurrying back to the office. The office was quiet, empty, and cold. I wondered if Director Kobase had already returned home. Hurrying along, I noticed the lights in the conference room were still on.
お前どうしてここに
Amasawa, what are you doing here?
何か忘れ物か
Did she forget something? No, for some reason they talked about you working really hard and I felt really guilty, so I decided I had to be here now. I glanced at his desk where several papers were scattered across the surface.
飲み会はどうしたんだ
I thought you headed out for drinks with the others.
俺が心配になって戻ってきた
You got worried and came back?
たく、お前ってやつは。
You really are something else. Thank you. The tension in his face relaxed as he beckoned me to sit next to him.
エスター氏の回収費を賄うためには、もっとスポンサーを募る必要がある。
We need to find new sponsors to help cover the cost of Astarcy's revision.
金がなければ企画は打ち出せない。俺の仕事は今が頑張り時なんだよ。
Without the funds, we won't be able to do any effective relaunch. We won't be able to do an effective relaunch. I've got to do everything I can right now.
だから心配するな。これは俺の仕事だからな。
But you don't have to worry about this. This is my job. My job is to worry about you, Yuji. Director Kobase's large hand stretched out and brushed a loose hair behind my ear.
部下にそんな心配をされるなんて、俺もまだまだだな。
I'm not ready to have my subordinates worry about me like this. Is Ray still in the chat? Ray, is that okay? Can you brush someone's hair behind their ear? Whoa, man.
さて、もう少しお前と話したいところだが、仕事を続けてもいいか？さすがに立て込んでいてな。
I'd love to continue this conversation, but I'm afraid I have a bit more work to do. I nodded and offered to help him in any way I could.
俺が働いてるからって気を使う必要はない。休むのも仕事のうちだぞ。
You don't have to worry about me just because I'm working. Being well rested is part of the job. Still, I wanted to help him. When I pushed him on it, he laughed and seemed to have given up on resisting.
わかった。今からお前にデータを送るから、それをプレゼン用に見栄えよく、わかりやすくまとめてくれるか？
Fine. I'll send you the data now. Put it together in a well-designed, digestible presentation.
そういうの得意だろ？
You're good at that kind of thing. Thank you for noticing me. He was right. Putting together presentations was something I was known for in the design department. You got a wife who worried about you. A wife can give the bath and food and something. I see. They better be overtime pay. I feel like their salary. I get the vibe their salary. How did Director Kobase know that?
そういえばちゃんと話していなかったな。
Speaking of which, I don't think I told you this
まあ、
yet.
最初の時に簡単には伝えたが、
Perhaps I mentioned this briefly the first time we met,
お
but
前をこの部署に引き抜いたのは他でもない俺自身だ。
I'm the one who requested that you join our department.
直接仕事をすることはなかったが、面談をする前から働いている様子を見かける機会はあってな。
When I never met you personally, I got a chance to see your work before interviewing
気に
you.
なって一緒に仕事経験のあるやつとか、デザイン室の室長にも話を聞いたりして。
I was curious, and so I reached out to someone you'd worked with before, the head of the design department.
そうして、お前の得意を知ると同時に、デザイン以外にもいろいろな経験をさせてやりたい。お前なら伸びると思ったから、そうしたんだ。
I wanted to give you opportunities to learn more than just design. I knew you had potential. Director Kobase's sharp gaze caught mine. Somehow, I knew that he was telling me that was true. In that moment, I was delighted to learn just how much he cared for me. I thanked him, feeling even more motivated to do my job well. And so I continued to work in the office with Director Kobase that night. After some time, when we found a break in our work, we got up to leave.
こんな時間まで付き合わせて悪かったな。休日はしっかり休んでくれ。
Sorry to keep you here so late. Rest up this weekend. As we got into the elevator, our eyes met and we exchanged a gentle nod. I thanked him for all his hard work. Then, no, thank you. No, thank you. No. With a loud thud, the elevator stopped. No. That's funny. Let's not be stuck in an elevator. Be stuck in an elevator. This trope, it's only going to be for part of a chapter. We're going to be fine.
問題を解決する方法がどこかにあったはずだ。それは分かっているな。
You figured there must be a way to solve the problem on your own, am I
小さなことで
right? I'm not doing flashback.
いくら言ったって そんな簡単に聞きに来られるようにはならないか。
I know, Yoji, and you're so easy on the eyes. I don't know why she's like this. No matter how many times I tell her, she still won't come to talk to me.
俺の方からニコニコ笑顔で声をかけりゃいいのか？
Perhaps I should just try coaxing her over with a smile? Come on, coax me, get me over. As these thoughts ran through my head, I saw her having lunch with Owie and I slipped away to the roof, unable to speak to her.
大江に相談でもしてるんだろうな。
She must be discussing things with Owie.
会社で喫煙とは珍しいな。
Coaxing,
小
yeah,
橋部
what do you
長。
want from me? He asked me to be here. Maybe he really likes her. Maybe this is really inappropriate. It's not like you to smoke at the office, Director Kobase.
社長、お疲れ様です。
President Amura.
しかし、だいぶ暖かくなってきたが、
He's
屋上だと
giving
冬は
me
辛いだろう。
older Jungkook vibes, honestly. Good day, sleazy. It's warming up now, but smoking on the roof in the winter must be tough.
今時は室内に喫煙所がある方が珍しいですからね。まあでも、冬は冬で目が覚めてちょうどいいですよ。
Listen, I understand, Blue. I also hate smokers, but they usually make the businessman a smoker. It's like they do it casually, work time. Just remember, in Collar X Malice, one of the hottest guys had a horrible habit. Not many offices have indoor smoking rooms these days. Come up here in the winter can be refreshing, though.
そうか。
Is that so?
どうだ？仕事、うまくいってるか？
How are things coming along?
ああ、まあ、それなりには。
何か悩んでるのか？
Something bothering you?
あの子だろう。君は若い女の子に不評だよな。顔が怖いんだ。もっと笑いなさい。
Oh, Akito, how do you know these things? You gotta try and smile more. All the young women in this company are afraid of you. Wait. Oh, maybe it's just normal. Alright, Sleazy, have a good day.
わかってます。
I know,
いや
but
でも、なかなか面白い人選だと思ったよ。しかも、自分でやりたいことを選ばせるなんてね。
it was quite a curious choice, and letting her decide what she wanted to do, very interesting indeed.
別に彼女がデザイナーに向いてないとか、そう
She's
いうことじゃ
quite
ないんです。
talented as a designer, but
ただ、なんというか、くすぶっているような気がしてしまって。
I believe she's capable of much
俺
more.
の勝手な思い込みで、あいつに無理をさせてるかもしれない。
Perhaps my high expectations are putting too much stress on
で
Amasawa.
も、新しいものを見て、新しいことに触れて、殻を破れたら、もっ
That's
と
how we know.
面
That's
白
how
い
we
も
know
のが
he
作れ
likes
るように
us.
なるんじゃないかって。
I thought if she could experience some new thing, she might be able to break out of her shell.
期待しているわけか。
Sounds like you've got high hopes for her. I think you're.
はい。ですが、どう接すればいいのか。
Heads you, but how am I supposed to treat
君
her?
はあれだな。仕事と割り切ると、ちゃんとコミュニケーションが取れるのに、距離が近づくと、途端に壁ができるな。
Okay, Akiro. Hi, my man. You have a very pointed response here. What's up? That's typical of you. You communicate well when the boundaries are clear, yet you shut out people who you want to get closer. I agree
懐
she's
に
hard
入
to
れるのも
handle.
入るのも怖いんだな。
君は本当に不器用だよ。
Or even worse, when you want to get close to someone else, that's when you get really stubborn. I knew better than anyone else that he was saying was true, but hearing him say it so bluntly stung even more. In that way, I guess I was no different from
まあ
Amasawa.
いい。
Oh,
君もも
please.
っと悩んで彼女と一緒に成長しなさい。
Akiro knows. He knows this is an inappropriate relationship in the making. That's not so terrible. You two can struggle and grow together. With a grin, the company president patted me on the back and walked back into the building.
楽しんでるな。
I started cough laughing. God, why do I get the feeling he's enjoying this? President's gonna be the biggest shipper. He's like a teacher who puts like his two favorite students together in the classroom. He's like, I think that'd be cute together. In today's office culture, they say to encourage others to break out of their shells isn't always the right thing to do, but I suppose that when you've come as far as President Omura, you get a natural desire to nurture those below you.
俺も殻を破らないとだな。
I've got to come out of my shell too. I'll get you out of your shell, my guy. It's gonna be great. Dun 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 dun. Putting my marker so I don't forget. We're stuck in an elevator. Previously on. Being alone with him in an elevator made me restless just as I was about to talk.
まさか停電か。
Seriously, a power outage? Are you also claustrophobic, Yoji? Are
おい、
we...
大丈夫か。確か非常ボタンがこの辺りに。
Are you alright? There should be an emergency button around here somewhere. No, there's no emergencies. No buttons. We're trapped. We're gonna die here, Kobase. Director Kobase pressed the elevator emergency button. After a few ringing sounds, we were connected to a call center.
エレベーターが止まってしまって、二人閉じ込められた状態です。
The elevator has stopped.
よろしくお願いします。
There's two people inside. Yes, thank you. Did he plan this?
どうも電気系統のトラブルらしい。すぐに復旧作業に移ってくれるそうだ。
The ice keeps stopping me from drinking as fast as I want. I guess it's a good thing. Apparently some kind of electrical problem. They're working on restoring it right now. Discord message. I was still shaken when Director Kobase lit up the elevator with his phone. Oh, this is the other CG I saw. Okay. A code, you say?
もう少しこっちへ来い。
This is one of my nightmares. Yeah, no, I don't like. There's a movie I watched a long time ago where they get stuck in the elevator. It's the whole concept. So these are the two CGs I have seen. I'm glad this one has context now because I'm like, what is happening? There, I have sent a message in return, I think. Nightmare fodder. Yeah. Especially if you're in it with a sociopath. Come closer. Oh, he's gonna hold me? This happened to my grandma too. Yeah. Would be hyperventilating. This is not a dream of mine. Hear me out. No. This is why I would take the stairs. Oh my gosh. His hand clasped my shoulders and pulled me closer.
きっとすぐに復旧するから、しばらくこのままでいろ。
Things will be back up and running soon. Let's just stay like this for a while. Surprised as I was by Director Kobase's suggestion, I managed to nod. Silence ensued. I couldn't believe I was trapped in the dark elevator with the director's arm around me. Like, ooh. There was no way to conceal the sound of my pounding heart when he was so close. I wanted to ease the tension by starting a conversation, but I was lost trying to figure out what to say. The elevator showed no signs of moving. There was only the heat of his body and the sound of his short breaths.
タイミングが悪いな。俺と二人きりなんて嫌だろう。
I don't? Wait, why not? What terrible timing. You don't want to be in here alone with me. When I tried to protest, he responded with a troubled smile.
無理するな。お前が俺に苦手意識を抱いてるのは分かってる。
There's no need to pretend otherwise. I know you have a hard time talking with me. You turned into a wolf in the dark, right? Yeah, that sounded a little sus. Sir.
俺は顔も態度も怖いしな。社内でも恐れられてるのは知ってるんだ。
I have a harsh face? Has he never looked in a mirror? And a scary demeanor. I hear how people in the company talk about me. I don't mean being alone.
直そうとはしてるんだが、なかなか思うようにはいかね
え。Every time I try to fix it, though, it doesn't work out. It was true. I was afraid of the director because of his persona. Is it a full moon or something? Oh gosh. Sir, I enjoy horror movies. This is tantalizing, but also a little scary. But not anymore. Having seen his soft smile and experienced his kindness several times, I don't feel anxious about being trapped with him like this. I told him I was glad that I was stuck in the elevator with him. It was far better than being trapped alone.
こんな状況でよかったなんて、おかしなやつだな。
I am a little rascal. Glad to be trapped with me? You sure are something else.
けど、ありがとな。そう言ってもらえると気が楽になる。
It makes me feel better to hear you say that. I was grateful that the elevator was so dark. It had been brighter. If it had been brighter, Director Kobase would have seen my face flushed red because of his kind smile.
戻ったみたいだな。
It looks like we're back. As though nothing had happened, the elevator began moving. When we reached the first floor, a guard was waiting for us. Am I still in his arms? After making sure that we were feeling all right, he told us to call if there were any problems and let us leave.
ちょうどいい機会だ。一つ聞いてもいいか。
Now that I have you here, can I ask you something? You can ask me anything.
サポート業務以外にも何かやってみたい仕事があるなら聞いておきたいんだが。
Is there
どうだ？
anything you'd be interested in doing outside of support-related work? Besides support work, I hadn't given it much thought to the matter.
特になければいいんだが。
If not, that's all right too. I mean, I wouldn't mind dinner. What were you asking me? I told him that I just wanted to be useful to him. And that I wanted to devote myself to meeting his high expectations of me. That's pretty close. That's on par. I considered that what I could do to help keep a Starcy afloat. Then I remember that Director Kobase was working on.
スポンサー探しを手伝いたい。
You want to help me find a
お前が
sponsor?
か？
I nodded firmly. His passion, his incredible presenting skills, and the way he could logically explain things, it all inspired me. Since I had been working in design all this time, I couldn't hope to be very useful anytime soon, but if someone asked what I'd like to do, I think I'd say I wanted to follow his lead and learn all that I could.
わかった。
All right. He locked eyes with me.
それじゃあ、今度からは俺と一緒にスポンサー探しの業務についてくれるか？
Do you want to come with me next time? I have a meeting with a potential sponsor. I nodded again enthusiastically and he smiled softly.
頼むぞ。
I'm counting on you then. Nothing made me happier than seeing him smile like that. She's in love. The two of us parted ways and I returned home with a bounce in my step. End of chapter 2. We're on chapter 3 now in my head. A few days had passed since the night I spent working together with Director Kobase. Little by little, I was allowed to help out with sponsorship sales. I worked just desperately to be as useful as possible while still trying to learn as much as I could. Is Nori living with Bossman? Technically, Bossman said he could stay over the weekend or like a couple weeks, so he might still be there. I mean, he does become a house husband in that one. He's like making food and stuff. And unlike before, I was able to ask the director questions without hesitation. One day, I was scheduled to accompany Director Kobase on one of his outside cell calls. The director had his own car and would typically drive to meet his clients.
どうかしたか?
What's wrong? After a successful meeting, we were driving back to the office.
さっきから俺をじっと見て、気になることがあるなら言え。
You've been staring for a while now. Is there something bothering you? At you? I looked away from his penetrating gaze before thanking him for the day's excellent learning experience.
まあ、デザイン室勤務だった時は、取引先に出向くなんてなかっただろう。
Sure, I guess you didn't do a lot of client work when you were in the design department.
社内にいるだけでは見えないこともたくさんあるからな。
There's a lot you can learn if you just stay in the office if you can't learn if you just stay in the office all the time. That was exactly right. The whole process of seeing how the company operated from the top was extremely thrilling. I voiced my agreement, but his lips pressed into a thin line.
で、本当は何を考えているんだ?
So what were you really thinking? He appraised me with narrowed eyes and my heart skipped a beat. His straightforward question prompted me to ask him the question that had been bothering me all day. It was about an exchange in the office that morning. I spotted Director Kobase getting ready to leave for his sales trip and rushed over to him.
なんだ?
What is it? Since I had finished my daily task early, I asked Director Kobase if I could accompany him to his sales meeting. The director hesitated. Perhaps it was a particularly difficult client he was going to meet. I began to fret over whether he thought I was ready for it or not, and he picked up on it.
いや、お前に問題があるわけじゃない。相手側に問題があってな。
The problem isn't with you, it's with the client.
まあ、俺がいれば大丈夫か。すぐに出る。お前も準備しろ。
I'm sure I'll be fine as long as I'm there. We'll be leaving soon, so get your things ready. Ooh. He agreed to let me join him, and we attended the meeting. I still worried that I annoyed him by tagging along. When I nervously asked him if that was the case, he rubbed his temple and released a long sigh.
お前ってやつは、ほんと変なところに気がつくな。
You really do pick up on the strangest things. It's called overanalyzing, and yes, I do it all the time. I mused that I could have stayed behind if it was more of a hindrance.
おい、なんかネガティブな方に考えてないか?
Why are you being so negative about this?
連れて行くのを渋ったのはお前のせいじゃない。
I told you before you're not the reason I was reluctant to bring you along.
お前、今日相手先の部長に肩を触られただろう。
Didn't you notice how the client touched your shoulder today? When he mentioned it, I said I remembered that the client saying that I had a piece of lint on my shoulder before brushing it off.
糸くずなんて嘘だろう。あの人は女好きで有名でな。だからお前を連れて行くのを渋ったんだ。
There was no lint. That guy's known for being a womanizer. That's why I was reluctant to take you. But what does he look like?
他に何か不快な思いはしなかったか？言われて嫌だったことはないか？
Did he do anything else that made you feel uncomfortable? Did he say anything strange to you? I tried to recall the contents of the meeting, but nothing uncomfortable came to mind. I mentioned that if anything, the client looked terrified of Director Kobase throughout the whole meeting.
まあ、あの部長がお前の肩に触れたとき、思いっきり睨んだから、そのせいかもな。
I did give him a dressing down when he touched your shoulder. Maybe that had something to do with it.
悪かった。やっぱり連れて行かない方が良かった。
Sorry, I knew it wasn't a good idea to take you. He lowered his head and stopped the conversation abruptly. I told him that it was my idea to join him and that I was thankful he was looking out for me. In fact, I didn't feel scared at all and I thought the sales pitch actually went quite well.
そうか。ありがとな。
I see. Thanks. Though his reply was short, his cheeks turned up with a smile. It felt like we grew a little closer and I married his smile. We didn't go to dinner though. He didn't buy me a drink. Later that evening, while relaxing in my room, my work bag caught my attention. Sticking out from it was a large document covered in red ink, notes I made from watching Director Kobase. I admitted that when I first joined his division, I was more than a little afraid of him, but...
お前をこの部署に引き抜いたのは他でもない俺自身だ。
I'm the one who requested that you join our department.
そうか。ありがとな。
Thanks. Thinking back on the events of the past few weeks, my impression of him was changing. With each passing day, I learned that Director Kobase's words and actions were always rooted in compassion for his team and the company as a whole. While I had just started accompanying him on sales trips, there were still so many aspects of the business I didn't know. I hoped this work would help me to get to know Director Kobase more deeply. It was at that moment when suddenly the phone on my desk buzzed with an incoming call. I wondered who'd be calling me at this hour. Puzzled, I got up to answer the phone and find out. Who was it? Who called her? One warm spring afternoon, while taking a break from my morning work, I grabbed my phone and headed to the break room. I sighed deeply and stared at my phone screen. On their way back from the meeting, Kobase, Minato, and Oi entered the room.
なんだ、随分と重いため息だな。
That was some sigh.
スマホにらんで暇なんですか？
Why are you staring at your phone? No work to do?
何か問題でもあった？
Did something happen? I shook my head. It wasn't something worth discussing.
いいから悩みがあるなら話してみろ。
Come out with it. If something's bothering you, just tell us. Oi and the director quickly sat down beside me, leering at the door. Minato finally shook his head before sitting down. It all started a few nights ago. My phone screen displayed my landlord's contact. Are we going to be a housewife? It was rare for her to call. I tilted my head in curiosity before picking up. I'm not going to like this route for this part alone, because I understand the butterfly effect and whatnot, but like in no other route did her landlord call her and maybe kick her out. Like, it was rare for her to call. I tilted my head in curiosity before picking up.
もしもし？
Miss Amasawa? My landlord was breathless and sounded somewhat panicked.
こんな電話、突然のことで本当に申し訳ないんだけどね。
I'm really sorry to call you like this on such short notice.
実は、この間の設備検査で、うちのマンションに大きな不備が見つかってしまってね。
During a recent facilities inspection, a major deficiency was found in one of our apartments. I remembered seeing a large inspection crew gather in the lobby the other day.
急な話で申し訳ないんだけど、来月からマンション全体の修繕工事をすることが決まっちゃったんだよ。
I'm sorry this is so sudden, but we've decided to start repair work on the entire building next month.
期間はだいたい2ヶ月くらいなんだけど、皆さんには一時的に部屋を出てもらわなくちゃならなくて。
The repairs should take 2 months. During that time, I'm afraid we're going to have to ask everyone to vacate the building. That certainly was short notice.
もちろん、その間の賃料は全面無料にするから安心してちょうだい。
Of course, you won't be asked to pay any rent during that time.
そういうわけだから、なるべく急いで他に住むところを探してくれる？
Imagine kicking me out of my apartment for 2 months and expecting me to pay rent, though. That would be even worse. With that in mind, we'd like to ask you to find a new place to stay as soon as
不
possible.
動産屋さんの方で短期入居 OK なところを揃えてくれるみたいだから相談してみてちょうだい。
The real estate agent has prepared a list of places that offer short-term stays. Please reach out to them.
悪いわね。 よろしく頼んだわよ。
Sorry for the trouble and thank you for your understanding. With her half-hearted apology complete, the landlord hung up. All of that was left was the cold beeping sound from the end of the phone call. For a moment, I could only stare at my phone, paralyzed by the news she dropped.
それはまた随分と急な話だな。
That really is short notice. If
い
only
き
I
な
had
り言
somewhere
わ
I
れて
could
も
stay.
そう簡単に仮住まいなんて見つからないよね。
It's not like you can just find a place out of the blue like that. Did she call all the people on the short list? Everyone was quiet as they considered how to proceed.
マンスリーマンションとかはどうなんです？
What about a monthly condo? A service that allows renters to rent an apartment until unit on a month-to-month basis. It's surprising how many things you predicted. Let's go housewife. It's housewife time. I mean, to be fair, I said she was going to get fired and become a housewife, but this works too. Just as Minato suggested, I had considered a monthly condo. However, the only ones nearby with vacancies were extremely pricey. They weren't completely out of the question, but if possible, I'd prefer something less expensive. With that construction date around the corner, I only had time to look at one place. I was able to secure a tour of that weekend.
その物件は良さそうなのか？
How does that place look? Or you could just stay at the gym? I don't know. I explained that based on the materials I had seen, I didn't want to let it slip away, but I was concerned since the real estate agent had acted strange and hadn't been very helpful or friendly during our discussions.
わかる。女性だからって舐めてくる人とかいるのよ。嫌になっちゃう、まったく。
That was not what I... Okay. I know, right? There are some creeps who think they can get away with anything just because you're a woman. It's disgusting. Given her frustration, I could tell that Oi was speaking from experience. Still, her vigorous agreement gave me a great deal of comfort.
そんなところの紹介で本当に大丈夫なのか？
If that's been your experience so far, are you sure that place will be okay?
2ヶ月間だけとはいえ、できるだけ安心できる場所がいいだろう。
Even if it's only for a couple of months, you'll want to be somewhere safe. Director Kobase's hand stroked his chin as frown lines deepened on his face. Where could she stay? Gosh. Then Minato spoke up.
小橋部長が一緒に行ってあげるとか。
You should go with Director Kobase.
ん？
Huh?
それだ。湊くんいいこと言う。
Yeah, good call,
小橋部長
Minato.
がその候補のマンションの下見に同行してあげるんです。
Director Kobase should accompany you when you inspect the apartment.
上司が同伴となれば、不動産屋さんの雑な対応も変わってくるかもしれませんよ。
With the boss there, I bet it'll totally change the way the real estate agent handles the whole thing. You can use his icy demeanor to break down the real estate agent.
そうですよ。そのこわもても遺憾なく効果を発揮しますしね。
She's right, that mean mug of his works wonders.
いくらなんでも、それはそれでこいつも嫌だろう。
Be that as it may, I'm not sure if Amasawa would want me to. Please? To Director Kobase's surprise, I quickly encouraged him to join me. I said that I knew that I could rely on Director Kobase to speak his mind and stand by my side.
まあ、お前がそう言うなら、
If you say so.
週末は特に予定もない。一緒に行くか？
I don't have any plans this weekend, so we can go together. It's almost like a date.
これで私も安心だわ。
Honestly, that puts me at ease. Nodding with satisfaction, Oi patted me on the shoulder and got up to leave.
それじゃあ、後で時間や場所をリングで送っておいてくれ。
Be sure to send me the time and place on Ring later. Okay, so the next weekend, Director Kobase and I would go inspect the new apartment. I felt guilty asking him to meet me on his day off for something totally unrelated to work, but I was really in a bind, so I decided to graciously accept his help. I mean, sure, we kind of pushed him into it, but semantics. Then came Saturday. We planned to meet at the train station before heading to the apartment together. Did he not drive?
すまん、待たせたか。
Sorry, did I keep you waiting? Is it going to be a costume change? Are we ready? Director Kobase looked down at his watch and realized that it was a full 15 minutes before our agreed time. I had been nervous about meeting him, so I arrived early.
なんだ、そんなに緊張していたら内見まで身が持たねえぞ。
He still wears a suit jacket, but he put on a t-shirt. Okay. What's with you? If you look that nervous, I doubt they'll even let you in the building. He chuckled and gently nudged my shoulder. Perhaps it was because it wasn't a work day, but his expression and mood seemed softer than usual, as long as his t-shirt, very soft. It began to sink in that the two of us were meeting outside of work, and I began to feel embarrassed. To cover it all up, I mentioned that it was the first time I had seen Director Kobase in something other than a suit.
この服か?
My clothes, yeah, they're nice.
プライベートではだいたいこんな感じだが、なんだ、お前の好みか?
Of course, this is the type of stuff I wear when I'm not working. What do you do you like it? It's nice. It looks nice. You look good. You look good. He grinned playfully. I gulped. Yeah. Then admitted I did. His eyes widened. Yeah.
おい、
Hey.
そんなに見つめられると、さすがに照れるぞ。
Oh my god. Quit staring at me like that. You're embarrassing me. Director Kobase gently grabbed my chin and pointed my face away from him. He's like, no.
参考までに覚えておく。お前が喜ぶのはこういう格好だってことをな。
I guess I'll have to keep that in mind. You like when I'm dressed like this. Okay. With that, he began walking towards the apartment building, his face staring down at his map. Flustered, I hurried after him. I wish that would actually affect the game. Like later on, he'll wear a suit if you pick, like, no. As soon as we arrived at the apartment, the tour began. I took a look at the layout, the bathroom, and the view, but I wasn't able to make a final decision.
そろそろよろしいですか?
Are we about ready to wrap this up? The real estate agent spoke in a clipped tone while glancing at his watch.
他にお待たせしているお客様がいるので、私はこれで失礼したいんですが。
I've got a lot of customers to get through today, so I'd like to finish it here if we can.
何か不明点があれば、電話かメールでお答えします。鍵は帰りに、うちの店舗に返却してください。
If you have any questions, feel free to email our office and please drop the keys off on your way out. With a nonchalant wave of his hands, the real estate agent left the apartment in a flash. All I could do was stare after him in disbelief after that display. Suspecting that Director Kobase might be similarly agitated, I turned around.
お前の話に聞いていた通り、適当なやつだな。
It's like you said, that guy's terrible. Director Kobase too was completely taken aback.
まあ、だとしても、物件まで悪いと決まったわけじゃない。
That doesn't mean that the property itself is bad, though. He reassuringly placed a hand on my shoulder. The warmth of his hand brushed away all the negativity that gripped me.
設備はまずまずといったところか。気になることはきちんと潰しておけよ。
The facilities aren't shabby either. That said, if there's anything you don't like, now's the time to address it.
それにしても広いマンションだな。一旦敷地の中を別々に見て回るか。
It's quite a large building too. We should split up and take a look around the whole place.
俺は俺の視点でいろいろ見ておくから。後で報告し合う方が効率がいいだろう。
I've got a few things I want to check out. It'll be more efficient to split up and discuss everything later. Is it really big? This is Japan, right? We're in Tokyo-ish. The apartments there aren't huge, especially for a single person. He seemed to be back in work mode. He watched me expectantly and I agreed to the plan, straightening my back in the process. I did a quick check of the fire escape and shared spaces. When I finished, I received a message from Director Kobase on Ring. Are you almost done? Ooh. Come to the first floor. Got it. After sending a quick reply, I closed the Ring app. Oh yeah, the pictures of the little book with their little chat conversations also. She only spoke with emoticons the entire time. When the elevator arrived, I pressed the first floor button and headed up for the main entrance. The area surrounding the apartment was quiet, and I felt uneasy with the lack of pedestrians around.
あ
Then a
れ
man.
見たことない人だね。
Well, well, you're a new face. Just then, as I was approached by a man who appeared to be a resident of the apartment holding a room key in his hand.
迷子、友達に会いに来たとか
You lost? Did you come to meet a friend or something?
あ、もしかして新しく入居する人内見に来たんでしょ
Maybe you're the new girl who just moved in, come to take a look around. His eyes pinned me down and he lurched closer to me. Deciding not to engage, I silently nodded before turning away from him.
待ってよ、もう少し話さないよかったら、この辺案内するしさ。
Hang on, let's talk some more. I can show you around if you want. He placed his arm on the wall in front of me, casually blocking my exit.
ここ、女の子が全然住んでないから、君みたいな子と会えるの貴重なんだよね。
There's not a single cute girl in this place. Meeting somebody like you here's a real treat for me.
楽しみだな。ね、仲良くしようよ。
It'll be fun, right? We'll get well acquainted, I'm sure. Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk. Pulls out a taser. As I tried to escape, he grabbed my arm forcefully. I froze. I was about to scream and try to run away from him when
こいつは
suddenly...
ここには住まねえぞ。
There's no way she's living here. Director Kobase swiftly cut between us and wrenched the man's arm away.
何すんなよ
What the hell, man? Director Kobase turned to me, his back to the furious
知り合いか
friend of yours. His voice was low. I shook my head fervently.
随分と慣れ慣れしいようだが。
Funny, he seems pretty touchy to me. Shrinking under Director Kobase's glare, the man gradually backed away. With a sharp click of his tongue, the man scurried off into the apartment building.
おい、大丈夫か
You alright? Director Kobase stared down at my arm, his face tight with concern. His eyes weren't burning with anger anymore. They were tender, relieved. My fear fell away, and Kobase's kindness dispelled all the tension in my body. I sighed, letting all the stress go.
おい、俺は真剣に言ってるんだ。
I'm being serious. He huffed with a stern frown before straightening his posture. After I thanked him for his help, Director Kobase folded his arms as though deep in thought.
まあでも、ろくでもない奴が住んでると先に分かっただけよかったか。
At least we found out that scumbag lives here before you moved in.
周辺の環境などは悪くなさそうだが、根本的な問題点が多い。
The general area doesn't seem too bad, but there are still a few fundamental concerns I have.
退去まで時間がないとはいえ、もう一度しっかり考えてみた方がいいだろう。
I realize there's not much time before you have to move out, but it might be worthwhile to think this through again.
ほら、行くぞ。
Anyways, let's get going. Can I be in your guest house now, please? With a wave of his hands, Director Kobase beckoned me to follow him, and I gladly did. But I trailed him slowly. As exhaustion hit me, the director stopped.
そこのカフェで一休みしていくか。
How about we take a break in that cafe over there? Ooh. Realizing just how hungry I was, I empathetically agreed, and he laughed.
そういえば、昼飯を食べていなかったな。
Come to think of it, we haven't had lunch, huh? No, we haven't. Let's go. We stopped at the small cafe at the end of the street for lunch. Sandwiches? Upon entering the cafe, the warm, enticing smell of coffee filled my nose. The menu featured a delicious array of sandwiches and curries of varying spiciness. As I stared at the menu, debating on what to order, I spied Director Kobase peeking at me, wringing his hands.
あのマンションへ引っ越すのはやめておけ。
You should give up on that apartment.
さっきみたいな奴が住んでいるとなると、何があるかわからない。
With guys like that around, you never know what could happen.
忙しくなると残業で遅くなる日もあるだろう。夜遅くにあんな場所に一人で帰すのは心配だ。
If things get busy at work, you might have to stay late. I wouldn't feel right about you sending you back there by yourself. As he spoke, his brows raised in concern before he sighed loudly. Honestly, after everything that happened, my desire to move into the apartment had completely vanished. Despite troubling Director Kobase to come look at the apartment with me, I was back at square one. Gosh, where will I stay? As I pondered what to do next, Kobase spoke up, his voice much breezier.
まずは注文するか。腹が減ったままだといい考えは浮かばないからな。
You should order first. No use thinking about it on an empty stomach.
お前、ブラックコーヒーは苦手だったろう。
You're no good with black coffee, right?
ほら、
That's so
この店、
right.
カフェラテとかもあるみたいだぞ。
Woohoo! Looks like they got lattes and other stuff here too. Nice. I was shocked that Director Kobase remembered how I liked my coffee. As I finished my lunch, I took a deep breath and launched back into our previous conversation. I didn't want to bother Director Kobase any more than I already had. He'd already been so kind and helpful to me. With that in mind, I decided to just hunker down in a cheap hotel and wait for a better property to open up. Worst case scenario, I'd have to live in a hotel for an entire 2 months. Let me in your house, mister. I cook and clean. Yeah. I explained that I had some money in savings and that a hotel would be preferable to the last apartment.
しかし、そんなことで落ち着いて生活ができるのか？
Can you really live that way? Do I have to take my stuff out of this apartment too? Like, I'm confused. Director Kobase crossed his arms and squinted at me as he probed for answers. The truth was, I didn't see any other option. When I told him not to worry about me, the lines on his forehead only deepened. He opened and closed his mouth a few times and cast his eyes to the table before he spoke.
なあ、これは選択肢の一つだと思って聞いてほしいんだが。
Amasawa, there's one other option I'd like to discuss with you.
実は今、うちの部屋が一つ空いているんだ。
You should know there's a room available at my place.
上司との同居なんて気が張って嫌かもしれないが。
I realize you might not love the idea of living with your boss.
俺としてはいい物件の空きが出るまでの仮住まいとして使ってもらっても構わないぞ。
As far as I'm concerned, you're welcome to use it until something better comes along. I was caught so off guard that I almost spit out my drink.
なんだ、もともと使っていない部屋だから本当に気にしなくていいんだ。
It's a little cringe, but for you, I'll make an exception. Yes, say no more. Let me. I never used the room, so you certainly wouldn't be imposing.
もちろん、賃料などを取るつもりもない。
I won't charge you for rent. Imagine all the money you're gonna save for 2 months.
だが、個室とはいえ、異性と同じ家に住むことに抵抗もあるだろう。
Even though the room would be completely private, I understand if you don't want to share a house with a man.
無理にとは言わないが、他にいい場所が見つからないなら、一度検討してみてくれ。
I'm certainly not trying to push you into it, but if you can't find something better, I hope you'll consider it. You said free? Bet. You had me at I don't have to pay rent. I met his eyes and thought hard about the sudden proposal. If I could borrow a room from Director Kobase, it would certainly cut down on the cost of the move. And while I wouldn't want to move in with a stranger of the opposite sex, if it were Director Kobase, that'd be okay. I'm okay with that. As these thoughts raced through my head, he shifted.
まあ、そう重く考えるな。
You don't need to think so hard about it right now.
答えをすぐに出す必要はない。退去するまでの間、しっかり考えてみてくれ。
Finally, MC and I are on the same page. I don't need any answers right away or anything. Just think about it, okay? Now the answer is yes, my guy. As I watched him gingerly sip his coffee, I felt the answer came naturally to me. If you'll have me. I wasn't paying attention. We're moving in with him. Yeah, we're becoming a puppy. We're the puppy now. Wink, wink. If you'll have me. Sounds great. If you'll have me.
ふつつかものって。お前、嫁にでも来るみたいな言い方だな。
If you'll have me, you make it sound as though you're moving in as my wife. He said we could stay for free. That's what you do for a wife. The director laughed at his own observation, panicked. I denied that I had meant anything of the
バ
sort.
カ、そんな焦らなくても分かってる。
Silly. No need to get all flustered. I know what you mean.
お前がいいなら、俺の方は特に問題はない。
I was half joking about being a housewife earlier. I wasn't. I wanted this. If you're okay with it, then so am I. The pace of our conversation quickened, and we worked out the details. I would move into director's place the following month. Yay! The night before the move, I finished packing my belongings, resolved to bring only the essentials. Since we were only going to be living together for 2 months, I figured I didn't need to take much. Just like all my clothes, my laptop, my gaming computer, my PC. Gosh, what else? 2 months? Everything. As I was doing a final check of my bags to make sure I didn't forget anything, my phone rang. It's Omo Rice. I looked down at the screen. Director Kobase was calling. Consoles, all the consoles.
もしもし、夜分にすまない。
The entire game library, just in case. What if I get bored? Sorry for calling so late.
明日の引っ越しな。車で迎えに行こうと思うんだが。
Since you're moving in tomorrow, I was thinking I could come to your place and pick you up.
なんだ、電車かタクシーで来るつもりだったのか。
No? Were you really planning to come by train or taxi?
荷物もそれなりにあるだろ
You have a lot of stuff, right?
う。
No.
それに、まあ、俺の方も他にこれといった用事もないからな。
Besides, I don't have anything else to do tomorrow. So, I wasn't expecting this gesture, and I expressed my sincere gratitude to him for it.
こないだのマンションでは変な輩に絡まれたばかりだろ。心配になってな。
He's worried about me. After what happened with you, with that creep at the apartment the other day, I'm worried about you. I appreciated his concern. Things like that happened the other day hardly ever happened to me. Oh, you're lucky. Boss man's so soft. Oh my gosh. Why is he so nice? Because he's beautiful. On the inside and out. When I told him not to worry, he
いや、
said,
お前には警戒心が足りていない。
You don't understand. You're not being careful enough.
10時に家の前まで迎えに行くから、おとなしく待っているように。
I will pick you up in front of your place at 10 a.m., so just wait there for me. Okay. He sounded more like a teacher and less like a boss. I gasped slightly at his shift of tone. But I knew he was being kind and agreed to ride with him. When I thanked him again, he released a breathy laugh and hung up. I wonder what life would be like when we were living together. My heart thundered. I crawled into bed. I'm so excited for us.
どうしたぼーっとして。
Come on, we're
着い
here.
たぞ。ここが俺の家だ。
This is my house. Ooh. I got out of the car and I was met with a magnificent house.
よし、じゃあほら、お前も荷物1個持て。中入るぞ。
Hi, I wouldn't call it magnificent, but it is nice. Let's be real with ourselves. You carry this bag. Let's head inside. I was staring at the house in a daze when his words brought me back to reality and I rushed to grab my suitcase. Oh! As I walked in, I apologized for the intrusion. The director just offered a small smile.
いらっしゃい。
Welcome home.
ああ、よかったら、そのスリッパ、お前専用にしてくれ。
I hope you don't mind, but please take your shoes off. I will always take my shoes off. I'm not wearing shoes as we speak. You can use those slippers in the house.
新品だから安心しろ。
Don't worry, they're brand new. I want them to have like cute little animals on them. I couldn't believe he went to the trouble of buying new slippers for me. I thanked him and we stepped inside.
こっちが今だが、とりあえず先にお前の部屋に荷物を置いてこよう。
The living room is this way, but let's bring your luggage to your room first. Going upstairs, downstairs, where are we? Have we seen the inside of his house? Oh, we did. Okay. I was like, why does this look familiar? During Nori's route, we were at his house. After placing my things in my room, we moved to the living room.
そこに座ってろ。茶でも入れる。
Have a seat, I'll make us some tea. Kobase strolled into the kitchen and I quietly took a seat. It was an utterly beautiful house. Rude as it may have been, I couldn't help but gawk at the room.
ほら、とりあえずこれでも飲んでてくれ。
Here you are. As I sipped the tea, a question suddenly popped into my head. I asked if his family lived somewhere else.
まあ、いや、家族はいない。以前事故でな。両親とも。
No, there was an accident. Both my parents were... I quickly expressed my condolences and apologized for asking something so personal.
いや、いいんだ。こっちこそ悪かった。そうだよな。どう考えてもファミリーサイズの家だもんな。
Not at all. No matter how you look at it, it's a family-sized place. We can make it family-sized again.
もともと母方の実家だったから、それなりの広さはあるんだよ。
It was my mother's family's place, so it's naturally a fairly big property.
両親が亡くなったのは、もう10年近く前のことだ。気にしないでくれ。
My parents passed away nearly 10 years ago. Wait, how old is he? Hang on. I can find out. It's just... Oh, he's 31. Okay, he's 31. They died when he was 21. He was a baby. What the heck? My parents passed away nearly 10 years ago, so don't worry about it. Whoa, again? Damn, Leo. Wait. Oh, he was an orphan at like 7. And then we adopted an orphan in the following one. There's a lot of kids missing their parents in this game. Family-sized. It's family-sized. I'm saying they need to fix that. After seeing my sympathetic expression, he smiled and quickly changed the subject. I thought you were talking about the orphans. My bad.
これからしばらくの間は一緒に住むんだからな。多少はルールとかも決めていかないと。
Since we're going to be living together for the next few weeks, we better establish some good ground rules. Alright. No means no.
前にも言ったが、家賃みたいなもんはもらうつもりがないから気にするなよ。
Like I said before, I don't plan on charging you rent, so don't worry about anything like that. But I can buy us food and I can
光
make
熱
us...
費もお前一人分が追加されるぐらいなら大して変わらないだろう。
As for utilities, since you've been living by yourself, I don't foresee a major change there. As he explained the features of the house, he showed me the kitchen. We got pasta. Looks like no, that's not macaroni. That's like panini. What's that word? Coffee grounds. Honey? Sugar. 2 different kinds. One's made for hands. I don't know.
俺はあまり自炊はしないから自由に使ってくれて構わない。
I don't do a lot of cooking for myself, so you're free to use the kitchen however you like.
冷蔵庫の中身も好きに使って、というほど食材は入ってないから、必要なもの買ってきたら冷蔵庫も好きに使え。
Feel free to use the fridge too. What if... So hang on. What I said earlier, what if we had said we liked him in a suit more? Would he be wearing his suit right now? Would this scene be in a suit? Would he be standing here looking hot but in a suit? If I had said I didn't like this outfit? Feel free to use the fridge too. There's not a lot of food in there, so you should have plenty of space for your groceries. I was so thrilled with the accommodations that I almost felt guilty. I said that at the very least, I would take care of the housework as a thank you for letting me live here.
そうか。まあ、申し訳なく思うお前の気持ちもわからなくはない。
Sir, can I stay together? I'll pay with rent. I'll pay rent however you like. I see. I appreciate you saying
で
that.
きる範囲でやってくれるか。
In that case, can I leave the cleaning around here to you? Absolutely, honey. You got it.
わかった。だが、あまり無理はするなよ。お前には会社でも頑張ってもらうからな。
Don't overdo it. You still got a job to do after all. He gently tapped my head, and I flushed with embarrassment. Ooh. To hide my burning face, I made an excuse about organizing my things and hurried to my room. Let me get my bras in order. Oh, what a cute little room. What the heck? We got Dragon Ball magazine, not magazines, mangas again. Looks like one copy of Berserk. Like, why just one? There's more than that. There I began to put my things away to help me calm down. After taking a short break, I took a moment to absorb the fact that I really would be living here for a while. Would I be able to maintain my composure while living in such close proximity to him? Does she know she likes him? A few days after moving into Kobase's place, after work was finished for the day, I was taking a breather in the break area when Oi approached me.
お疲れ様。仕
Evening.
事は順調？
How was your day? Oi would often come to me to check on me like this.
私の方は難しい案件が一つ片付いたところでさ。
I just wrapped up a really difficult project.
よかったら帰りにどう？エバーグリーンに寄っていかない？
How about a stop by Evergreen on the way home for a celebratory drink? I told her that now that things had settled down from the move, I'd be glad to join her.
よし。じゃあ帰る準備してくるから。ちょっと待ってて。
Ooh, okay, I'll scoot to get my things and then let's go. Just give me a minute, okay? Just as Oi was about to return to her desk.
なんだ、お前ら飲みに行くのか？
You two going out for a drink? Director Kobase called out to us as he passed by and overheard our conversation.
はい。部長もどうですか？ご一緒に。
Sure thing. What do you say? Director, wanna join us?
残念だが会議が白熱していてな。今も資料を取りに戻っただけなんだ。
Sorry, I'm right in the middle of a meeting. I just love to pick up some extra material. He carried a large stack of documents in his arm. I offered to help him, but...
いや、大丈夫だ。お前は今の仕事が終わったんなら、今日はもう上がれ。
I'll be fine. If you're done with your task today, you can go home.
お疲れ様です。じゃあ、今日は二人だけで女子会を
Alright,
楽し
I'm
んでく
ordering
るとし
boba.
ます
What
か。
do you guys want? Usually, I just get classic milk tea with like the normal tapioca bubbles, but sometimes I'll do the brown sugar one because I think that one's also really good. I like matcha, but I don't like matcha with boba in it. Although I've heard good things about tiger milk tea. I haven't tried that one yet. In that case, we'll just have to make it a girls' night out.
ああ、あんまり飲みすぎるなよ。
Sure thing, don't drink too much. With a small smile, Director Kobase turned to leave. Then, suddenly remembering something, he turned around to face me.
この分だと今日は俺も帰りが遅くなると思うから。
At this rate, I'll be home late too.
こっちのことは気にせず、飲んで帰ったら寝ていて構わないぞ。
No need to wait for me. Go have a few drinks and enjoy yourself. In his usual casual fashion, he brushed a hair behind my ear and left with a smile. We are dating. He's in love with me. I like the different jellies too. Coffee jelly is my fave. I haven't had I have had a sake drink that had jelly in it. I've never had that before, but it was actually really good. I will like a fruity drink with like the bursting ones though. Oh, he knows. She knows. Oi, who had been watching the whole scene unfold, drew in a sharp breath, raised her eyebrows, and placed a hand over her mouth. Oh my
ちょ
god.
っと待って。ついていけない。一
Shut
体どういうこと？
Shut up. No way. When did this happen? Come to think of it, that interaction probably seemed pretty suggestive. After calming a hyperventilating Oe down, we agreed to discuss things in greater detail at Evergreen. The gasp, the gasp. She's just like, oh, I'm done. As soon as we sat down and ordered, Oe began peppering me with questions.
ちょっと一体何がどうなってるのよ
So, spill the tea. What's going
さ
on?
っきの小橋部長の言い方完全に同棲している雰囲気だったけど
The way Director Kobase said all that earlier, it totally sounds like you two are living together. We're like this. Oh, we stopped being loud. It's just Isui, and Isui broke our heart already, so it's fine.
二人っていつの間にそういうことになってたの
When did you two, she's the so opposite of the MC. She has eyes, she talks. With a tinkle in her eyes, Oe piled on the questions as if she were a police interrogator. And loud. I turned her down. Her voice is lower, to be clear. Someone called her loud and I thought they meant literally, so I just turned her volume down, so she's actually not as loud as she used to be. I told her that I was merely staying at Director Kobase's house temporarily as a house guest.
一緒にってどういうこと
Nori, what are you doing here? This isn't even your route, my man. I love you and I miss you, but like, what are you doing here? What do you mean house guest?
びっくりしたちょっとタイナカくん驚かせないでよ
What the hell, Tainaka? You scared the crap out of me. Nori, none of your business. I was just as surprised by his presence and that he took it upon himself to jump into the conversation. In fact, the last I heard, he was staying at the director's house. Did he get a job here or something? I miss Sonori. I think of it like he's sleeping. I do miss Nori. I miss his... I was gonna say body, but that's not true. I miss his personality.
タイナカくんのことあなたも知ってたの
You heard
最
about
近エバ
Tainaka,
ーグリー
right?
ンに入ったバイトの子でたまにここで話すのよ
He got a part-time job here at Evergreen. He's a pretty good
う
listener.
ん。ななみさんが話す彼氏への愚痴とのろけ話、聞いてて楽しいよ。
Yep, it's pretty fun listening to Oe complain about her boyfriend.
タイナカくんって聞き上手だからついつい話し込んじゃうのよね
He's such a good listener. I just can't help but blab to him. When Tainaka told me that he didn't have a place to stay, I was concerned about him, so I was glad to see he landed on his feet.
で一緒って上司と部下とはいえ一つ屋根の下に年頃の男女が暮らすってことでしょ
Imagine if we had to move when we were in Nori's route. Imagine all three of us living at Director Kobase's house. Together, though, even if you guys are boss and employee, it's still a man and a woman living under the same roof. I don't believe Oe's got a boyfriend, only because we don't know what he looks like. We also don't know what Minato's mom and siblings look like, so... Oe doesn't get any action. She's too excited about our love life. But maybe she's worked in an office long enough where it's easier to say you have a boyfriend than have to constantly reject people and have them get mad at you. Oe's boyfriend and Minato's family need a sprite, literally. Or at least a CG. Like, they even put the cute girl in Cupid Parasite in CGs, even if we never saw her face, which I'm still upset about, I might add. I proceeded to tell her about the day he accompanied me to look at the apartment. I explained the whole thing in detail, everything from the rude real estate agent to the weird guy at the
なる
apartment.
ほどね確かにそれなら部長の家の方がよっぽど安全かもしれないわね
I know we're in love with Yoji, but what if he paid that man to hit on her? I'm just sad. I guess when you put it that way, the director's place is a lot safer than the apartment.
でもささっそうと守ってくれるなんて部長も案外やるわね
But hearing about the way he dashed in to save you like that, that's so unlike him.
なんかちょっとかっこいいじゃない
Sounds pretty cool. As Oe spoke, I thought back to that moment. Yeah, it was somewhat thrilling to stare at his large back as he protected me from this strange man. I didn't know he had a large back. As I reminisced about that day, Tayanaka grinned knowingly.
でもさ、もしかしたら、これから先、ドラマみたいな劇的な展開が起こるかもしれないよね。
But you know, maybe something's gonna happen. Something like on a late night TV drama, you know? Oi and Tayanaka seem to enjoy this conversation as if it were a delicious appetizer to go with their drinks.
そうそう。
Totally.
小バセ部長って家ではどういう感じなの？
What's Director Kobase like at home?
部屋が分かれてるって言ったって上司との共同生活ってやっぱり緊張しない？
Separate rooms or not, isn't it kind of nerve-wracking to live with your boss? Flooded with questions, I took a moment to think before launching into my response. Director Kobase typically left the house very early and returned home very late. As a result, we rarely saw each other in the house during the week. And even when we did bump into each other at the house, we never talked about work. We didn't talk much about chores either. If I had to describe it, it felt more like a hostel or a dorm than anything else. Oi, who listened to the whole thing silently, tilted her head curiously and continued her line of questioning.
ねえ、そもそもどうして小バセ部長の提案を受けようと思ったの？
Why did you decide to take him up on this proposal anyways? Free rent. Free rent.
マイナスなイメージっていうか、少しも抵抗はなかったの？
Didn't you think that there could be a downside? I mean, you weren't restraint at all. Resistance? Resistance, not restraint. Hang on 1 sec. My nose is itching and I don't want to scratch it. I began explaining, of course. I felt a bit strange about the idea of living with a man. And not just any man, being with your boss especially would make anyone hesitant. But maybe it was because I saw the way Director Kobase worked the company. I wanted to learn as much as possible from him. I want to emulate him. I want to become him. I want one day for you to walk into the office and be like, "Hi, Director Kobase, but it's me." It's me. The moment he brought up the idea to me, I didn't see any reason to hesitate.
なんかあなたらしいかも。
That sounds like you, Leah, does it?
何か困ったことがあったら遠慮なく相談していいからね。
Anyways, if you run into any trouble, don't hesitate to tell me. Your imagination is amazing. Thank you, Blue. Always smiled brightly as she softly pinched my cheek.
でも、ほんと、いい同居になるように応援してるから。
Seriously, I'm rooting for you guys to get along well. I thanked her and the two of us, I touched the cord that my lights thing is plugged into and it flickered. The two of us toasted together with another round of drinks. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I should tell anybody in the company about this arrangement, but I was glad to talk to Oi about it. Relief flowed through me along with a deep sense of gratitude. Imagine he mentioned, "Hey, I'll see you later at home," and did the hair tucking thing just so Oi would find out. Because Oi's so nosy. It was around 10 p.m., only 10 p.m. I guess if he got out of work at 5, I don't know. Hi, Jay! Good morning or afternoon. It was around 10 p.m. when I returned home from the night out with Oi. The living room was dark, and it was obvious Director Kobase had yet to return.
この分だと、こっちのこと。
How's everyone feeling about this route? So far, we have officially moved into Kobase's house, and we're only on chapter 2, so it's a great time. Also, he's being nice, but like subtly nice. Working so late every day, was he really okay? The more I thought about it, the more I began to worry. Make him something to eat. As if he had read my mind, a ring message popped up on my phone. I have a little more work to do. I'll be home in an hour. Got it. Hang in there. I decided to make him a small meal to give him a boost of energy and nutrition. I didn't have a lot of time or ingredients, so I won't be able to cook anything fancy, but I could whip up some udon with pork. I got to work right away. As I was cooking, a notification lit up my phone. Thinking it might have been from him, I checked it right away, but it was an email from the real estate agent regarding a room. It was something I would have jumped on previously, but things had been going well with the director. I decided to talk it over with him when he came home and turned back to cooking. Ooh. Kobase is a good guy. Did you like the little profile? I think his reaction to Minato's hobby skills. I haven't read the profile for him yet. I peeked at everyone but his. I was afraid there might be something in there I didn't want to learn yet. It was just as the delicious smell of warm soup began wafting through the house that he arrived.
Tadaima.
I'm home. I greeted him with a smile and he returned my smile with one of his own.
もう帰ってきてたんだな。どうだった？楽しか。
Back already? Was it? Did you have fun?
なんだ、このいい匂いは。
What's that nice smell?
ありがとう。ちょうど腹が空いていたところなんだ。
Thank you. I was just thinking about how hungry I am. The director quickly took off his jacket and grabbed a seat. I'd seen him several times since we started living together, but seeing him act naturally like this made my heart jump. Perhaps it was the conversation at the bar, but I found myself keenly aware of my nerves.
どうかしたか？
What is it? Perhaps noticing my lingering look, he lifted his head curiously. I prepared the director a bowl of freshly cooked udon noodles in a hurry.
うまそうだな。
Looks great. He gestured for me to sit down and the two of us began chatting.
大江と飲みに行っていたんだろう。楽しめたか？
You went out with Oe, right? How was it?
ん？新しいバイト？なんだ、お前の好みだったとか？
Tayanaka's got a new part-time job. What, do you like him or something? Upon being asked that, I mean, I do like him. I don't like him in this route, but I do like him in a different route. Sure, I like him. I knew Director Kobase was teasing me. Feeling frustrated, I answered with a smile and declared that I did like him.
どんなやつだ？
What about him? Manifesting a CG before my phone dies. Thinking, oh no, your phone's dying. Prim, I'm so sorry. Thinking about Tainaka's good points, I said that he was sweet, cheerful, and sensitive.
お前の好みはそうなのか。
His face.
俺と正反対だな。
Oh, so that's the type of guy you're into? Pretty much the polar opposite of me? Director Kobase seemed unaware of the game I was attempting to play with him. Instead, he leaned in and listened. I felt like I was playing chess with myself and decided to break it off. After regaining my composure, I told Director Kobase about how drunk Oe had gotten at the bar.
なんだ、それじゃあどっちが先輩かわからないな。
What the? It doesn't sound like she's being a very good mentor. Hang on. He was feeling a little jealous. I tried to play into it. And then he just now thinks we like naughty. This is ridiculous.
それにしても、
But
今夜はどうした？夜食なんて。
why did you go to all this trouble with the udon, I mean? I don't know. I wanted to tell him I was worried about him eating properly, but I was too embarrassed to say it. Instead, I said that when I came home and sobered up, I got hungry and he just happened to come back at the right time. It was a lie. The edges of his lips curled down. He seemed to know it was a lie.
こうして夜食を準備してくれるのは嬉しいが、お前が無理していないか心配になる。
It was really thoughtful of you to prepare dinner, but I'm worried you're pushing yourself too much.
一緒に住んでいるからって気を使う必要はないからな。
Just because we're living together doesn't mean you need to take care of me. His voice softened. I knew that his words were coming from a place of kindness and concern. Man, it's too good looking. I wanted to tell him how I felt, so I said, ooh. Okay, we're trying to raise love now because we raised the other one. I like to cook, don't worry. I just wanted to make you happy. I wanted you to give some energy. I'm not pushing myself. I wanted to make you happy sounds like love. Okay. Okay, we're even. As I spoke, my cheeks flamed and my gaze drifted downwards. Then he said,
こんなの嬉しくないはずがないだろう。
Fifth choice, I'm your wife. How could I not be happy about this? His words struck me like an arrow in my heart. I was unsure about making dinner at first, but now I was glad I did. His face.
あ、でもまさかお前、このためにわざわざ買い物行ったりしたのか？遅い時間に。
But you didn't go to the store to get these ingredients, did you, at this late hour? Was he angry? No, he was worried. I realized that I was beginning to understand his emotions better. I shook my head.
冷蔵庫のありもので何とかしたのか？
You managed to make this with what was in the fridge?
うん。お前、案外料理上手なんだな。
I guess you're a pretty talented cook. Listen, I was half joking about living with him, and look what happened. Nah, I was like, we're gonna live with this man. As Director Kobase nodded in admiration, his glasses fogged up from the heat of the udon.
ごちそうさま。
Thanks for the food. Being able to speak honestly with him made relief wash over me.
仕事もそういう感じでやればいい。あまり抱えすぎるなよ。
You should bring me some of that honesty to work. You don't have to be so uptight all the time. Then what will I do for fun? After finishing his udon, he put our dishes away in the kitchen and patted me on the head.
明日は休みだったな。もしまだ眠くないなら、お礼にお茶でも入れるが。
We're
飲んで
off
くれるか？
tomorrow. If you're not sleepy, I could make us some tea. What do you think? With that, he took a teapot off the shelf and brewed us each a cup of hot green tea. I can't wait to see your reaction to his spicy CG. Blue is over here teasing us. Steam rose from the mug, and the deep aroma of the tea leaves calmed my mind. With a clear head, I decided to tell him about the email regarding the apartment. The real estate agent informed me that a previously full weekly condo had just become available. A service that allows renters to rent an apartment for a week at a time. They'd be able to guarantee me a spot on the condition that I got back to them immediately. After listening to my explanation, Director Kobase just looked around the room.
やっと今の環境に慣れてきたところだろう。すぐにまた引っ越しというのも大変じゃないか？
By the way, I hear Access is planning on only giving the cards exclusive to pre-orders from their website. Instead of their usual first run copies, they're doing this for Radiant Tel fan disc. Oh! Did they post that on one of their lives? I mean, that kind of would make sense. Because Idea Factory is kind of like that. They have special stuff only on their website, so maybe they're trying to be more like Idea Factory when they do their releases. You're finally getting used to this place. Don't you think it would be tough to move now?
ウィークリーだって、1、2ヶ月となったら、それなり
Actually,
に
I
金も
haven't
かかるだ
pre-ordered
ろう。
my Radiant Tel yet because I usually pre-order my games at GameStop and it's not in the system yet. But if I don't get cards, I don't know. Maybe I should get it from the website. Besides, even if it's only for a month or two, those weekly condos can be pretty expensive. But will I get it before the game releases?
工事が終わるまで、うちにいてもらって構わないぞ。
That's sad because that limits you to only buy it from them directly. But they make more profit if you buy it directly from them. So I can understand their reasoning in wanting to do specials from their way only. I don't mind if you stay here until the work on your old place is done.
お前さえ良ければ。だけどな。
That's if that's what you want. The last thing I wanted to do was cause the director any trouble, so his words put me at ease. When I first moved in, I was worried about what it would be like to be with the director all day. Now I love it, but I no longer had any doubts. Okay, I was like, what's happening? We've got a spin-off.
とうとう、明日か。
Tomorrow's the big day. Go on, talk to me. I want to hear it. Oops, I copied something else. Hang on, I'm trying to get my markers ready. Lol. It was Saturday and I had no plans to go out. Or rather, I made no plans and spent the morning cleaning the house instead. He cleaned for me. And finally,
こんなもんか。
that should take care of that. Did he bring me perfume and manga? How did he know? I had finished preparing Amasawa's
し
room.
かし、今時の若い子は布団で大丈夫なのか。
Is someone as younger going to want to sleep on a futon? Honestly, if it's fluffy, I don't care. It was only for a few weeks, a month or two at the most. It would have seemed odd to buy her a bed just for that. You could have bought me. Imagine if he did buy me a bed. What if I was there and I realized this is a brand new bed I was sitting on? Now we prefer a bed, specifically yours. I was like, that's me to prefer. Oh, never mind.
クリーニングにも出したし、一応天日干しもしたしな。
I want to sleep on futon. I
これで
literally
我
sleep on
慢してもら
any.
うしかない。
I think I said this already. I sleep on a twin because I don't move in my sleep, so I don't need a lot of space. But I can't sleep pretty much on anything but a bed. We have our own bed though. We don't have our bed here because we're staying at his place. Because they're remodeling our place. I sent the futon to the cleaners and dried it out in the sun. She'll just have to bear it while she's here.
明日からここにあいつが住むのか。
She'll be living here starting tomorrow. Go on.
本当に住むのか。
Is she really planning to stay here? You invited me! Even though the whole thing was my idea, I felt terribly strange about the whole thing.
速攻で OK を出すあいつもあいつだ。
One time I was sleeping on my bed and when I woke up, I was on the floor until morning. I don't know how that happened. Isha, oh my god. A long time ago, I remember one time I woke up facing the opposite end of the bed and I don't know like how that happens. But like I didn't end up on the floor. The way she accepted it so
とはい
quickly.
え、断られたらそれはそれで心配で気が気じゃないが。
On the other hand, if she had outright refused, I probably would have been worried about this too. I didn't read 50 Shades of Grey, but is this on par? I shared a bed with my younger sister. I don't move at all, but she moves so much. I was 7 or 8 years old and I was so confused. She just kicked you out of the bed. I think once I slept in the closet, it was comfy. Honestly, I used to make a hideout in my closet, so that's fun. I think I fell out of my bed, but I didn't wake up at all. You're a great sleeper. That's impressive.
今更考えても仕方ないよな。
I guess it's too late to think about that now, isn't it?
夕飯の準備でもするか。
Suppose I should get dinner ready. He just said he doesn't need it home very much. He
一
lied.
人の食事も今日までだな。
It's me. I move a lot. We have a spare room and bed for my SO for when I kick them out of bed. Honestly, one of my friends' parents slept in different beds, and it was because the wife woke up so easy. She was such a light sleeper. Like, if you went to the bathroom in their house at night, she would wake up because she could hear you in the hall. Like, so they had different beds just for that. This will be my last meal alone for a while.
いやいや、別に絶対二人で食べなきゃいけないわけじゃないだろ
What am I saying? It's not like the two of us are going to be having meals together every night.
う。何をうろたえてるんだろうな、俺は。
Why am I fretting so much about this?
父さんと母さんが死んでから、誰かと一緒に暮らすなんて考えてもみなかったな。
I never really saw myself living with somebody else after what happened to mom and dad.
変な気分だ。
It all feels so strange. What exactly happened? I'm not nosy. I'm just really curious.
ん？あ、しまった。 明日迎えに行くって言ってなかったような気がする。
Damn, I forgot to tell her I'd pick her up
俺
tomorrow.
が車持ってるのは知ってるんだから、ちょっと考えればわかるとは思うが。
She knows I have a car. Surely she'll be able to put two and two together. She's basically unable to see or speak. Are you sure?
電話するしかないか。
Not MC is dumb. Guess I gotta call her just in case. It had been such a long time since I called anyone about anything other than work. I was surprised at how nervous I was as my fingers began to dial her number. Ooh. Ooh. I love him. I love him so much. I want to keep him forever. Look at this man. Oh my goodness. He's so cute. He is so cute. After our late udon dinner, Director Kobase and I talked late into the night. Oh. I was off the next day and slept soundly well past 11 a.m. Given his reputation as an early riser, I was surprised not to find Kobase in the living room. Was he still sleeping too? I decided to finish the chores quietly while he slept. A few hours passed and then it was nearly lunchtime and it began to feel odd that I hadn't heard from Director Kobase. Was there something wrong? Growing increasingly concerned, I decided to quickly knock on his bedroom door. Was he allergic to udon? I listened carefully, but I didn't hear a response. My concern quickly turned to fear. Given how much he had been working recently, I worried that he might have collapsed. Anxiety took over, and that's the only reason I opened the door on this man. I decided to go in and try to wake him up myself. Ha ha ha. Or is this a trap? Oh. Look at his room. I quietly made my way inside to find the director asleep on his bed. I placed a hand on my chest. Oh, so relieved. He's asleep. Kobase breathed deeply, and I couldn't help but chuckle at how serious his face looked even when he was sleeping. He hadn't eaten anything all day. It was probably time to wake him up. Ooh. Shipping costs like $7. It's an additional almost $10 for cards that I don't think I'm willing to fork over for, unfortunately. Oh, I didn't think about the shipping cost. I assumed it was free shipping, honestly. Don't do this to your roommate, folks. Yeah, don't walk into their rooms. Don't wake them up. A phrase in my house is let sleeping dogs lie. If I am asleep and I am not working that day, don't do it. I gently shook him then. Why would she shake him? Why did MC do this? I was talking to my brother. Oh, what'd she do this time? She decided to wake Kobase up. Kobase's hand grabbed my arm and dragged me into bed with him. Classic. In an instant, I was lying alongside the director. I tried to pull myself up right away, but his grip on my arm was firm and he wouldn't let go. Heat spat across my face. I leaned over to try and roll off the bed. If we get a good CG, then it's worth it. Jesus Christ. God. Hearing his deep breathing in my ear, I could tell he was just moving in his sleep. He showed no signs of waking up anytime soon. Moving was fruitless. I had no choice but to wait for him to rouse, but spending more time there weakened me. Before long, I started dozing off under the warmth of his covers. Wait, he pulled me under his covers? When did that happen? Oh, we're switching sides. When I blinked my eyes open, I wondered how long I had been asleep. By the time I woke up, it was dark outside. I slowly raised myself up, but then there was Amasawa sleeping next to me. Come the fuck on, CG. Her clothes were fine. Neither of us looked disheveled. I thought back. I vaguely remember stirring for a moment when Amasawa came to wake me up. Seeing my hand firmly wrapped around her arm, I understood what had happened. Man, this is such a bait.
やってしまった。
I can't believe I did that. He's an animal. Good, he's smart. Looking down at Amasawa, I saw her sleeping gently. Her face looked peaceful.
ザク。
Unbelievable. It was my fault that I pulled her into bed with me, but the fact that she fell asleep was terribly reckless. She's Alan. Oh no. MC didn't try to move. Yeah, she could have started clawing her. She could have acted like a raccoon right now and been like, ha, 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 and got herself free. She could have done something. She's just like, I guess this is my life now. I wanted to give her a warning. I needed to tell her to be more
こ
careful.
の家の中では、俺は上司じゃなくて、ただの男だぞ。
I'm so mad. In this house, I'm not your boss. I'm just a man, Amasawa. I draped myself over her sleeping body, the springs of the bed creaking as I moved towards her. The whole thing felt rather scandalous. Feeling the warmth of her body, I whispered in Amasawa's ears. Knowing me, I will fall asleep in his bed too. Okay. Like, I'm so sleepy. I'll fall back to sleep.
俺はお前の信頼を裏切るつもりはない。
I have no intention of betraying your trust, but...
お前が俺を求めるなら、その時は容赦しないからな。
Oh my god. If you want me, I won't hold anything back. I traced her lips with my thumb as she slept, her soft texture filling me with ravenous desires.
最初は俺を怖がっていたのに、いつの間にかまっすぐに慕って
Is
く
this
れるように
respect?
なっ
She's
た。
sleeping in your bed, my man. I always wake up in the morning and then an hour later I'm back to sleep. This is a big turn. What? She was scared of me at first, but before I knew it, she came to respect me.
そんなお前を上司として可愛く思わないはずがない。
That doesn't sound like the right sentence. As your boss, I can't help but favor
だが
you.
時折、ただの男として、お前に触れてみたくなる。
That's a lot. That's a lot. Sometimes as a man, I can't help but want to touch you. That line cringe, but this one is good. Touch me, sir. From her lips to her cheeks to her shoulder, my hand glided down the shape of her. The tickling of my hand caused Amasawa's to shift slightly.
何やってるんだ、俺は。
The hell am I doing? I didn't say anything. I mean, what? Disgusted with my behavior, I quietly moved away from her and off the bed.
もう少しだけ寝かせておいてやるか。
I'll let you sleep a little longer. This did not turn into the same cutscene as like Collar X Malice, where I end up sleeping in bed with a hot one. Was it the hot one? Was it the hot one? I can't remember. Or was it the annoying redhead? I can't remember. I'll let you sleep a little longer. After muttering those words, I left the room. I'm now sleeping in his bed. See ya? Okay. A few weeks had passed since I started living with Director Kobase. Little by little, we began to open up to each other. We're not gonna talk about that scene. There was no CG, nothing. I cannot type for the life of me. It's okay. I can't read for the life of me most days. Asia, I see. I thought you were saying the name of the person from Collar X Malice. I was like, see ya? I don't remember that name, but I guess. Little by little, we began to open up to each other. We became more familiar. In terms of work, our communications were smoother than ever. We've been shafted, shaking my head. Oh, God. During an Astarcy production meeting...
おい、昨日頼んだ資料はどうなってる？
pause to cough and hit skip read. Oh my god. What happened to those documents I asked you about yesterday? I quickly handed him the meeting material I prepared and he began to review them. My main responsibilities was to prepare materials for presentations and help the director make those presentations.
数字はもっと見やすく大きなフォントで書くように言っただろう。
Minato's route, no family sprite. Higa route, no spicy CG. Yuji route, no CG of that? The disrespect. I know, right? You did not just pull me into bed and we didn't instantly get a CG. What? Maybe the spicy CG we get later will make up for it. Blue already knows the answer to that. I thought I told you to make the numbers larger so they'd be easier to read.
資料だと思うから硬くなるんだ。企業パンフを作る気持ちでやってみろ。デザイナーならそういうの得意だろうが。
You're thinking of this as an internal document. It's not. It's a pamphlet. Tackle it as a designer.
ここのグラフもだ。数値は最新のものか？ちゃんと確かめたんだろうな。
And the figures on this graph, are these the most recent figures? I assume you double check to make sure they are. I just hate the bait so much. I'm so sorry. I nodded in confirmation while taking notes on the area he wanted me to improve on. I informed him that I had double checked with Oi the figures.
先回りされたか。わかった。じゃあ今言った箇所を修正してこい。
Alright. Looks like you're one step ahead of me. In that case, proceed and fix the previous issues I mentioned. Okay. Saitomi and Minato watched us, tilting their heads curiously.
なんかあいつ、最近妙にコバさんの扱いに慣れてねえか？
Is it just me or does she know how to handle old Koba better than before? Maybe.
つか、コバさんも前より柄が悪い気がする。
Plus he's like borderline rude with her now.
さあ、前からあんなもんじゃないですか？
Isn't that the same as always?
いやいや、あれは絶対なんかあるだろう。
Saitomi's are like, there's something in the air. I can taste it. No way, there's something going on there. How dare they How dare they not talk about that at all? Just skip to the part, right? She didn't wake up afterwards in his bed and question why she was in his bed. There was no conversation. Like,
そりゃあ、毎日これだけビシバシ教育されていたら、慣れるってもんじゃない？
what did you expect? They've been working hard together. They're bound to become more familiar. Wink, wink, wink. Always slid into their conversation to cover for us. She was still the only one who knew about our living situation.
雑談はその辺にしておけ。
Cut the chatter. Director Kobase gave a small cough and looked over at Minato.
例の件を説明してくれるか？
Now, would you kindly explain what's going on?
はい。
Yes. The website of a major company was projected onto the meeting room main screen. The site was announcing a competition for companies to jointly develop an information dissemination application. I don't know if I said that right.
これ、うちみたいにもともとアプリを持っている企業でも応募できるのか？
Can a company like ours that already has an app even apply?
はい。その場合、現行のアプリをどのくらいまで相手の要望に合わせて回収できるかが焦点になると思います。
In that case, the focus will be on how much the application can be modified to meet their needs.
右肩下がりとはいえ、エスター市には元々のユーザー数がありますからね。
Minato breathed. Even with the steady decline, the Starsea still has a substantial user base. Minato nodded as he scrolled down the page.
大規模に回収すればするほど、新規ユーザーにとって注目の的となることは間違いないでしょう。
The more extensive the modifications we make, the more attention we're likely to attract from new and existing users alike.
ああ、このコンペが取れれば、エスター市存続についても大きく風向きが変わるだろうな。
Indeed, winning a competition like this could be a game changer for keeping a Starsea alive. Everyone's eyes lit up at his words. Entering a competition hosted by a major company, it made my heart race with a mix of anticipation and
我
anxiety.
々も参加する方向で、これから社長と営業部に話をつけてくるつもりだ。
I'm gonna talk to the president and the sales team to see if we can join.
協力してくれるか？
Will you help?
もちろんです。絶対に取りましょう。
Of course, let's win this thing.
久々に腕が鳴るって感じだぜ。
It'll be nice to finally have a chance to show you all what I can do.
まあ、できる限りは。
It's my job. So yeah.
お前らならそう言ってくれると思ったよ。
I had a feeling you all would say that. After struggling to find sponsors, finally having a clear goal in sight gave us all something to work towards.
実際に動き出すことになった場合、
If we're really planning to do this,
コンペ用の作業は俺を筆頭に、早乙女と湊に手伝ってもらおうと思う。
I'd like to head up putting the competition materials together. And I'd like Saitomi and Minato to help me.
早乙女はリニューアル用の企画進行と並行して、こちらの企画も考えてもらうことになる。
Saitomi, you'll be working on this project at the same time as the renewal.
余裕っす。
I can handle it.
湊は引き続き現行の運営も見てもらうが、
Minato, I'll need you to continue looking over operations as well.
内部やプログラム的に修正できる部分は、ヨフィーさんのおかげで、だいぶ作業は終了しているんで。
Thanks to Yofi, we've largely finished fixing the internal and program-related issues.
コーナーの維持や更新なども、だいぶ楽になりました。
It's become a lot easier to update and maintain the columns in the app.
お前にはコンペ企画用のデザイン部分をかなり手伝ってもらうことになると思う。
Amasawa, I'll be counting on you to help us with the design aspect of the competition. I was afraid that I'd have to assist with the planning, but I told him I was confident I could do a good job of the design side.
よし。あとは、応援にはテンプスティさんの対応をお願いしたい。
Good. All that's left is for Oi to handle things from with Tempesty.
はい、それは全然。というか、テンプスティさんとのコラボに関しては、このまま進めても大丈夫なんですよね。
Yes, as far as the Tempesty collaboration is concerned, we're clear to proceed as usual, right?
ああ。他にスポンサーを集めていることは、最初の計画でお伝えしたからな。
Yes, we told Tempesty we'd be recruiting additional sponsors in our original planning document.
それに、現時点では、テンプスティさんとのコラボ同様、専用ページを作って遷移させるタイプにしようと思っている。
It will probably be pretty similar to the Tempesty collaboration. It'll involve creating a dedicated page for transitioning. I can do it.
実際コンペに参加したら、先方の意向も取り入れていかないとだからな。実際にはどうなるかはわからんが。
Even if we do decide to participate in the competition, there's no guarantee we'll actually win. That's fair.
とはいえ、当初のイメージよりちょっとリニューアルの規模がでかくなるだろうから、この後伺って伝えるつもりだ。
Still, the renewal will likely be bigger than the original planning. I'll pay them a visit and let them know.
この後すぐにアポ取ってあるから、お前も一緒に行くか。
I'll make an appointment, so to go after this meeting. Amasawa, care to join me? I said that by all means. I'd like to go too. Yes, take me. After the meeting, Director Kobase and I immediately headed to Tempesty.
その件なら弊社でも話に上がりましたが、なるほど。
I see. Yes, we'll discuss this internally as well.
確かにあそこがついてくれるなら、細々といくつものスポンサーを集める必要もなくなるでしょうね。
If it were to succeed, it would eliminate the need to go out and find a large number of smaller sponsors.
はい。それで、
Yes, so...
ええ、もちろん。弊社とのコーナー制作さえ予定通り進めていただければ何も問題ないですよ。
Yes, of course. As long as you continue your work with us on our columns as planned, it won't be a problem.
ありがとうございます。それで今後御社とのやりとりは大江がメインで担当しますので。
Thank you very much. Moving forward, Oe will be the main point of contact. The report evolved directly into a meeting which ended after about an hour.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
こちらこそよろしくお願いします。
Thank you as well. Yes, we're so polite here.
では、失礼いたします。
Now, if you'll excuse me, what about me?
あなたは以前はデザインのお仕事をされていたんですよね。
You used to work in design, correct? Surprised, I paused before I nodded. Yeah, how'd you know?
小橋さんの元に来た途端、いろいろなお仕事をすることになって大変でしょ？
Suddenly forced to work under Kobase, doing a wide variety of jobs. It must be pretty tough transition, huh? He was right. I admitted that thinking about how easy my days became made my head spin. Busy, not easy. It's like, what makes no sense? I added that I honestly had been enjoying my work more than I ever thought possible.
充実しているんですね。
Sounds quite fulfilling. Thank you.
最後、吉岡さんと何話してたんだ？
What were you and Yoshioka talking about back there? All that came to mind was how Yoshioka said that my job sounded fulfilling. I'm doing my best, my man. Are we trying to make him jealous anytime we talk to a guy? Nothing in particular. Somewhat embarrassed about feeling fulfilled by a job I still wasn't able to do well. I decided to act demure.
なんだそれ。俺には内緒の話か？まさか、俺の悪口じゃないだろうな。
Something you can't tell me? You weren't talking poorly about me, were you? I rushed to tell the director that that would never happen, and his smile was back, and he smiled back at me.
冗談だよ。わかってるさ。
I'm just kidding, you know. Are you? Are you kidding? Smiling softly, Kobase suddenly placed his hand on my shoulder. The weight of his hand felt comfortable, but when I remembered this was an office district, my cheeks flamed.
と、悪い。ほら、さっさと帰るぞ。
So he admits that he knows what he's doing is not work appropriate. Okay, cool. Right, sorry, let's head back. Since coming to a Starcy planning department, this would be my first major job. I refocused my mind and resolved to be as helpful as I could to everyone around me. The next day. Oh. After preparing presentation documents for the next morning, Director Kobase stepped out for a dinner meeting. Arriving home first, since I had nothing urgent to attend to, I took a bath. Does this look like Minato's bathroom as well? As I flipped on the hairdryer, I mused absent-mindedly about the day. If we did participate in the competition, my work would only increase. There would be interviews, proposals. I was so overwhelmed that I realized I had completely forgotten to bring a change of clothes. Figuring the director wouldn't be home for some time, I thought it would be safe to head back to my room in a towel. I nervously peeked my head around the hallway to be sure there was no signs of anyone in the house. Decided to go for it, I rushed out of the bathroom and into the hallway and right into him. Just then...
ただい...
I'm home.
ま...
Oh. We stared at each other for several long moments like deer caught in headlights. The first to speak was Director Kobase.
お前、なんて格好してんだ!
What? Why are you dressed like that? I'm not dressed at all, actually. His face bright red, he shifted his gaze to the ceiling to avoid looking at me. Why, what's wrong with me? I clutched my towel, blushed feverishly, and apologized.
謝るのはいいからさっさと戻れ!
I don't need an apology, just go. He tried to shoo me away, but I was too mortified to move. Why? Desperate to explain, I said that I was just so busy thinking about the competition that I forgot to bring a change of clothes.
俺は戻れと言ったはずだ。理由なんか説明して、ずいぶん余
She's
裕
like,
だな。
please, what just happened? She's in a towel in front of him. I told you to leave. How can you just stand there and explain things like that? He approached me, his gaze lidded as his eyebrows drawn, his hand reached around my face and drove me back against the wall? Wait, what? As I stood motionless in surprise, his long fingers gently grazed my hair. I...
そんな姿で廊下に出るなんて、もしかして、俺のこと誘ってるのか?
Walking around the hall like that, is this some kind of invitation? Oh my.
お前がそのつもりなら、乗ってやらないこともない。
I mean, take me, sir. Wow. What? If it is, I'll gladly take you up on it. Why is she eyeless? Oh my god, this makes this so weird. Wow. Wow. Got her collarbone though. Look at her collarbone. I didn't say shit. His breathy whispers tickled my neck and my whole body froze. I could hardly process what was happening. I remained completely still. Wait. This is not the one Blue saw. Oh my god. Is this the smell? Oh my gosh, this is the first time I see him. Dude, he just kissed our neck. He moaned softly as he kissed my neck.
反応が可愛いな、お前。
Your reactions are just adorable. I felt my hips sway as he sucked gently on my nape and I collapsed into him. Wait.
お前は油断しすぎだ。この間だって。
Is this a dream? I've never seen a dream CG before. You're too careless, you know, like the other day. When I told him I didn't know what he was talking about, he just laughed softly into my ear.
わからないなんてことはないはずだ。俺と寝ただろ。
How could you not know? You slept with me, didn't you? Is this the same game? Blood rushed to my face because of his phrasing, but I had an idea of what he meant. Perhaps it was when he grabbed me by the arm and pulled me into bed.
あの時、お前は俺から離れることもできたはずだ。
You could have left.
どうして
So why didn't
離れ
you?
なかった?
I didn't want to wake you. His increasingly pressing questions left me without answers. Why didn't I leave? Because I felt comfortable next to him, and despite his forceful nature, even then, that feeling of comfort was unchanged. But I couldn't put it into words why I felt the way I
答え
did.
ないなら続けるぞ。
If you don't answer, I'll keep going. Oh my.
仕事だけじゃなく、こっちの方も、俺が手取り足取り教えてやろうか。
Just like I taught you at work, want me to teach you here? Two things. She doesn't have a voice. I'm literally falling on the floor if I was her. I'm surprised she's still standing. Guided by my furiously beating heart, I prepared to answer him with a nod of my head, but just then, someone's phone's gonna ring and ruin this moment? Oh, it's even better. Aw, he called us a dummy, basically. Director Kobase pulled his hand away and flicked my forehead with his fingers. No way. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. He cannot do that. He can't be like, you idiot. He kissed her neck. You don't get to turn away and act like that. You're so silly. Little fool. Like, no.
すまん。冗談だ。
Fuck by the cock. Oh my god. He can't fucking do that.
お前があまりに無防備だから釘を刺しておこうと思ってな。
That's not a gentle warning. You do not press a girl against a wall and kiss her neck and then be like, I was just showing you the danger you were in. Gentle warning. How? How the fuck? Oh god. You really ought to be more careful. I thought I'd give you a gentle warning. After hearing him say that, I knew he was teasing me before. I don't care if he was teasing you before. He kissed your neck. He put his lips on your body. Even though I knew it wasn't serious, the burning sensation in my face didn't subside. MC was about to give in. I think this is the second time that has happened. Dude does not know what gentle means. You know what? That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one. Oh no, Tarp, I'm late. You missed the CG. I'll go back. Hang on. I'll show you the CG real quick. We all enjoyed the CG. This just happened in game. Hang on. I gotta remember how to hide. There we go. This is what you just missed. She's taking a shower, getting ready to take a shower. She forgot her clothes and he wasn't home yet. And so she thought she could make it back to her room before he got caught, but he caught her. And then he kissed her neck and said he was just showing her how she was in danger. Casually. All casual like. Not casual at all. This is not.
怖がらせちまったな。悪い。
I didn't mean to scare you. Sorry. No, you're gonna go with me into the shower now. What are you talking about?
だが、俺はお前の上司である前に男だ。行動には十分気をつけてくれ。頼むから。
Why does every boy want to play Predator in this game? That said, I may be your boss, but I'm also a man. You've got to watch yourself.
ほら、早く部屋へ戻って服を着てこい。
Now go on ahead, head up to your room and get dressed.
今度その格好でいたら今日の続きをするからな。
Is that a promise? Like, what? I'm just a man and MC's just a woman. If I see you dressed like that again, we'll continue where we left off today. Done. That's when you're like, do you promise? Like, to his face. I knew he might have just been trying to mess with me, but thinking about what he had transpired made my heart race. I shook my head and raced to my room, trying to cover up the embarrassment rising within me. Don't go down until you're ready to apologize, miss. Oh god. I thought you didn't like that in the other route. This isn't like that. There's definitely a clear distinction between this and Geoffrey. I will say very clear. I took deep breaths, then walked out to the living room. The director was sitting on the couch, beckoning me to join him. We don't speak of other routes.
着替えたな。こっちへ来い。
You're dressed. Come here. He took his jacket off, guys. At his prompting, I sat beside him and faced him as he began to speak.
改めて言わせてもらうが、お前、男と住んでる自覚はあるのか？
Oh, we're in trouble. Allow me to ask you again. Do you realize you're living with a man? I am fully aware that you are a man.
そんなんだと、取って食われても文句は言えないぞ。
If you understand that, you'll realize why you should be more careful. Maybe it's you that needs to realize something. I apologized and promised him that I would be more cautious from now on.
ああ、くれぐれも気をつけてくれ。俺は別に聖人じゃないからな。
See that you are. I'm no saint after all. You never even touched me in Verche, okay? I was so deprived. Don't make that promise. I won't promise you to, like, at the same time. The director seemed to be acting as though everything was normal, as though nothing had happened before, as if I can't still feel his lips on my neck. Like, he had kissed my ears and neck and had whispered things that made me drown in heat? Was it really just to warn me? We're all thirsty here. We've been deprived, honestly. Was that really his true intention? Thinking that way caused a dull ache to well up in my chest. Thirsty for Yoji. Verche is pain, sobs, despair. After excusing myself to apply some lotion to my face, I returned to see the director had already changed clothes. He changed into the outfit he knows I like. His hands were grasping something that looked like a letter. Noticing my presence, Director Kobase folded the paper and put it away in his bag. Is it a marriage certificate? I'll sign it. Trying to shake off the awkwardness I felt before I asked him about the status of the competition.
ああ、そうだったな。
That's right. Director Kobase turned his body towards me and began to speak.
お前たちのやる気を伝えたら、無事に社長の許可をもらうことができた。
We're all down for Yoji. He is the one. He is the one. When I told the company president about everyone's desire to enter the competition, he gave us the go-ahead.
めったにないチャンスだから、一丸となって取り組むようにとのことだ。
It's a tremendous opportunity and he wants us to work flawlessly as a team. I'm not even flawless in Mortal Kombat. Like,
まだ明日の営業部との話し合いが残っているが、おそらく問題ないだろう。
I still have to clear things up with the sales department tomorrow, but that shouldn't be a problem.
俺が必ず口説き落としてみせる。
I promise I'll get them to see things our way. Alright, if you say so. Kobase's passion revealed itself in his confident grin.
これから改めて忙しくなると思うが、よろしく頼んだぞ。
Things are about to get even busier. We'll all have to pitch in and work together. I nodded enthusiastically to show him how excited I was, but he poked my forehead in response.
あんまり調子に乗るなよ。
That voice actor could sell me insurance and I would still get wet. What? Oh my god. He could just say anything and I'm down. I'm okay. He's just like describing the most boring thing. Oh, God, sorry, not sorry. Don't overdo it. His eyes narrowed and he leaned forward to whisper in my ear.
期待してるからな。
I'll be counting on you. Okay, let me take my shirt off. Like, Jesus. I felt closer to him than ever before and my heart filled to the brim with joy. Sorry, but like... No, the next day, after his meeting with the sales department, Director Kobase called us into the conference room.
企業コンペの件だが、社長、営業部との協議の結果、正式に参加することが決定した。
I can't wait for Tarp's reaction to the spicy CG. Yeah, Blue saw a spoiler. Blue knows something we don't know. Regarding the competition, after discussing it with the president and the sales team, we've decided to move forward. There's Spice. I know you've missed Spice, haven't you?
エスター氏再起のためにも、このチャンス、絶対に落とすわけにはいかな
I
い。
think it's time for me to leave. Have fun with this route. I'm sorry your phone's dying, Prim. Have a good day. We can't afford to lose this chance to revise Astarzi. Director Kobase spoke each word with firm conviction.
これからますます忙しくなると思うが、頼む。どうかみんなの力を貸してほしい。
I know all of you are extremely busy, but I'm going to need your help if we're going to make this work. With that, he politely bowed his head. It's not like a mind-blowing CG,
今
but
更
it's
何
good.
言ってんすか。
Is it at least as good as Minato's? Minato's was good. Also, what Minato was saying made his even better. Like, if you're sore later, blame it on me. Like, that is a sentence that makes me happy in my heart. What's with all of you? What's with you all of a sudden? Saitomi chuckled and scratched his cheek. He's like,
今までが物足りなかったくらいですよ。
There's barely been anything for me to do around here
い
anyway.
よいよ俺の企画力が火を吹くわけでしょ。腕が鳴ってしょうがないですって。
My planning skills are second to none, right? I'm looking forward to finally getting a real challenge.
そうだな。
Glad to hear it.
しかし、今まで進めてくれている企画も改めて取捨選択することになる。
I think my favorite CGs were in Code Realize. So, fun fact, Code Realize, it said, and I could be wrong, I'll double check somebody else's opinion, that Code Realize's the first game is about 30 hours. And I think I could probably, if it is in fact 30 hours, play through that before Tengoku comes out, just to get the first one out of the way. Because I wanted to do the Winter Tides in December. So that means I have to make progress on that at some point. We'll have to reevaluate some of the projects you've been working on.
先方へのプレゼン用に予定より完成を早めるものと練り直すものが出てくるだろ
We'll likely have to wrap up and present some of them earlier than planned.
う。いくつかボツになる可能性もあることは念頭に置いておいてくれ。
And keep in mind that some of them will likely be rejected.
まあ、仕事なので、やるだけやりますよ。
That's my job, so I'll do what I have to.
そうそう。ボツになったら、それよりいいものを出すだけです。
When was the last time he roasted Satomi? Oh, goodness. A while? It has been too long. I mean, that's right. If our projects get rejected, we'll just have to create something even better. I don't even understand how MC can still act normal after that encounter with Boss Man. I don't know either. She was like ready. She was ready. He's like, do you want to learn? And she was about to be like, mm-hmm. And he was like, I'm just kidding. I don't remember how long I played Code Realize the first game. Like, I searched it just to see, because I was like, maybe. I still like him better than Toxic Stalker Boy, but he still has some major issues. That's so true. He has his own toxicity. Like, he's very on this. If you did the test, he would come back positive for toxins, but Yofi's the test set on fire. Like, Kobase smiled at their tenacity. They got tenacity.
新しいチームにお前たちを選んで本当に良かった。
I'm glad I chose you all to be on my team. Are you most proud of me? Everyone exchanged glances, surprised by the director's honest smile. Shaking my head, such a waste. I would act normal with him at work, but home, hell no. I mean, imagine he comes home and she just changes right back into the towel. She's like, and you, as you said. Yoji's happy. I want to pet him. I want to pet him too.
なんか変じゃないですか？そんなに優しいと雪でも降るんじゃ。
Why are you acting so friendly, director? Did the forecast call for snow and hell today?
俺だっていつも怒ってるわけじゃない。たまにはちゃんと感謝を伝えないとな。
Come on. I'm not always so grumpy. Besides, I have to show my appreciation for you all every once in a while.
なんか逆にプレッシャーが半端ねえな。
It's weird. His cheerful mood feels like it's upping the pressure.
どう転んでも失敗できない雰囲気ですね。
Indeed, no matter what happens, I feel like I can't let him down.
狙い通りの展開だな。
That's the point. Both Saitomi and Minato shuddered at director Kobase's honest response.
よーし、エスター氏のために一致団結してこのコンペ絶対に勝ち取りましょうね。
Alright, let's work together and win this competition for a Starsea.
じゃあ今夜は決起集会的なあれでみんなで飲みに行くしかないでしょう。
Sounds like we have no choice but to go out for drinks after this to rally the team.
いいこと言うわね。部長も今夜は行きますよね。
I like the sound of that. You'll be joining us tonight, right, Director? Yeah, Director, you want to come drink with us?
ああ、もちろん参加しよ
I'll be there. Good. Good. Minato?
はあ、これ、行くしかない流れですよね。
I'm gonna have to go too, huh? His voice, man. This man, is this his normal voice? I need to hear this guy talk normally. He covered his mouth with his hand, then sighed in resignation. Despite his reluctance, Minato agreed to join us for a drink at Evergreen. I miss you, Minato. But not for long. Having all of us together warmed my heart. I silently promised myself that I would give it my all for our team. That night, after a lot of drinking at Evergreen, knowing that Director Kobase and I were returning to the same place, Oe put us together in a taxi. That allowed me to return home with him without anyone getting suspicious. Perhaps because we had too much to drink, Director Kobase stumbled as we got out of the taxi. Supporting him with his arm around me, we lumbered towards the living room.
う。と、
Oof. Just as I was about to put him down, he stumbled over a book. That is a hazard, even here. And we both fell on the couch.
ああ、すまん。大丈夫か。
Sorry, you alright? I could feel his breath on me as he spoke, and my heart involuntarily raised. I shook my head and told him I was fine. He smiled, and we both propped ourselves up on the couch. No CG. Hang on, Asia. Give it a second.
しかし驚いた。お前結構飲めるんだな。
Although, who knows? We didn't get a CG the last time they were in bed together. I'm pretty surprised, Amasawa. You can drink. Legally, yes. Kobase patted me on the head, but because he was drunk, he was much closer than he usually was. I'm fighting this game. I was quite surprised by how much he could drink too. He had far more than I did. But his hand lingered on my head. My body began to rush with heat, and I jumped up to get some water. I'm gonna be right back. I'll be right back. As soon as I pulled a bottle of water out of the refrigerator, I heard his voice call from behind me.
今日は気分がいいから二人で少し飲み直さないか。
It's a celebration today. How about we have another?
あ、もちろん無理にとは言わないが。
Of course, you don't have to if you don't want to. Happy for the opportunity to drink with him, I agreed eagerly. She has no survival skills. She does not remember yesterday. She's blacking out. After bringing back 2 beers, I quietly sat beside him.
そういえば、ここでお前と飲むのは初めてだな。
Come to think of it, this is the first time the two of us has ever had a drink here. I was so nervous that my fingers slipped when I tried to open the can. Kobase huffed and opened it for me. Then he raised his beer and a small cheers before throwing back the can and drinking it with relish, just as coffee, but I'll do it.
みんなには話していないが、俺はな、社長に個人的な大きな恩があるんだ。
I never told you guys this, but the company's president, I own big. On a personal level.
足を向けて寝られないというか、心底感謝してる。
I see. So the guy's like family for him. I mean, really, really owe him. I'll never forget what he did for me.
だから、彼が立ち上げたエスターシというアプリを守り、大きくすることが、せめてもの恩返しだと思ってるんだ。
I feel like helping him protect and grow a Starsea and the app that he started, it's the only way I can repay him.
今回、テこ入れの話が出たとき、俺は自分から統括部長を志願した。
So when the idea of supporting the app came up, I volunteered to lead the project.
お前を含め、思った通り、最高のメンバーが集まったと思ってる。本当に。
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think we could have picked a better group. That includes you, by the way. Words like this were rare from a man like the director, but his sincerity shone through. Even if it was while he was drunk, I was just happy that he confided in me. Feeling a bit tipsy myself, I decided to speak up a little too. You should tell the others. Working with you is the best. What are you really after? That means a lot to me.
Put
a fan art in Discord. I'm gonna make an Atomi someday. I hope. Oh, really? I'm taking notes. Honestly, I'm gonna do a panel at a con this year. Oh, that's so pretty. What the heck? Tarp, that's gorgeous. I will play your Atomi game when you make it. Like, it's gorgeous. I like the colors you used on it. That didn't affect our thing. We have to load again. Alright. You should tell the others. Seemed like the right answer, but I wanted to be about me. Plot twist. Neither one was right. He didn't like either one. If it doesn't affect our work-love balance, that means nothing. Working with you is the best. What are you really after? What are you really after seems so suspicious. What are you really after? I'm concerned. Oh. Okay, love went up. What am I really after? Asking things like that, you might regret it later. I want to regret it. He laughed teasingly at me, but I told him firmly that I wouldn't regret it. That's the thing about you. Our eyes met and it was impossible to look away. Reminder, she has no eyes. I want to regret it. Thank you. Thank you. Boy can't keep teasing us like this. I don't know, man. This has been nothing but tease the whole time. You tend to get carried away both at work and at home. I have no idea what you're talking about. I did not paint my own bathroom in 3 days. His words pierced me and I looked up at him, my cheeks turning bright red. Wow. Wow. Why are you staring at me with that pretty face of yours? His large fingers reached out and gently pinched my cheek. Embarrassed, I involuntarily laid my hand on top of his. Embarrassed? That's not how you... Baka. How can you be so careless? I don't know, man. I feel like you're a bear and I'm like literally covering myself in salmon and you're still not noticing me. Like, please. He spoke in a small voice and slowly intertwined his fingers with mine. Okay, that makes no sense because you put your hand on top of his hand and his hand's on your face. This is like reading a book right now. How did he, unless he did this, in which case my hand would no longer be touching my face. Stop blaming me. Oh God. I need a CG to understand what this looks like. When you look at me like that, I just can't control myself anymore. The gentle graze of his fingers against mine and his low, hushed tone made my heart thunder in my ears. You once said that you like guys who are cheerful, guys who are kind. Indeed, I believed I said something like that when the two of us were talking about Tainaka. At the time, I thought Kobase was teasing me, so I told him that I liked sweet and cheerful guys. I said I never thought that he would remember something so trivial. Of course I remember. After all, I'm not that type of guy. I'm not bright or cheerful like Tainaka.
俺はお前の恋愛対象にはならないんだと
This feels like the first
少しの
route
安堵と
where your little
痛みを
choices...
感じた。
I'm so sorry, Yoji. This is the first route that feels like your little choices actually affect your dialogue. For longer than just right then. I'll admit that when you said that, I felt somewhat disappointed but a bit relieved.
だが、恋愛対象じゃないなら、こんな風に思わせぶりな態度は取るな。
If you're not into guys like me, you shouldn't be giving me so many signals. With our hands entwined and clasped together, I felt my body getting hotter by the second.
前にも言っただろう。俺は男だと。
Sir, I told you before, I'm a man after all. Right? I am into you. It's illegal, sir. Then he slowly brought his face closer to mine. Oh, okay. And a soft kiss felt gentle on my puzzled lips. My heart was spinning and I wasn't sure exactly what was happening, but I couldn't bring myself to pull away from his sweet embrace. He kind of looks derpy. Honestly, he looks a little bit like the guy from Jack and Jean that I'm trying to romance in this one. Kakaji? Kakaji? He's such a huge tease. I was about to pull away, he stopped. I stopped him and pulled him closer to me. Oh!
拒絶しなくていいのか。引き返すなら今だぞ。
Oh, well, we're gonna regret this tomorrow. You don't want me to stop? If you want to turn back, now's the time. His grip on me never loosened. It was clear he had no intention of letting me go. He said he would let us go, so don't say it like that. I hope we get payback for his tease. His lips ghosted over mine, giving me a choice, but he held me tightly. As I managed to whisper that I couldn't have been happier.
アホ。あんまり可愛いこと言うと、すぐに食っちまいたくなるだろう。
Idiot, you say things like that and I'll swallow you whole.
もう少し、ゆっくりお前を味わわせろ。
Let me savor this time with you. Oh.
お前の口の中、甘いな。さっき飲んでた酒の味か。
These lines, this breathing, I'm dead. You taste so sweet. Was it that liquor you were drinking earlier? We didn't need the other routes. This is the one. Director Kobase's warm lips teased me, making my mind go blank. Oh my god. In between our kisses, I exhaled his name. Did you say Kobase? Or did you say Yoji? Like, that's very important to me. In response, I saw the gaze between his glasses soften like he was staring at something truly beautiful. I had to be Yoji. Leah. Sweetly, he whispered my name. He didn't actually whisper in my name, which offends me. With my body on fire, I rose to him, clawing and clinging to his body, wanting more and more, so she can act like a raccoon.
これ、あまり急にがっつくな。これ、あまり急にがっつくな。
Telling me to slow down. Me. Put the beer down, Leah, no.
こんな風に。
She's excited.
緩急をつけて。
You can't do that to my heart. I'm not calm right now. Take it slow. Don't go so quickly. I'm gonna do what I want. I tried to match his pace afterwards, but I found myself unable to. Honestly, same.
ぎこちないのも可愛いな。
Which is always. You're cute when you're awkward. After that, we kissed many times. He leaned his body over and he fell asleep with a peaceful expression. He must have been exhausted. Are you for real? This is the worst route. I hate it. Then I too felt my eyelids growing heavy with sleep. Oh, shut up. How dare you? I ended up falling asleep on the couch with him. He literally. No. I hate this route. Ugh. She woke up in bed? Oh. Never coming back. This one you can't blame on me, Asia. When I woke up the next morning, I found myself tucked into my futon. That's funny. This is the second time he's teased us. How dare. Is Asia going to finish a route with us? I don't know, man. She keeps getting, like, completely destroyed. I remember being on the couch with Kobase, but everything after that was a little hazy. Did something happen? I can't remember. I quickly got dressed and headed for the living room. We were not that drunk. Director Kobase was already awake, neatly dressed, and ready for the day. Perhaps it was because he drank too much from the previous night, but his brows were furrowed as he stared at his phone. There's so much chat happening. Don't do this, MC. You were not that drunk. I can't stand this man. Help. It's okay. I'll make fan art. My heart's not okay for you. About to flip a table. Tarp's gonna draw fan art of Kobase for us. Yes. You need to draw fan art of Secret Route number 2 getting the spicy scene that you deserve to. Oh god. Perhaps it was because he drank too much the previous night, but his brow was furrowed as he stared at his phone. About to flip the table. Oh my god. I'm crying in the corner. He looked startled when I called out to him.
おはよう。よく眠れたか?
Did we startle him? Like, what? Good morning. Did you sleep well? No. I woke up in my bed. Ridiculous. When I told him that I had no memory of the previous night, Director Kobase nodded in agreement. Is she lying?
俺も昨日の記憶があやふやでな。こんな酔い方普段はしないんだが。
It's a little bit hazy for me too. I don't normally drink like that. The two of us fell asleep on the couch last night.
夜中に喉が渇いて目が覚めて風邪をひかないようにとお前を部屋まで運んだ記憶はある。
I woke up in the middle of the night thirsty. I was thirsty too. Okay, Yuji. Like, this is ridiculous. I didn't want you to catch a cold, so I carried you to bed.
どうやって運んだか? あれだ。お姫様抱っこってやつ。
She's asking the important questions. And in what manner did you carry me to my bed? How did I carry you? Like a groom carries a bride. With a mix of embarrassment and remorse, I quietly thanked the director. Oh my god.
気にするな。それにしても飲みすぎたな。二日酔いで頭がガンガンする。
Like a potato just dragging her. Oh my god. Ugh, don't worry about it. I drank way too much last night. My head is killing me. I bumped you into the wall a little bit.
記憶も曖昧だし、今後は気をつけないとな。
Feel like, have you ever watched a murder documentary? Do you see how they drag corpses? Yeah. And that's that to the fact that my memory of last night is a bit fuzzy. I've really got to be more careful in the future. With a grim expression on his face, he began cleaning up the cans and snacks that were scattered around. I told him that I would clean up and that he should rest, but he flatly refused. If they both don't remember, I'll be more forgiving. Or they're both lying. If he's lying, I'm gonna flip a table.
飲み直しに付き合わせたのは俺だ。むしろ絡んで申し訳なかったな。
I bet our spin-off episode's gonna be him waking up with her at that night. You can already flip a table. Tarp gives you full permission. I'm sure he's lying. She's like, I know. I just know. I'm the one who said we should have another drink. If anything, it's my fault for getting you wrapped up in this. Oh, you remember saying you wanted another drink. I don't remember that. Why do I look so bright right now? That's on the lowest setting. We'll change it to blue. Besides, I'm always leaving the housework to you. Yeah, and I'm not paying rent right now. Let me pick up the cans.
休みの日くらいは俺にやらせてくれ。
You should let me take care of this stuff once in a while over my dead body. With that, Director Kobase took the trash from my hand. I stared at him admiringly as he went about his chores. Noticing my gaze, he turned around to face me.
なんだ、なんかついてるか？
Is there something on my face?
もしかしてこの服か？
Oh, these clothes. Yeah, the clothes I like to see you in. I was too embarrassed to say it was him that I was staring at and was grateful for his misunderstanding.
この間内見で待ち合わせした時もそうだが、お前こういうのが好きなんだな。
It's like when we met that one day, the apartment preview, you said you liked these clothes. I'd like to see you out of them. Yeah, could you show me, like, how do the buttons work? He's like, this is a t-shirt. just check. I'll be in the fridge. Don't go to the fridge. With a mischievous smile, Director Kobase poked my forehead.
そんなに見つめられても何も出ねえぞ。
There's no price for staring. Yeah, but maybe you are the prize, Yoji. Seeing his wary smile, in profile, I felt a pang of loneliness in my chest.
考えてみたら休日はいつもこんな感じだよな。今さら気になるか？
Do my non-work clothes still seem strange to you? No, I like it. I like your low collar. I like your collarbone.
ああ、まあ仕事で一緒の時間の方が多いもんな。
I guess we do spend a lot more time together at work.
先週も休日出勤したし。
And I ended up working last weekend too. Are we going on a date? Are you saying that we need to go on a date?
まあ、会社もスーツが決まりなわけじゃないし、社外との打ち合わせがない日は、こんな感じで行ってみてもいいか。
It's not like the company has a hard and fast rule about suits. I should try wearing this to the office sometime. He's trying to look how I like him more every day. What about your blue collared shirt? What about that one? I don't think you've worn it in this one yet. After cleaning up, Director Kobase wiped at his forehead with his arm.
そうだ、今日は昼飯も俺が作るから、お前はもう少し座って待ってろ。
Tell you what, let me cook lunch today. You just sit down and rest. Thank you. Date with Panther Boy? Okay, I don't know if that's another game, but I'll take it. I chased after the director as he headed to the kitchen. He put a flat hand on my shoulder. It's like, no.
だから遠慮するなって。
Don't be so stubborn. I wasn't being stubborn. I just wanted to make the director happy. And yet, we glared at each other, neither of us wanting to give an inch and both of us being very hungover. Yoji is clearly a panther. I mean... He's reminding me more of a snake lately. At the same time, the two of us grabbed our temples and let out a nauseous groan.
わかった。昼飯は一緒に作る。
How
これ
about
で
we
どう
cook
だ？
lunch together, deal? I agreed reluctantly. I guess. The two of us quickly got to work. I peered into the fridge excitedly, but because of my hangover, I didn't have much of an appetite. When I looked at Kobase, his frown suggested he was thinking the same thing. Why don't we just lie on the floor and just groan, like,
体に優
not
し
in a
く
sexual way?
卵
Just
が
to
ゆ
be
な
clear,
んて
just
のはどうだ？
something easy to eat. How about some eggs and rice porridge? Ooh, I love rice porridge.
せっかくだから土鍋で作るか。
How about we try to make a donable? Donate? Don-abe? What the heck is that?
米から始めても30分程度で作れるぞ。
Looks like we can make it with rice in about 30 minutes. What are we
ん？
making?
土鍋使うの初めてか？
Donabe? I guess. Is this your first time cooking with a donabe? Oh, it's like a clay pot. I see. I know what you're talking about. Just kidding.
ああ、実家にはあったのか。一人暮らしじゃ相当自炊するやつじゃないと持っていないか。
Have one at your parents' place. I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense to use one if you live by yourself. Despite his expectations, I mutter that I barely did any cooking for myself at home anyway.
なんだ、普段やらないって言っても、いざやったら手際よくできるじゃないか。
Be that as it may, you're still quite the cook. Oh, thank you.
それに、
I like
この
grilled
間お
cheese.
前の作ってくれた夜食のうどんは、
It was
本当にう
instant
まかったぞ。
udon, by the way. The udon you made for me the other day was something else. Since he rarely complimented me at work, I felt embarrassed by his kind words.
じゃ
Like,
あ
oh
お
my
前は米
god.
を頼む。土鍋はこの間の冬にも使ってるから大丈夫だと思うが。
In that case, I'll leave the rice to you. I used this donabe last winter, so it should be fine.
2人分だから1合に水 900cc だな。
Since we're cooking for two, we'll want one serving of rice with 900 milliliters of water. That seems like a lot of milliliters. With his precise instructions, I placed the rice in the donabe and got ready to start cooking. It felt somewhat like being at work.
中火で焦げつかないように時々混ぜろよ。
Medium heat, stir it occasionally to ensure it doesn't burn.
万能ネギがなかったから長ネギで代用するか。
I'm out of regular onions, so we'll have to use green onions instead. That's fine. Chives are better. I glance to the side to see him cutting the green onions with a calm look on his face.
忙しさにかまけてサボっていたが、もともと家事は好きな方なんだ。
I've always liked doing housework. I've just been so busy that I hardly ever get a chance to do it anymore.
特に料理はな、作業効率を考えるのが楽しいんだ。
I especially enjoy cooking. I like figuring out how to make things work together efficiently. After that, he began cracking and beating the eggs before stopping and turning to me.
よし、じゃあ粥は俺の方で見ておくから、お前は食器と飲み物でも用意しといてくれ。
You said I could make the rice. How are you? I'll take care of the porridge from here. Can you get the dishes and drinks ready? What drinks are we drinking? No? Okay. The layout of the kitchen was sparse, with no unnecessary tools or wasted space. Impressed with the layout, I couldn't help but think of how much it reflected the director himself. Before I knew it, I found myself staring at a delicious-looking bowl of egg and rice porridge. Nice.
いただきます。
Itadakimasu. Let's eat. The rising steam and the warm aroma of eggs captivated my senses. It was just what my tired body needed to get me back on my feet.
二日酔いにはちょうどいい。うまくできたな。
Perfect hangover food. I'm glad it turned out so well. A gentle, warm feeling spread through my chest as I ate. Okay, but like, can we make out now? We finished eating and cleaning up together. I was about to head to my room when the director stopped me.
なあ、ちょっといいか。
Do you have a minute? His words were jumbled as he spoke, and his tone was nothing like his usual calm and collected one. I sat down across from him.
お前に言わなきゃいけないことがあるんだ。
There's something I need to tell you. Are you going to remind me that you're a man again? I asked if this was about work with a smile. When I responded in such a light-hearted way, his face fell and he bowed deeply.
急で申し訳ないんだが、この部屋を出て行ってほしいんだ。
I'm sorry this is sudden, but I'd like you to move out. It was so unexpected that I was too stunned to respond. I managed to calm myself down and ask him what this was about, but he merely stared down and shook his head.
俺の勝手で振り回して本当に申し訳ないと思っている。
I'm sorry for pushing you around like this.
もちろん、引っ越しにかかる費用や新しい物件探しは、俺の方できちんと手配させてもらう。
Of course, I'll pay for all your moving expenses and I'll help you find a new place to live. When I told him the other day about the vacant property, he just smiled and said I could stay as long as I needed. I bit my lip and told him that I wouldn't leave until he told me why I had to. His eyes narrowed coldly and he snapped at me.
急なことで済まないと思っているが、ごねられる立場じゃないだろう。
I told you that I'm sorry for things being so rushed, but you're not in a position to argue. His intimidating stare made it impossible for me to say anything else.
いいか、これは決定事項だ。
Got it? We're finished here. With that, he got up swiftly and went to his room without another word. Killing me softly with his words. How dare he? I closed the door to my room and stood with my back to it. I knew that I had to do this now. I clenched my fist tightly, trying to push away the feelings that were rising up within me. That was it? So no one told me that this man will crush my heart just like a Asui. A few days had passed since Director Kobase asked me to leave. As my shoulders slumped in the break room, Oi came over to talk to me. Imagine making a meal together and then being like, by the way, get out. I confided in her about how I was puzzled by his actions and didn't know why he was doing this.
何よ、それ。
I came back to read this. I'm so sorry, Tarp. Why would he?
理由も全く話してくれないなんて、部長に限って信じられない。
I can't believe the director of all people wouldn't tell you why. When Oe heard the story, she was at a loss for words. And what she said was true. Normally, the director wouldn't hesitate to tell you his reasoning for a decision. I worried that I had been rude to him or had done something to offend him. She should be like, did I take advantage of you? I'm so sorry. When I expressed those concerns to Oe, she shook her head.
いや、でも、もしそうだったら、小橋部長ならはっきりそう言うでしょ？
If it were that case, Director Kobase would have told you so. Is someone coming? And that's what that letter had been. Like, he wants us out because somebody in his family is coming by.
あれだけいい感じの二人だったのに、一体なんで？
This man got the balls to make breakfast and out of nowhere you need to leave. Nah, my heart is broken. It's very similar to Asui, where Asui's all like, I'll do whatever you want tonight. You two seemed so compatible. Why would he do this?
部長のことだから、きっと別の理由があるんじゃないかな。私たちには言えない。
The
何か
director,
が。
after all, there must be some reason, something he can't tell us. Then I heard footsteps.
別の理由って何の話ですか？
What do you mean, some reason? I swear to God, you're so cold, senpai. Turning around, I saw Minato standing there with a curious look on his face.
大江さんの声が大きくて、廊下まで会話が響いてましたよ。
Oh, we finally got called out. Oh, your voice is so loud, I heard you from the hallway. Which, with an exasperated sigh, Minato stepped towards the vending machine.
なんでもないのよ。
It's nothing. Minato studied us suspiciously. I was about to say if Yoji appears, I will tell him to fuck off. Hey, we don't know. Oe faked a cough and quickly changed the topic.
そっちこそどうしたのよ。
Give
手に持って
Asia
る分
hot
厚い
tea.
資料は何？
Don't give her hot tea. That's bad. No, you cannot throw it at him. No hot tea. Oe learned how to shut the fuck up sometimes. I could be badgering you too. What's with that thick folder you have in your hand? I spied a large file tucked under Minato's arm when Oe was pointing.
ああ、これですか。
This thing. Bad idea. I hate high hot tea. Minato sat down next to us and opened the file, spilling the contents all over the table. They were printouts of various defamatory messages that had been sent to Astarce's contact address. The messages were filled with countless insults, words like fraud and betrayal. Because you can either drink it to calm your nerves or get revenge. See, Tarp, no. No revenge with hot tea. Third-degree burns are not cute.
なんなのよ、これ。
What the hell is all this? Oe and I recoiled in surprise.
エスター氏のリニューアルについて、少し前からアプリ内で告知していますが。
Ever since we announced Astarce's relaunch, we've been getting messages like these in the app, but Minato expelled a small sigh as he began to explain the contents of the file.
そこからいくつかバージョンアップを進めている状況で、基本的にユーザーの反応は上々なんです。
We made a few updates since then, and the response from the user base has been pretty positive.
ダウンロード数や閲覧数も少しずつ持ち直してきているんですけど。
We'll throw it on that one girl in Higa's route, the one who told a child that he shouldn't exist. You remember that trauma? Downloads and users were ticking up bit by bit.
一方で、こうした批判的な声もゼロではないってことです。
That said, there was no shortage of compliments either.
これまではおおむね適当に受け流してたんですけど。
I'll never get over that. I'll never get over the fact that that route was really more about him getting a second chance at his career than a fiance. I've done my best to take it in stride, but
ここ1週間ほどで妙に悪意のあるコメントが増えてきまして。
over the past week, the comments have become a bit more malicious.
ちょうど今、部長に報告してきたところです。
I just got back from telling the director about it. As I checked the file, I saw that the negative comments had been pouring in more frequently.
それで、部長は、なんて。
What did he say? Oe stiffened with a frown on her face as she asked him.
とりあえず様子を見てみようと。
He just said to keep an eye on it for now.
もし、これ以上ひどくなるようなら、本格的に対策を考えていこうってことになりました。
But if things can deteriorate further, we'll likely have to consider some serious countermeasures.
そっか。うん。
See?
そうするしかないわよね。
I guess that's all we can do. Is it though? Is
はい。
it?
なので、例のコンペの件。
Indeed, with regards to the competition, BTW. Let's talk about the competition now.
エスター氏を大幅にリニューアルして、結果で黙らせるってのが、一番手っ取り早い解決策じゃないですかね。
Ichiban? I heard him say Ichiban. Is it Ichiban? Okay. Isn't that raffle? The quickest solution will be to proceed with a major facelift of a Starcy. That'll shut these guys up.
そうね。
Ichiban?
みんなで頑張りましょう。
Yeah, let's all do what we can. Let's strive. I'm sorry, I'm getting kicked out of my house. As I listened to the two of them, my head swam in a sea of anxiety. I had no idea our app was receiving so many frightening messages. As I knew the director Kobase must have felt heartbroken by them. As heartbroken as he did when he said, "Get out of my house." Later that evening, I returned to the home first and sat on the couch in a daze when my phone rang. My meeting ran late, but I'm on my way home now. Got it. Go to your room. Just stay away from him. I sent my reply and closed the Ring app. I do feel for her because she's just like me. I reply with stickers only. If he came back soon, we could have dinner together. Don't do it. As I was cooking, I thought about talking to him one more time about moving out when I noticed he was out of soy sauce. Since I needed it for the dish I was cooking, I had no choice but to head out and buy a bottle. I decided to take a trip to the nearest supermarket to pick it up. Sir, don't tell me that you're coming home later. It's late. Maybe I'm going to get attacked on the street. I put on a jacket and left with my wallet in hand. Then, A short distance from the apartment, I spotted Director Kobase. As I began to approach him, I noticed a woman standing by his side. She's got a little yellow flower and a scrunchie. Honestly, she looks like me on a day. I'm already moving in Minato's house. Another woman. Although the two of them were too far away for me to hear what they were saying, they seemed to be arguing. The woman grabbed the lapel of the director's jacket and gave them a big shake. Hey, only I can grab the lapel. When she let go, she ran away, and it was clear that she had been crying. Why these women appear out of nowhere in love interest routes? But are they love interest or are they just random women? Is that his sister? Like, what's happening? Director Kobase's eyes narrowed sharply as he sadly watched her figure fade into the dark night. A single thought popped into my mind. Perhaps the reason Director Kobase didn't want us living together had something to do with that woman. I felt a deep ache in my heart as I thought back to the woman's face, her eyes bloodshot from the countless tears. MC, don't. I stood there in a stupor before coming to my senses. Remembering why I left the house in the first place, I went to buy some soy sauce and trudged back home.
どこへ行っていたんだ?
Where have you been? Oh ho ho ho. Why do you care? As soon as I walked through the door, Director Kobase rushed over to me, pulling me close into his
無事で
arms.
よかった。
Okay, that's a little much. Oh, wait, did his parents die in the middle of the night? Yoji, you told me to leave. Honestly, she should say that. I'm so glad you're all right. Startled by the strength of his embrace, I dropped my wallet in surprise
すまない。
and the soy sauce, and it broke. Sorry? Director Kobase apologized quietly before hesitantly releasing me. I'm so petty.
キッチンには作りかけの料理があるのに、お前の姿が見えなくて、電話にも出ないから心配していたんだ。
There was a half-cooked dinner in the kitchen, but you weren't here and you weren't returning my calls. Yeah, well, you know what? I thought after I saw you with another woman and you already told me to get out of your house, that didn't really matter.
お前に何かあったんじゃないかって。
I was worried something might have happened to you. Dr. Kobase exhaled and gently patted me on the head. I felt so guilty for the worry I had caused him that I couldn't bring myself to mention the woman I'd seen with him. Conveniently. I apologized, telling them that I had stepped out to buy soy sauce and forgot my phone. The director smiled before pulling out a document from the bag near his feet. The contract was for an apartment at a weekly condo for a women only.
この前話した件だが。
Don't touch my head. Get your hands off of me, sir. I'm not dressed in a towel today. About the thing we discussed the other
運よ
day.
く安全な物件が見つかったから、契約金を支払っておいた。
I was fortunate enough to find a pleasant, safe place. I paid for the contract already.
前に一緒に見に行ったマンションと部屋の設備なんかは似ているから、まあ問題ないだろう。
I'm mad. How dare you? The rooms are pretty similar to the ones we looked at before, so I think it should be fine. Without making eye contact, Director Kobase continued.
さすがに平日は大変だろうから、次の土曜から入れるように契約してある。
Flashback to Asui's route. Help. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't even talk to him. Like, leave him alone. Let him be alone. I know the weekdays can be busy, so I worked out a deal with them to let you move in starting Saturday.
お前のタイミングで引っ越すといい。
But you're free to move in whenever you want. Maybe I moved right now, huh?
必要なら俺が車を。
If necessary, we can take my car. Before he could finish, I forcibly interrupted him. Excuse me. I asked him to, at the very least, tell me why he was in such a hurry to get rid of me. Why do you hate me now? What's wrong with me? Refusing to back down, I continued to push him, but he merely pressed the document into my
こ
hand.
のことについて、お前と議論するつもりはない。
I'm not gonna argue with you about this. First off, you just hugged me when I walked in the door. Don't do this. I'm not gonna argue with you about this.
早く出て行ってくれ。
Just go? It's not an argument. I want answers. Force kiss him. You you be the person this time. I'll be like, I'm leaving right now and I don't need your help with the move. Not. I'm pissed. The director walked past me in the front door, slipped his shoes on as he did.
夕飯は外で食べてくる。
I'm going out for dinner.
お前は今日はもう家にいろ。外に出るなよ。
Fuck
いいな。
you. You stay here, don't go out again today, got it? I'm leaving now. I'm gone. You can say goodbye. I'm throwing the food in the trash. I'm throwing your shoes in the trash. Like, this is ridiculous. We can just move to a hotel. Yeah, I don't get choices like this, though. His voice curt and firm, he abruptly left the house. Ah, I'm so over him. I wondered why I felt so devastated by this whole affair. Because it is an affair. I could tell there was no room for discussion. Well, he left. That's not... I would have to leave the director's house this weekend. It's not how this goes. He got La Kokoros and this is my fault. It's my fault he has Kokoros. This is ridiculous. I would be like, don't talk to me. Literally, like, she needs to have a backbone here. Fight fire with literally more fire. Arson. Burn the place down. Coming home from work, I saw Amasawa standing in the hallway dressed only in a towel.
顔、真っ赤だな。
Her face is bright red. Don't try and sweet talk me. It was my fault for getting riled up seeing Amasawa like that. But it was like it was happening to someone else. Back, something happened again with other woman? Not
そんな
exactly.
姿で廊下に出るなんて。もしかして、俺のこと誘ってるのか？
It was until you friggin' sucked. Walking around the hall like that, is this some kind of
何を
invitation?
言ってるんだ、俺は。
He's like, I'm having an outer body experience. What am I saying?
そもそもこいつの自業自得なのに、俺がいじめてるみたいじゃないか。
She's embarrassed enough as it is. There's no reason for me to tease her any further.
一緒に暮らすとはいえ、こういうことは最初
I'm
が肝
too
心だから
upset to
な。
be thrilled for his POV. I'm so sorry, Blue. Despite living together like this, this is the first time I've ever seen her blush like that.
少し強めに攻めて、自分が男の家にいるってことを
I don't care about his
自覚させない
POV.
とな。
Hey, this man is walking sex. Okay, we can be mad at the character, but appreciate the voice actor. Maybe I'll tease her just a little bit. She needs to understand she's living in a man's house after all. Oh, ho, ho, seems bad. Asian Blue. Seeing she was clearly upset, I told her to get dressed. I could give her a proper talking to later. That was the plan anyways. Then I kissed her neck.
今度その格好でいたら、今日の続きをするからな。
Just like that again, we'll continue where we left off today. Remember how I was losing my mind during Usui's point of view? I kind of blacked out Usui a little bit.
危なかった。
How close? How close was that? That was close?
タオル姿に動揺していたと悟られたら、上司として示しがつかねえ。
If she realizes how much seeing her in a towel affected me, she'll never see me as a boss again.
ここは俺の家。あいつは曲がりの同居人で職場の部下。大人の余裕を見せつけねば。
It's the same with Yoji's point of view. I'm more calm. This is my house. Amasawa is my roommate and subordinate at work. I gotta control myself. Just quietly pissed at Yoji. After calming down, I made my way upstairs. I stubbed my toe on the first step. My toe throbbed, but I was too embarrassed to worry about it. I walked up the stairs doing my best to keep cool as if nothing had happened. It's like, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
さっきはおかしな方向に行っちまったからな。
I got
ち
a
ゃん
bit.
と真面目に注意しないと。
I'm not okay at all. I got a bit carried away earlier. I've seriously got to be more careful.
このまま暮らしていて、俺の威厳は保たれるんだろうか。
If I keep living with her, will I be able to repress this? What are you gonna turn into? Are you a werewolf? Afterwards, Amasao returned to the living room wearing normal clothes, and I gave her a stern warning. I wanted to walk away looking cool, but I ended up bumping my toe again. Did he? I didn't get to see that happen. It's like, hola, hola, hola. He's so cute. Why is he doing this to me? Oh, snap. We're gonna have our depressed episode. A week had passed since I left Director Kobase's house. I finally got used to the place Director Kobase helped me find. But since then, awkwardness lingered between us at work.
急で申し訳ないんだが、この部屋を出て行って。
I remember, I don't need a
いい
flashback.
か。このことについて、お前と議論するつもりはない。
He kicked me out, I remember. If Simsy's got a voice and says what we want to him, depressed episode, fuck this shit. The day of the move came and went without the slightest indication of why he kicked me out. What episode we're on? We're on 4 now. We got 3 more episodes. After that, he told me to ask Oi any questions I had at work. Just when I thought the two of us were getting closer, we'd grown even further apart.
どう？準備できた？
Leah, you ready? No. Hearing Oi's voice, I checked my watch to see it was 5 minutes after our next meeting. You're right. That was the wrong button. Okay. Before, not after. With my papers in hand, I rushed to the conference room. With our participation in the conference room confirmed, meetings like this became a daily affair. We actively exchanged ideas for redesigns and new projects and brushed up on materials for our final presentation. But Director Kobase stopped attending our meetings.
俺たちを信頼して統括に徹するとか言ってたけどよ。
You're gonna be depressed until Tengoku comes out? We're not even sure. This can get better. We haven't even got the spicy CG yet. Blue said so. He just said he trusted us to see us through to the end.
正直、なんか拍子抜けだよな。
Not gonna lie, it's a real bummer not having him around. I guess I should just quit working here.
コバさんには、もっとこう、ガツガツ怒ってほしいっつうか。
I wish Koba'd get a bit more fired up about the whole thing.
決起集会の時の気合は何だったんだ？
Where the hell's the guy we pitched the competition to?
部長みたいな人が現場を引き締めることって案外大切なんですけどね。
To keep this whole ship afloat. CG's a bit scandalous in my opinion. Oh my.
コンペの準備を差し置いて何がそんなに忙しいんでしょうか。
What if the spicy CG is Yoji and another woman while we're watching from a window? Then at least the woman would have eyes finally. What could be more important than helping us get ready for the competition?
事情はわからないけど、
Maybe?
部長のことだからきっと何か思うところがあるんでしょ？
I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but knowing the director, there must be a reason, right? Oi, to whom I had told everything, gently patted the others on the back.
今はまずさ、私たちにできることを頑張ろうよ。
Let's just do the best we can with the group we have, okay? Saitomi and Minato nodded reluctantly in response. After the meeting, as I walked back to our department, it did look like Blue was like agreeing, like winky face. Did she tell Oi about the Tal incident? Probably. She might have kept it quiet. She'd kept Nori's making out with her a secret. when she would talk about naughty incidences, so maybe she skipped them. But she probably said she got kicked out. After the meeting, I walked back to our department. Oe called out to me, noticing how slowly and despondent I walked.
大丈夫？家を出てから部長とろくに話せてないんでしょ？
Are you alright? You haven't had a chance to talk with the director since you left his place, right? She hit the nail on the head. I felt that even at work, he avoided meeting me face to face.
このままじゃ全然納得できないだろうし、一度ちゃんと話した方がいいよ。
I feel like you won't be able to let this go until you get some answers. You should try talking to him. I don't want to talk to him.
微力かもだけど、私もできる限り協力するからさ。
I don't know how I'll be able to help, but if there's anything I can do, just let me know. Oe smiled softly at me, and I felt reassured by her concern. And my phone started to buzz. I checked the notification, saw it was an email from Kobase. Come to my desk after the meeting.
噂をすれば、じゃない？
Of the devil.
まあ、直接声かけてくれればいいような気もするけど。
It would have been better if he had just came up and talked to you, but...
まあいいわ。ほら、早く返事して。
I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Hurry up and reply back to him. It's gonna be the bunny doing this, right? Got it. Speak of the evil-ass devil. I suppressed my restlessness and replied to him.
仕事の用事だとは思うけど、せっかくのチャンスだから、言いたいことを伝えておいで。
It's probably work-related, but now's your chance. You should tell him what's on your mind.
後悔しないように。頑張って。
No regrets, right? Good luck! I don't even know how I kicked the desk. With Oe's words of encouragement pushing me forward, I made my way to the director's desk when the time came. No doubt about... No, don't about that at work. No talk about that. Don't talk about that at work. Sorry. I can usually cipher. It felt like an entire... Okay, you're too close to everything and keep kicking things. It's me. I am the problem. I felt like an eternity since I talked directly to Doctor. It felt like an eternity since I talked directly with Director Kobase. I called out to him anxiously. Hey!
ああ、忙しいところ悪いな。
Sorry, I know you're busy. I see you unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of your shirt. That's nice. The moment our eyes met, I felt a sharp ping in my chest.
この書類なんだが。
This document. Thinking this might mean the two of us were going out to a meeting together, I allowed myself to get a little excited.
午後1番でテンプスティまで届けてもらいたい。
I need it delivered to Tempesty first thing this afternoon. Unfortunately, he was just asking me to run an errand for him.
急ぎ原本が必要なんだそうだ。頼んだぞ。
I can't believe this route got this man crushing my heart. I'm so sorry. They need the original copy as soon as possible. I'll leave it to you. I took the paper and with a small bow began to walk back to my desk. But as I felt his gaze on me, I turned back around to face him.
なんだ？
What is it? I shrank after being acknowledged so directly and swallowed hard all the things I wanted to say to him. I didn't want him to treat me this way. But I knew that all I could do was put my head down and work hard. I shook my head, regained my composure, and prepared to leave. Forever. The errand at Tempesty wrapped up quickly within an hour. I was nearly back at the office. Just as I was about to enter our building, I noticed a woman. Near the entrance, I spotted the woman who cried and fought with Director Kobase before. Honestly, I like her outfit more than I like our outfit, so what the heck, man? I wondered what in the world she was doing here, but you know what? I'm a sucker for a show, so I said, hey, did you need help going inside? I can take you. My curiosity piqued and I couldn't help but watch her, then our eyes met.
何か?
What is it? I was like, this route's gonna be my favorite. Don't get me. Don't get me. I still like the route. I just can't believe it has to be a route of a man crushing my heart. They have to. It's for the drama. I apologized and made up an excuse about her looking like somebody I knew.
そう ですか。
Sorry, you look familiar. Like, it's your hair. Maybe it's the scrunchie. I think I have that exact scrunchie. She squinted at me. She looked about the same age as me, but her fragile aurora made her feel imperial. No, she's not. She's not a fairy. Could she really be Director Kobase's lover? If that were the case, no, he wouldn't have invited me to live with him, even if he was just trying to help me out. I mean to say, don't get me wrong, but yet I'm so mad right now. All of those thoughts raced through my mind. The woman's stare pinned me down as she
あ
asked,
なた、この会社の人よね。
You work here, right? After a moment of hesitation, I nodded. The woman approached me and whispered in my ear,
小橋洋二には近づかない方がいい。それがあなたのためよ。
I just feel dejected. Stay away from Yuji Kobase, if you know for your own sake. I was so taken aback by her brazenness that I went still as a statue. The woman smiled knowingly and left me there. Was that a warning not to get too close to Director Kobase? As I stared at her slender figure walking away, I saw something shining at my feet. I picked it up, and it was some kind of keychain. Show me the keychain. I want to see the keychain. I searched frantically for the woman, but she was gone. I had no choice but to take the keychain back with me. I could leave it. I knew she was at least an acquaintance of Director Kobase. If I give it to him, he would know what to do. Would he? Someone give me hot tea right now, or room temperature tea right now. You don't get hot tea. Asia is not allowed to have any warm beverages. It's dangerous. No, Tarp, no. While I didn't love the idea of having the conversation with him, I had some other matters to report to him about regardless. I peeked at his desk but didn't see him there. Though it was hard after regular business hours, the bag at his desk told me he was still at the office. Just leave the keychain on it. If he knows her well enough, he'll know. Boba tea is fine as long as it's not hot. I found Director Kobase in the break room, sitting in a chair by the window and sipping coffee.
帰ったのか?
Back already. Time to throw it at that bitch. You don't even know if she's a bitch yet. When he saw my face, he stood up and moved to leave.
ご苦労さん.
Good work today. Involuntarily, I grabbed his sleeve tightly, stopping him from walking away without looking at me.
話してくれないか?
Would you let me go? She's gonna roll on the pearls. Oh my god. Using his free hand, he attempted to pry my fingers away from his shirt. I didn't wrench my gaze from him, and he exhaled in exasperation.
前にも言ったが、その顔で見つめるんじゃない。
I told you before, don't look at me like that. Oh! He pushed my body against the wall forcefully?
小動物みたいな目をしてると、俺みたいな悪い奴に取って食われちまうぞ。
Huh. If you keep looking at guys like a helpless little animal, someday a wolf like me is going to take a bite. And I'm like, go ahead, bite me. He was heart-poundingly close. I could feel his breath tickle my face. Then the face of the woman from before popped into my head and I turned away from
それでいい。
What kind of dialogue is that? Inappropriate for the workplace. Frustrated by his coldness, I pulled the keychain out of my pocket.
なんだ?
What is this? I placed the keychain in his palm and he raised his eyebrows quizzically. I told him about the woman I saw arguing with him in front of his house. And I told him that I saw her today too and that she seemed to be waiting for someone to leave the office.
お前の勘違いじゃないか。
I think you're mistaken. His denial made me uncomfortable. I was positive I saw the two of them talking near Director Kobase's house. If she was just an acquaintance, why was he lying about it? An awkward silence ensued. Neither of us wanted to be the one to break it. Suddenly, Oe raced into the room looking flustered. Her eyes landed on me and the director, and she called out to us
や
breathlessly.
っぱりここにいた
Here you are.
小バセ部長、ちょっと来てもらえますかあなたもお願い。
Director Kobase, please come this way. Leah, you better come too. Why me? Something was wrong. I hurried after Oe. Ugh. What the hell's going on? How can this guy be more thirsty than me? First off, Tarp, I don't know how thirsty you are, but he's been thirsty for a while. We arrived at Minato's desk. Saitomi was already there.
なんだ、トラブルか。
Oh no, I hate that the moment I say what the hell's going on, I have to leave. I miss what happened. He pushed us against a wall and told us to be careful because a wolf might eat us. What is it? Is something wrong? As Director Kobase rushed over, Minato pointed at the monitor.
例の悪質誹謗中傷ユーザーですよ。
A classic malicious user. The desk in front of us was covered with even more complaints than the previous day.
毎日毎日、ありもしない不具合を報告しては、謝罪が遅いとクレームの嵐で。
Every day, this user reports bugs that don't exist and then berates us for failing to apologize.
誠意ある対応を見せないと、SNS で告発するとまで言ってきています。
They went as far as to say they'd blast us on social networking services if we don't find a way to fix all this.
対処する身としても、そろそろ限界というか。
I realize dealing with this kind of thing is my job, but even I've got my limits.
いい加減、法的処置を考えるべきだと思いますよ。
I think it's time we consider legal action. Minato sighed heavily as he scrolled through his computer screen. Next to him, an exasperated Saitomi clutched some kind of report.
報告が後になったんすけど、
Should have reported this earlier,
いい加
but
減目についてうぜえから、ヨフィーさんに調べてもらったんです。
this was really starting to piss me off, so I had Yofi look into it. The paper in his hand contained details on the user who wrote the messages. After scanning the document, Director Kobase's eyes widened.
そんなの聞いてねえぞ。勝手な真似をするな。
Who the hell asked you to do that? Don't you dare overstep your bounds like that again.
何わけわかんないこと言っ
What
てん
the
すか。
hell? Is there a picture? Show me the picture.
報告が遅れたとはいえ、俺は間違ったことはしてねえよ。
I was late reporting it, but I did nothing wrong.
こんな誹謗中傷排除するべきだろ。コバさん、あんた、エスター氏を再起させたいんじゃなかったのかよ。
You can't just leave this crap up on the site. What the hell, Koba? I thought you cared about reviving a star seed.
最近会議にも顔出さないし、みんなで頑張ろうって言ったのは何だったんだ。
Besides, not like you've been showing up for meetings recently. What is all the bullshit about working together for? Just as the two looked like they were about to come blows, Minato intervened because he's the tallest man in the room.
落ち着いてください。
Best
あんたたちが殴り合っても、状況は何も変わりませんよ。
That's why he's allowed to show them off. Calm down, you two. Throwing punches here won't solve anything. That seemed to snap them to their senses. They both stepped back.
先日相談した時、部長は様子を見るようにって言ってましたけど、
When we told you about this the other day, you told us to wait and see.
最近の書き込みは、目に余るものがあります。
The recent posts are alarming.
ヨフィーさんの調査によると、すべて同一人物からの書き込みだそうです。
According to Yofi's research, all these posts are coming from the same person.
これ以上続くようであれば、法的措置を取る以外ないと思いますけど。
If this keeps up, I don't see any option other than legal action. Minato stared directly at the director, looking to him for approval. Saitomi mirrored him with bated breath.
ああ、わかってる。
Right, I get it. Director Kobase muttered those words in a strained voice and bowed his head to us.
お前たちの判断は正しい。
You're right, but
この件は俺に預けてくれ。
I'd like you to
もう
leave
少しだ
this
け
to me.
時間が欲しい。
I just need a little more time. A little more time to do what, my guy? His voice was hesitant, almost desperate, nothing like his usual confident tone.
話せない事情があるだろうことは察しますが。
I understand there are issues that you can't tell us about, but
この件は今度のコンペにも関わってくると思います。
this could spill over into the competition.
主催者側に知られる前に迅速に対応する必要があるのでは？
We need to squash this issue before anyone outside of the company finds out. Oi was right. Typically, the director would have never jeopardized the success of our entry in the competition, but Director Kobase shook his head, quietly dismissing Oi's words.
なんだよそれ。あんた、最近様子がおかしいよ。
The hell, man? What the hell's up with you lately?
どうしても理由を話せないって言うのかよ。
Why can't you tell us what's going on? Saitomi pounded his desk and began shouting at the director before moving closer to him.
これは部長命令だ。誹謗中傷の件は俺が対処するから。
This is a direct
お前ら
order.
は手を出すな。
I'll deal with this. You guys stay out of it. The air was thick with tension. At that moment, footsteps came from behind me.
おや、珍しい。揉め事かい？
That's rare. Some kind of trouble, perhaps? I turned to see who the voice belonged to, and there stood the company president.
小橋君を探していたら、言い争うような声がしたものでね。
I was looking for Kobase when I heard shouting.
お邪魔だったかな？
Hope I'm not interrupting anything.
あ、いえ。こちらはひとまず大丈夫ですので。
We're fine here. Oi tried to sweep away the awkward atmosphere. She shot the director a look. Nah.
問題ありません。お話なら会議室で伺います。
Tell the director. There's no problem. If you want to talk, let us go to the conference room. Despite Kobase leaving, the air in the room remained unbearably tense.
なあ、あんた、ちょっと行ってみてこいよ。
Hey, Amasawa, go over there and see what's going on. He's making fun of me because I don't have eyes.
ポカンとしてんなって。気になるから、社長とコバさんの話聞いてこいって言ってんの。
Stop looking at me like that. I'm just curious. Take a peek and see if you can find out anything. I adamantly refused, shaking my head fiercely. A wimp. Saitomi rolled his shoulders before turning and whispering to me.
だってこのタイミングだぜ。
Come on, it's perfect timing.
社長がわざわざ定時後にやってきて、話があるってさ。
The president came here after hours wanting to talk to him.
絶対何か隠してるだろう。あれは。
Definitely something they're not telling us, like how my necklace floats off my t-shirt. Saying I didn't care would be a lie. As I craned my head to look at the conference room, Saitomi gave me a gentle push forward.
なあ、あんたもどんな話してるのか知りたいだろ。
You want to know what they're talking about
普
too?
通に仕事の話をしているようなら、すぐ戻ってくりゃいいじゃん。
If they're talking about business as usual, you can come back,
も
but
しコバさんが何かみんなに言えないような秘密を隠してるとして、
if Koba is keeping something from us, all of us,
その内容を知った上で、あんたがあの人の意見を尊重するっていうなら、俺もそれに従うよ。
look, if you still look up to him after finding out whatever that this is about, I'll leave it at that.
今のままじゃ、何をどう信じればいいのかわか
I
んねえ
just
から
don't know what
さ。
to believe at this point. So you go eavesdrop. Why do I have to? From the look in his eyes, I could see that his concern came from the bottom of his heart. Minato, who was listening intently from the sideline, nodded in agreement.
この数ヶ月間、部長の仕事を一番近くで見てきた先輩の意見なら、信じる価値があります。
You've been working with him more closely than anybody else. I'll trust your opinion. I pouted in response to the mounting peer pressure.
気づかれたか。
Come on, you'll be fine. Frustrated, I told him that if they were so curious, they could go themselves.
俺たちが行くのは違くね？
Why would we go?
いや、何が違うって。
No way, it's totally different cause
一番気になってるのは他でもない。あんただろうが。
out of all of us, you obviously care the most. How dare
自
you?
分の目と耳で真実を確かめてくるべきだと思いますけど。
You should go see the truth for yourself. Is he dating the director?
それに、俺たちだと目立つので、サイズ的に。
Oh, Kohi, I know you're big. We He won't be able to hide like you when you take size into account. Some of what they said was right on the money, but some of it still didn't add up. I looked over to Oi for advice. I felt troubled by Saitomi and Minato's request for me to listen to the director Kobase's conversation. Oi shooed the two of them away in an attempt to comfort me.
もう、そんなに彼女を追い詰めないの。かわいそうでしょ
Stop pushing Leah so hard. Look how sad she looks. That's the sound of Cupid's bow. Wait. Just as I thought Oi would rescue me from going, her mouth curved into a smirk and she tossed me some coins.
そうだ。まだ会議も続きそうだから、飲み物を買ってきてくれない？みんなの分。
I feel like the meeting's gonna run for a while. How about you run and get me a drink? Heck, get everyone a drink. Raising an eyebrow curiously, I jotted down the request. That's when I realized I would pass the conference room to reach the break room.
それって結局
I get it.
いいんだよ。
It's fine.
ゆっくりで大丈夫だからね。
Take your time, no rush. Oi winked at me with a mischievous smile. With that, I knew there was no turning back. Everyone said they were looking out for me, and yet I stopped thinking about it and just made my way towards the vending machine. I'm so confused. I'm at a loss right now. As I passed by the conference room, the door was slightly ajar and I heard Director Kobase's voice leaking out. I knew it was wrong to eavesdrop, but I couldn't help myself. I stopped near the entrance and peeked through the open door.
ご迷惑をおかけして申し訳ありません。
I'm sorry for any trouble this has caused.
いや、私は構わないけど、編集部の方は大丈夫なのかい？
Don't worry about that. Is everything alright with the planning and editorial staff?
はい。先日もお話ししたように、私なしでも十分回っていくと思います。
Yes, as I told you the other day, I believe they'll be able to perform their duties well without me.
例の件だけどね。私宛てに君の過去についての密告メールが届いた。
Regarding all this, I received an anonymous email about your past.
小橋洋二は犯罪者だ。メールにはそう書かれていたよ。
It said Yuji Kobase is a criminal.
おそらく問い合わせ窓口への誹謗中傷メールも同じ人物によるものだろう。
I assume it's from the same person who's been sending all these complaints to the inquiry email. After hearing that, I was rooted to the spot.
小橋くん、これはあの事件の関係者が送ってきているものなんじゃないかな。
I have to believe this person's somehow related to your past.
はい。誰が送っているのか、おおよその見当はついています。
I have a pretty good idea of who's behind all of this. Words like criminal and past, my mind could barely keep up with all the new information. Could it be that the person sending those emails has some vendetta against Director Kobase? The more I thought about it, the more I began to panic.
私はこの数年間、
I've watched
君の
you
ことをそばでずっと見て
all
きた。
these years.
君は今回のことで責任を感じていると思うが、私は君の過去も知った上で君を雇ったんだ。
I know you feel
そこのとこ
responsible
ろ
for what happened.
勘違いしないでくれよ。
I hired you fully aware of your past. Don't forget that. The president smiled before gently patting Kobase's shoulder.
罪は償わなければならない。けれど、君の罪と今の仕事は関係ないはずだ。
We all have to pay for our sins, but those sins have nothing to do with your current job. He spoke softly and his brow furrowed gently.
君一人を切り捨てることは簡単だ。けれど、私は社長として社員の君を守りたいと思っている。
Must have something to do with his parents, maybe. I think so. I assume it has to do with that. But how was he blamed for it? How was he considered a criminal previously? It would be easy to cut you loose, but you're my employee. As president, it is my job to protect you.
自分一人で全てを背負わずに、もっと会社を
Can
頼
I
ってく
go
れ
with
ていいん
this
だ
guy
よ。
instead? Sorry, Tarp. I don't think we can date him, but he's cute. Maybe he was driving. No, I get the feeling they didn't come home because he was so panicked that she wasn't there when he got back. You don't have to carry all this alone. You can depend on us.
コンペのことだけじゃない。 これは君の人生の話だ。
I'm not talking about the competition. I'm talking about your life.
今一度真剣に考えてみてくれ。
I want you to think carefully about this. The president's compassionate words touched me. With Kobase's head still bowed, the president got up to leave. Upon seeing me outside the entrance, he winked and placed a finger over his lips in a shushing motion. He's like, shh, 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 shh. As I walked into the conference room, Director Kobase's eyes widened.
聞いていたのか。
Were you listening in? Yeah, but I was told by the director not to tell you, and I messed up. I bowed my head to apologize, but the director just shook his head, smiling weakly. He seemed to be vulnerable. I decided to ask him. What happened?
話せる範囲か。
Not sure it's something I should talk about. Well, we're going to talk about it, okay?
昔、ガキの頃な。ほんの少しだけ少年院に入っていたんだよ。
He was a kid. That'd be before he was 20s because his parents died when he was 21. So when I was a kid, I ended up in juvenile detention for a while. Sorry. I couldn't hide my shock at his confession.
驚くのも無理はない。このことは社長しか知らないからな。
I get why you're surprised. The president's the only one who knows about this. Having opened up about things, he seemed unburdened, leaning back against the conference room table.
学生時代にバイクで接触事故を起こして相手に怪我を負わせてしまったんだ。
When I was a student, I got into an accident on my motorcycle. It left the other person injured. Look, you were kind of right, Blue.
その人には今も後遺症が残っている。
That person is still living with the consequences of that incident. Kobase's eyes flickered as though he were reliving some distant memory.
エスター氏への一連の誹謗中傷はおそらくその家族によるものだろう。
I have a feeling those complaints we keep receiving are coming from the victim's family. He rode a motorcycle, guys. He was a bad boy.
お前が会ったキーホルダーの女性。彼女は被害者の妹なんだよ。
The woman with the keychain, she's the victim's older sister. At those words, I felt all my doubts about him melt away.
偶然エスター氏のウェブサイトを見て俺の近況を知ったらしい。
She happened to see my picture on the Astarcy website and found out what I had been up to.
だからこの件は俺自身の手でケリをつけなくちゃならないんだ。
That's why I have to take this matter into my own hands.
迷惑をかけるわけにはいかない。だから俺はエスター氏企画編集部から離れようと思う。
It sounds like it was driving reckless, but they didn't actually say. He just said that he was in an accident and was in juvie. I can't let this become a problem for everyone, so I've decided to leave a Starcy planning department.
お前たちなら大丈夫だ。
You guys will be fine without me, so... And I slapped my hands on the desk and I said, no. I interrupted the director, denying that this was a problem big enough to require such a drastic step. Having watched him from the sidelines, I knew how passionate he was about his work. That's why I couldn't let him leave in the middle of the project.
お前はそう言うだろうと思ったよ。だから話さなかった。
I knew you'd say that. That's why I couldn't tell you. Director Kobase flipped his hair back and looked at me with a grave expression.
だが、俺の仕事ぶりなんて関係ない。前科があると知れば、嫌な顔をする奴らがほとんどだろう。
I'm afraid that's irrelevant. The others would never look at me the same if they knew my past.
今回の告発メールは社長にだけ送られたから良かったものの、今後どこに送られるかはわからない。
If people found out Astario hired someone like me, it could become a problem for the whole company. Everyone made mistakes. Yeah, but his mistakes followed him.
協力会社や営業先に送られて、犯罪者を雇うなんてと、会社全体の問題になる可能性もある。
Hell, Saitomi made a mistake too. Yeah, that haircut, ridiculous. It's lucky she only sent her complaints to the president, but there's no telling where she'll send future messages.
今は大事なコンペも控えてるしな。大きな問題になる前に、 俺は身を引くべきなんだ。
We've got the competition coming up. I should step aside before this becomes an even bigger problem. This one. Tangle. His downcast expression told me just how much this pained him. All I could do was nod sympathetically. I have curry now. That's all that really matters in life.
お前にも負担を強いちまったな。
Sorry for putting you through all this. He stood up and gently patted my shoulders as he came close. Then he spoke in a low, quiet voice.
それと、この間はすまなかった。
He apologized! Asia, are you still here? He apologized. I'm sorry about how I've been recently too.
東京を提案したのは俺なのに、出ていけと強く言っちまった。
I'm the one who suggested you move in the first place only to kick you out.
脅迫めいたメールが届いていたからな。俺と一緒に暮らしているところを見られたら、お前の身が危ないと思ったんだ。
I got some threatening emails and I was afraid you might be in danger if you kept living with me. I nearly burst into tears of relief upon hearing his real reason for asking me to leave.
でも、これで事情は分かっただろう。もう俺と関わるのはやめた方がいい。
Now that you know what's going on, I think it's best you don't have anything to do with me. His brows knitted and sullen look appeared on his face. Then I was struck by a thought. Dun dun dun. Alright, I'm gonna take a 10-minute break so I can eat my food while we decide which one of these choices we're gonna pick. Ho 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 ho. But yes, I'll be right back. I have curry now. It's like coconut curry. Ooh. But yes, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. BRB, guys. You're not gonna talk anymore? Okay. Hello! Alright, I am Lebec. I keep having to remind myself to make my notes for when I take my little breaks and stuff, because I'm trying to do chapters. So if you watch the VODs, there's chapters now. Welcome back. Thank you, Blue. Alright, so... Thank you, Tarp. Thank you. I feel very full now. Alright. Also, I didn't have breakfast this morning, so I was like, I was getting really hungry. So I like had texted my sister and said hi. So she brought me food. Alright, so which one do we need to work on? Okay, work. Work. You can trust us?
頼ってるから手を引くことができるんだろ
It didn't do the thing I wanted it to. The dog head came in here earlier. She was by my feet. Is that really what you want? Oh, that's love. Love, I don't need
俺
love.
の気持ち
Ooh, but love did go up with that one. What I want. Kobase hesitated for a moment before smiling and resignation. It's resignation. That's not what I want. I believe in you. Oh, that did something weird. Did that happen on the screen? That's my decision?
ほんと時々妙に強気だよな
Love went up for that one too. He laughed though. I loved hearing it. You know, when you make every choice. I believe in you, director. I felt like that would have been love. Alright, we even? We even? We're even again. We did it. Yay. That work-love balance. Gotta keep it.
信じてる
Believe in me.
お前のその自信はどこから来るんだ
Just where does all your confidence in me come from? The director scratched his cheek in embarrassment and chuckled.
まあでもそういう風に言ってもらえると俺のここまでは間違ってなかったのかなって思えるよ
When you put it that way, I feel like I've handled things pretty well so far.
ありがとな
Thank you. It was tragic seeing him thank me like this, his eyes still clouded with sorrow. However, he soon returned to his normal confident expression.
俺なんかにかまけていないでほらさっさと仕事に
She
戻
can
れ
tell my sister's leaving the room. Don't worry about me, you should get back to work.
大丈夫お前ならやっていけるよ
Daijabu. I know you can handle it.
ともかく今回のことは俺がケリをつける編集部のみんなには黙っていてくれ
I'll handle this. Please keep quiet about it with the others. No, I'm gonna tell them everything. Like, Oe, guess what? He's like right behind me as I say it. Kobase mumbled as he left the conference room. To ensure success in the competition, he kept his secret from everyone. And he kicked me out of his place to protect me. But then, who was left to protect him? I thought about how lonely he seemed. I felt helpless. I pondered what to do next. Let's break into his house. It's the only way. When I returned to the office, the director was already gone, and Oe approached me with a slight frown.
大丈夫だった？
Is everything alright? No.
さっき部長が来て、とにかく自分が何とかするからってみんなをなだめて言ったけど、
The director came in and said he would take care of everything, but...
そのまま部長は帰ったんだけど、結局納得いかなくて、二人もすぐに出て行っちゃったわ。
After that, the director left. Both Saitomi and Minato were pretty upset, so they left too.
結局、どういう話だったの？
So what happened in there? I resisted the urge to tell her everything and shook my head. I told her that I couldn't give her all the details just yet, but that I would explain when I could. Oh, we smiled and
あ
nodded.
なたがそう言うなら、待つしかないでしょ。
Is that what you want, Leah? Then I'll wait.
あの二人にも私からちゃんと言っておくからさ。ほら、もう元気出して。
I'll tell the others the same, so come on, cheer up already.
で、すぐには無理かもしれないけど、暗い顔しないでさ。
I know things aren't going to get better right away, but just don't look so gloomy.
まずはみんなでコンペ、絶対に勝ち取ろうよ。
First things first, we got a competition to win. I smiled widely and bobbed my head. The next week on Sunday, I decided to see Momoko Murata, the victim's sister. At Denny's, no less. We agreed to meet at a cafe and she arrived shortly after I did. When I offered her the keychain, she didn't seem very surprised and she put it back in her bag. It seemed like she dropped it on purpose. When the coffee I ordered arrived, I cut to the chase.
エスター氏への誹謗中傷の件、
I know you
あなた
sent
が
those
書き込んでい
messages.
るという調査報告が上がってきました。
I know you sent those messages to Astarsi. She sipped her coffee delicately, unfazed by my accusation.
あなたが私を恨むのは当然です。
You have every right to be upset with me.
でもどうか、会社や部下に対しての行動は控えてもらえないでしょうか。
But please don't take this out on my employer and my coworkers. I bowed my head deeply, but she only raised her eyebrows and forcibly placed her coffee cup down on the table.
どの口が言うんですか？兄は今もまだあの時の後遺症に悩まされているんですよ。
It's quite bold of you to be making demands. You know my brother's still suffering from what you did to him.
あなた一人だけ全てを忘れたような顔で生きているなんてありえないと思います。
And you just get to live your life like nothing ever happened. How is that right?
時間が全てを風化させるなんて私には理解できない。
They say that time heals all wounds, but I just don't see how that's the case here.
私は
Ooh.
あなたが関わる全ての人がこの事情を知るべきだと思っています。
I think everyone you ever know should understand that what you did. And the face of her biting words, all I could do was bow my head. I looked up at her again, and as I did, the face of my team members flashed before my
俺自
eyes.
身はどんなことでも甘んじて受け入れる覚悟があります。
I'm prepared to accept whatever punishment you plan on dishing out.
だが、あなたが今攻撃しているエスター氏には、俺以外のたくさんの人が関わっている。
But what you're doing to Astarsi, it impacts a lot more people than just me.
これ以上、事件と関係のない人間を攻撃するのは、あなた自身を傷つける結果になりかねない。
If you continue to meddle in other people's affairs, you may end up getting hurt yourself. As we talked, I recalled Saitomi and Minato's discussion on legal actions. We calmed them down, but they were clearly upset about the whole thing. I had no doubt that they would instruct the company to take legal actions against Murata if things didn't change. I intended to warn her about this, but
脅すんですか？
are you threatening me?
いや、そういうことじゃ。
Nothing like that.
何を言われても私はあなたなんかの言葉に惑わされないわ。
I don't care what you say. I will not be intimidated by you. Oh. After spitting those words, she threw some money up for her coffee on the table and stormed out. I don't know how much time passed, but before I knew it, the store was closing for the night and I left. I felt foolish for thinking she might understand if I spoke to her honestly. The severity of her anger reminded me of how grave my sins were. Aw. I trudged back home, each step feeling like I was sinking deeper and deeper into the ground below. When I approached the front door, I saw her standing there, a suitcase in her hand.
お前、どうして？
Why? To my surprise, there stood Amasawa with a proud look on her face. She's like, I'm back. I packed my suitcase again and waited for Director Kobase to return home.
お前、どうして
I begged him to listen to me for a moment.
こんな夜に大荷物のお前をほっぽり出すわけにもいかないか。
Well, now she'll be there all night, but I mean, that's fair. I can't just let you stand out here with your baggage all night, can I? You're my baggage. With no other choice, Director Kobase beckoned me into his home.
話というのは何だ
So, what do you want to talk about? I stood tall in front of him, not showing an ounce of hesitation on my face.
何今夜からまたここに住むつもりなのか
You plan on moving back here? When I told him I wanted to cancel the weekly condo, he was taken aback.
お前は
I told you.
危ない目に遭わせられないと話したばかりだろう
I don't want you to get hurt. He called me a baka. Dumb.
いい加減にしてくれ俺の話をちゃんと聞くんだ
Cut it out, Amasawa. I need you to listen to me. I told him that after hearing everything he had to say, I came here of my own volition. Then stop hurting us. Aw, you douche. I should just add. I told him that I wanted to stand by his side always, that I wanted to help him bear the weight on his shoulders. I told him that I wanted to help him overcome the challenges of the past and the future together.
俺を一人にはしない
You mean I'm not alone? Stop being annoying.
本気で言っているのか
Are you serious?
俺は人を傷つけたことのある人間だぞ
You know about my past. I've hurt people. Yeah, but it wasn't intentional. I could sense that he was trying to intimidate me, but I wasn't afraid of him. What happened in the past couldn't change. But it was thanks to him that our team pulled together and made it this far. I knew that if he explained to the team what was going on, they'd understand. Besides, I told him if he was trying to deter me, it wouldn't work. I'd seen him angry at work, and this was nothing.
なんだそれはほんとバカだな
You say the stupidest things sometimes. He loves me. Seeing his gentle smile that had been locked away for so long made my heart flutter. I told him that sometimes love makes people say the stupidest things.
お
Oh. I told him that criminal past or not, it wouldn't change how I felt about him. It might change my parents' opinions of him, but not me. Damn, girl. Oh, I loved him? I loved him. I loved him when he was strict and when he was kind, especially when he was strict with me. It made me feel nice. His passion for his work, his kindness to others. Koba stared at me before giving in and wrapping his arms around me.
俺みたいなのを好きになるなんてお前も物好きだな
Falling for a guy like me, you sure got strange taste. He touched my cheek. His body was warmer than usual.
バカだよ本当に
I think the spicy CG's coming. You're like, it tingles. You really are a fool. He released me and stroked my hair tenderly with his fingers before picking up my suitcase. Sorry.
疲れてろ荷物をお前の部屋まで持っていくぞ
You must be tired. Let's get your stuff to your room. And she's like, okay, and leads to his room. I wondered if that meant I could stay. I felt him intentionally walking noisily to hide the sound of my racing heartbeat. If her heartbeat's loud enough that he can hear it, that's an actual medical condition she has, which would explain why she has no eyeballs or sockets. The next morning, it was the start of a new week. When I finished getting dressed, I tried putting on my necklace, but it got caught in my hair. Silly me. Hair in one hand and necklace in the other, I tried to untangle the chain one strand at a time.
さっきから何一人で踊ってんだ新しい体操か
What is this? Some kind of new exercise? Are you dancing with yourself? My face burned at being caught in such an embarrassing moment.
どうした
What is it?
あハサミ持ってこいってどうするつもりだ
You Want me to bring scissors? Why? What are you gonna do?
髪を切る？何言ってんだお前は。
Cut your hair? You can't be serious. I am for real.
たく、ほんとバカだな。困ってるなら早く言え。
You're a real dummy. If you need help, I'll do it. All you have to do is ask. Well, we got a CG. It just wasn't the one you thought it was gonna be. Unless this is spicy. The director came up behind me and carefully untangled the necklace from my hair.
ほら、取れたぞ。つくづく不器用なやつだな。
Did they try to use the chain to like hide the fact that she doesn't have eyes? Ugh. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel. I accept though. Look at that. Lack of eyes. So beautiful. It's not like, where's her eyes? Oh god. You're so clumsy. Feeling his warm breath on my neck, my whole body heated up.
なんだ。ちょっと近づいたくらいで照れてるのか。お前。
Are you embarrassed to have me this close to you? No. I need the guys to stand side by side. Technically they do in that one thing, but they're actually sitting down. He laughed before nuzzling his face into my hair and hugging me from behind. 6 fingers would be less disturbing. And at least then we'd know she's a god, and that'd explain it. My body froze and a small chuckle escaped him.
時々思ってたんだが、やっぱり好きだな。お前の匂い。
I've always thought it, but I love your smell. He looked down at me mischievously, and the mirror revealed how red my face was. Feeling teased, yet being unable to respond was so frustrating. Hi, popping for just a bit. Hello, cutie. We're having a struggle today. How's our boss being? He's a straight tease, nonstop.
で、こんな時間だけど、いいのか?
Are you good on time? What kind of time? Like, what are we trying to do? I looked at my watch to see it was already 8 o'clock. I thanked him before rushing out of the bathroom.
相変わらず無防備なやつ。
He crushed our hearts like an hour ago. Defenseless as always. He had a good reason, okay? He was afraid we'd get hurt and he didn't want to tell us the truth because that would involve telling the truth. That afternoon, knowing how much I worried her, I stopped by Oi's desk to update her on the situation. When I told her that I had returned to Director Kobase's house, she looked at me wide-eyed.
あなたって時々すっごく大胆な行動するよね。
You sure are bold, huh, Leah? Oi gawked at me before smiling broadly. Reasonable, but still hurt. Then tell us you're a big doofus. This game, I swear.
でもよかった。最近の小橋部長の様子はやっぱりちょっと心配だったから。
I'm glad to hear it. I was starting to worry about you and old Director Kobase.
あなたがそばにいてくれるなら、それが一番よ。
Better to have you there with him. Her gentle smile told me how truly concerned she was about him. Then...
こんなところでサボってたのかよ。
So this is where you two went slacking off too. Hello, Saitomi. Saitomi and Minato came over and sat next to us.
コンペの資料、ようやくまとまったぞ。あとは原稿を詰めるだけ。いよいよだな。
Saitomi, leave us. I got all the competition stuff together. All that's left is to finalize the manuscript. Almost there. It was reasonable, but I don't want him to protect us at all. Protecting us by hurting us is not okay. Minato, you can stay. I still love this route though. I like it so far. It's been really good. I mean, it's a tease.
例の誹謗中傷のメッセージも、昨日今日は来ていないみたいです。
Minato, I missed you. I've missed you so much. Seems like the negative messages have stopped. I was relieved when I heard that.
よーし、本番は来週。みんなで力を合わせて乗り切ろうね。
Next week's the real deal. Let's all pull together and get through this. All on board the Saitomi Go Club. I'm still mad that they didn't give us a CG when he pulled MC into bed, or on the couch when they collapsed onto each other. Like, all that time, everything seemed to be going our way, but then the calm before the storm. Director Kobase was the first to leave the office that day, which was very rare.
ああ、おかえり。
Welcome home to you too, my love. I was flustered by his greeting as though we were husband and wife. Pulled to bed, Yuji? Yeah. We went to wake him up while on his day off for some reason. No CG. Director Kobase gave me a sideways glance before suggesting we get something delivered for dinner.
ピザでも取ろうと思うんだが、ここはやっぱり定番の。なあ、トマトソース系好きか？
I was thinking pizza. This place has great... Hey, are you okay with tomato sauce? He asked me, so yeah, why not? It's pizza. I mean, preferably I like Alfredo sauce, but you know. Yet they give us a CG when MC's necklace gets caught in her hair and he was helping her. Cool, but I'm not accepting that CG. Beat that dough. I smiled and nodded to him.
そうか。変わり種もうまいが、やっぱり定番の味に落ち着くよな。
Is that so? I don't mind experimenting a bit, but you can't go wrong with the classic flavors. I don't mind.
トマトソース系ならこっちの店の方が種類が豊富だな。
James, don't tease us. Show us the interesting moments. If we're going with the tomato base, this place has better selection. He handed me the menu, and upon seeing my face light up at the selection, he smiled.
たまにはこういうのもいいよな。
It's nice to do things like this every once in a while.
空いた時間でお前と話もできるし。
Just having some spare time to chat
ほ
together.
ら、ここに来いよ。
Come here. He beckoned me to sit next to him. Our knees nearly touched. The scandal. As I sank into the cushions, my heart jumped. Then, my phone buzzed. It was a message announcing that the repairs of my old apartment were complete. Just as I started living together again, all I wanted was to stay with him a little longer. Wanting to gauge his reaction, I told him the news. He squeezed my hand.
離れるのもそれはそれで心配だが。
Bad phone. As much as I'd like you to stay.
被害者家族との話し合いが終わるまで、お前にはできるだけ安全な場所にいてもらいたいという気持ちは変わってない。
I want you to be safe too, at least until I get a chance to speak with the victim's family again.
ケリがついた。必ず迎えに行くから。
I'll still be here when this is all over. His fingers intertwined with mine. I could tell how serious he was. I knew that staying might only make him worry about me, so I agreed to leave.
そうか。戻ってくれるか。
Will you? I see, so we'll head back to your place for now.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Don't agree. I'm not happy. We arranged for me to move back to my place at the end of the week on Saturday. So sweet touching hands. How is the love and work balance doing? It's been a while since we got a choice. No. We just had a choice. It's even. I'm so even. Look at me. When I did my BRB, it was right at a choice. On my last night at his place, we had to work late, so I spent the night by myself. What? No. Feeling lonely, I crept into the director's room. I crawled into his bed and closed my eyes, enveloped by the familiar scent. I slowly drifted to sleep in his bed. Dun dun dun.
お前は本当に
Seriously, you.
無防備にも程がある。
You're just so defenseless. Who else was calling us defenseless? Oh, it was Alan. Alan kept doing that. He's like, she just fell asleep with me in this room with her. I stirred awake by his deep voice. Oh my god. That's not the button I meant to hit anyways. Oh my dear. Spice? I saw this CG. Was this the one Blue saw? Not the CG Blue saw. Is this spicier than the one you saw? Like, oh my stars. He unbuttoned his shirt before he crawled into bed. Now we know what the bottom of her pajamas look like, though. That means there is more. Kobase loomed over me, eyes raking over my body. Okay.
何度も忠告したはずだ。俺は男だと。
I told you before here, I'm just a man.
もうとっくに俺の理性は限界だ。
And every man has got his limits. 10-10 route.
これがどういう状況か
And we're just a girl.
理解できるな。
Lying in your bed, like, you know what's coming next, don't you? Oh, do I? He grinned like a lion looking down at his prey. What a sentence. His eyes flashed with lust. The thrill of being wanted overwhelmed me. Oh. I nodded gently and our lips met. Okay. Not a panther, he's a lion. His kisses were fast, rough, and biting, fueled with his intense passion. As he kissed me, my heart swelled with desire. I tried my best to return his kisses, but his warm tongue disrupted my thoughts and I gasped for breath. She forgot how to breathe.
ああ、思い出した。酔って記憶をなくした夜。
Oh, I remember now that night we got drunk together.
あの時すでにこんな風に俺たちキスしてたな。
I knew we kissed like this before. Does she always have panics when they're kissing?
お前、あの時から何も上達してないな。
Your kissing hasn't improved since then? Whoa! I hadn't kissed anybody since that night, so... I whispered that I had nobody to practice with and I needed someone to help me improve. Practice makes perfect.
お前に男を教えるのは俺だけだ。
Is that so? Then I'll teach you how to please a partner. Oh my goodness.
お前も途中で音を上げずについてこいよ。
Oh my god. Literally F you? Oh god. Just follow me and don't make a sound. Don't make a sound? Aww. I knew he was speaking as a partner, but he sounded just as commanding as he did at work. I smiled.
随分余裕だな。返事は
That's quite a pause, so what's your answer? At least she's got no voice. That's so fair.
そうか。よくできた部下を持って。俺は嬉しいぞ。
I see. It looks like I've turned you into the perfect subordinate after all. Oh my god. Don't lie, MC. You like being bossed around at least by Yuji. Director Kobase's large hands grazed my body. I was composed at first, but as his hands continued to stroke my body, it was like he ignited a flame within me. I was on fire.
どうした？ついてくるんじゃなかったのか？
What's wrong? I thought you said you'd follow me. I'm not okay. I was so embarrassed that I tried to grab his hand, but as I did, he kissed my neck.
正直な体だな。
Oh.
たっぷり可愛がってやる。
Your body doesn't lie. I promise I'll take good care of you. His hands were gentle, but I still felt scared. I didn't know what to say. All I could do was call him director.
こんな時に部長はやめろ。俺の名前覚えてるだろ。
Don't call me director at a time like this. You know my name. He's not into that kind of role play.
ほら呼べ。難しいことじゃないだろ。
Yeah, don't call him that. Daddy? Ah, is that his name? I guess we haven't heard her say his name before. Call me my name. That shouldn't be too hard, right? He kissed me lightly, probed me to call him by his name, and so I softly sighed his name. Yuji. Or else I'm gonna be an HR violation. Much better, yeah. He smiled down at me.
好きだ。
As a reminder, we haven't actually gone on a date. I've just been living in his house. His voice, yeah, that's actually true. This is what I need a soundbite clip of.
好きだ。
I love you, Leah. When he whispered my name, my heart seized with joy. That wasn't my name. I never thought my name could sound so sweet. What episode are we on? We are currently on
お前は
4.
俺のこと好きか？
What about me? Do you love me? When are we gonna have a date? Yeah. What are we gonna do on a date? Having been teased by him all this time, I wanted to do a little bit to do a little to get even with him. I pressed my lips together and turned away.
おい、まさかこの後に及んで好きじゃないとか言い出さないだろうな。
In the end, the dates are the days we sleep in his house. That's true, I guess. You're not gonna let things go this far and not say it back to me, are you? She's just like... His eyes widened slightly after savoring his nervous expression. I told him I loved him. She's like, 好きです。
俺をからかったのか。いい度胸だ。
Seriously, messing with me at a time like this, you've got some real courage.
手加減してやろうと思ったが、もう遠慮はいらないな。
The dates are all spent in bed. I was planning to take it easy on you, but now I don't think I have a choice.
お仕置きに、といやらしいことをしてやる。
I'm gonna have to punish you? How? I really stirred him up. Do it. Yeah, we're here, defenseless on bed. Punish us. My heart beat feverishly with a mix of anticipation and anxiety for what would come next.
今夜だけは全部忘れて俺のものになれ。
Just for tonight, forget everything and be mine.
俺も
Okay.
すべてを忘れて
Ooh.
お前だけを感じるから。
In return, I'll forget everything and be yours. Interesting. So much pillow talk. Pillow talk's supposed to be after. Got our spin-off. What are we gonna see? Oh. The morning light streamed in through the gap in the curtains. I woke earlier than usual and saw no signs of Amasawa.
いつもギリギリまで寝ているが、よく支度が間に合うよな。
How does she get ready in time when she always sleeps in to the last minute? Honestly, I missed my alarm this morning, so I agree. Muttering, I moved to the kitchen, trying to be discreet as possible. Ooh. Once in the kitchen, I opened the cupboards to brew a pot of coffee.
なんだこれ。
This. I noticed an unfamiliar box in the cupboard and opened it with trepidation. Inside were a pair of red and blue teacups.
あいつが買ってきたのか。
Did she buy these? I laughed and couldn't help but smile, picturing her hesitantly walking to the register with these. I didn't know if I was supposed to find them or she planned to give them to me later, but I chuckled.
こういうのは俺には縁のないもんだと思ってたが。
Never in a million years did I think I'd get wrapped up in this kind of thing.
あいつとなら。
But if it's Amasawa... I nearly said something embarrassing out loud before I caught myself.
俺は何を柄でもないことを言ってんだ。
What am I saying? This isn't me. I shook my head, attempting to come back to my senses. Looking around the room, I saw her belongings were scattered about the place.
いつの間にかいるのが当たり前みたいになってたんだな。
Before I knew it, she made this place a home for herself. She's like there's teddy bears. I realized how much her presence here meant to me. Just then, Amasawa came rushing down the stairs to get ready.
そんなに急ぐならもう少し早く起きればいいのに。
You wouldn't have to rush if you got up early. A small sigh escaped me, but a smile spread on my face. Pretty trot trot. Things were so noisy in the other room that I decided to take a peek. Amasawa stood in front of the mirror, her hands struggling and grasping at something behind her neck.
たく、相変わらず世話の焼けるやつだな。
I would have preferred the morning after them snuggling. Looks like she's gotten herself into a real mess this time. I gently called out her name and she spun around to face
さっ
me.
きから何一人で踊ってんだ。
Her face went bright red and she quickly stared back into the mirror. Ooh. Now we're on episode 5. That one actually was shorter, it felt like. Given the fact I took a break in the middle of it. Timestamp saved. In keeping with Director Kobase's wishes, I moved back into my original apartment. As preparation for the competition entered their final stages, I grew busier and busier. But one day I found the atmosphere at work much different from usual.
見た？あのメール。
Did you see that email?
まさかとは思ったけど。ねえ。
I don't think it's true, but it's weird, right? The office was buzzing with hushed whispers and gossip. Tilting my head in confusion, I heard footsteps rushing towards me. Oe, what's up?
大変よ！
It's terrible, Leah. Kidnap us, Yoji. We need you.
今朝、会社のインフォメーションメールに小橋部長に関する密告文が届いたの。
A terrible message about Director Kobase was sent out to everyone's emails this morning.
社内中の人が目にして大混乱してるのよ。
People all over the company have seen it already, and it's all anyone's talking about. Panicked, I quickly turned on my computer and found the email on my computer on the company-wide server. The email detailed the story of how Director Kobase spent time in juvenile detention due to a motorcycle accident, how the accident's victim still suffers from their injuries to this day. It accused him of hiding things from his current co-workers, saying that he was running away from his past. I mean, if his boss knows, I don't think it's really hiding it, but...
これ、本当だったとしたらめちゃくちゃやばくない？
It's none of our business. Yeah, this does not affect us. Seriously, if this were true, that would be like a total disaster, right?
傷害事件を起こしたような危ない人とずっと一緒に仕事してたってこと？
That's not reasonable. It's in the past. It kind of reminds me of yesterday's incident with a girl being like, I supported you and you left and me. I'm like, you need to get over it. And I'm not saying that the person's injuries aren't severe and that person doesn't deserve like compassion. I'm just saying he was a kid. Yeah, juvenile. He's 31. This was when he was a teenager. And it was an accident. You mean we've been working with a dangerous criminal all this time? That's a stretch. All around me, employees voiced their snide condemnations. Director Kobase's kind nature should have been obvious to anyone who has worked with him all this time. Just as I stood up to refute their cruel judgment.
ったく、くだらねえな。
What a bunch of bullshit.
コバさんが仕事できるからって、どいつもこいつもひがんでんじゃねえよ。
How these employees are so immature. Yeah, it's high school. He's just not forced to tell everyone. Yeah, I could... Oh gosh. I had an accident and someone got injured. Thank you. Yeah. This shit's got nothing to do with how Koba does his job.
言いたいことがあるなら、面と向かって言えってんだよ。
If you got something to say about him, go on, say it to his face. Saitomi stood up and slammed his desk as his voice thundered across the office.
はあ、いい大人が恥ずかしくないんですかね。
Seriously, you guys are all adults, right? Do you have no shame?
他人の過去をとやかく言う前に自分たちの仕事を全うしたらどうです？
How about instead of focusing on someone else's past, you focus on doing your job instead? Minato spoke sharply, driving all the workers back to their desk. He's like, go on, get.
さすが我がチームの男たち頼りになるわ。
Saitomi knows how to be useful. I think someone said that he's better in every other route but his own. If you have time to gossip, you have time to work. That's my boys. I knew I could count on you.
そんなんじゃないですけど。嫌いなんです。この手の噂話。
It's not that big of a deal. I just really hate gossip. Everyone makes mistakes.
俺もほんと無理。本人の口から聞く以外は何も信じる気になんねえわ。
Well, you know how they say about casting stones. People put your asses back to work. Same here. This crap drives me crazy. I won't believe a single word of it until I hear it from his own mouth. Their declarations washed away some of my distress.
そうそう。だから部長に直接聞きに行きましょう。
Yeah, let's ask him about it
メー
directly.
ルに書いてあることがどこまで本当なのか、
We need to
書か
hear
れていない
how.
背景も含めて全部。
We need to hear how much of the email is true and understand what the circumstances were. Saitomi and Minato both nodded at Oi's suggestion.
賛成。こういう時は直談判に限るよな。
Agreed. At a time like this, we gotta go to the source.
小橋部長なら、さっき会議室のあたりで姿を見かけました。
I'm so petty, I will dig into everyone's past. Asia's gonna send a company-wide email with everyone's trash in it. I saw Director Kobase in the conference room a few minutes ago. They're like, this person crossed the street without the light saying they can. Scandal. Director Kobase had asked me to keep quiet about the whole thing, but I knew I couldn't keep it hidden anymore. I'll be with you, Aisha. Let's find dirt. Besides, the whole team had a right to know what happened. Did they? We headed to the conference room to find Director Kobase. As we did, I felt the eyes of nosy employees following us, and so I turned around and went, meh. We opened the door and found Director Kobase looking ragged, slumped over.
Oh.
Director Kobase raised his hands to welcome us.
任せてくれと言った矢先、こんなことになってしまって。本当に申し訳ない。
I told you all to let me take care of it, and yet it came to this. I'm so sorry about everything. Pat him, he needs it. Aw. Before we can even step into the room, Director Kobase bows deeply. It will be bullshit if someone's like, oh my god, he's a criminal, and then they look into his past, be like, oh my god, it's the true criminal. He rolled chairs for us and explained everything.
メールに書かれていたことはほとんどが事実だ。
Most of what's written in the email is true.
俺は過去にある事件を起こして人を傷つけてしまったことがある。
I was indeed involved in an accident in the past and someone was hurt because of it. Dr. Kobase's eyes eyed us, pushing up his glasses as he continued. Okay.
メールの内容は過去を隠してという部分だけ事実と少し異なるな。
Part of the email where it said I hid my past, that's not right.
社長はこのことをすべて知った上で俺を雇ってくれたんだ。
The president knew all of this when he hired me. I recalled the knowing glance I'd shared with the president, Amora, the other day.
俺は過去と向き合った上で仕事にも真摯に取り組んできたつもりだ。
I've done my best to move on from the past. I've worked diligently at this job. We had worked with him so closely until now, there was no question about his work ethics.
だが、被害者家族からすれば、そんなこと関係ないだろ
But from the perspective of the victims' families, none of that matters.
憎まれて当然のことを俺はしたんだ。弁明の余地はない。
I did something truly terrible and worthy of their anger. This is my fault. He kept saying things like that and taking the weight of all of this upon himself.
過去の事件がまさか会社への誹謗中傷投稿につながるなんて、俺の想定が甘かったとしか言いようがない。
To think that this would never come up and potentially harm the company, that was incredibly naive of me.
チームにまで迷惑をかけて、本当に申し訳ない。
I'm terribly sorry for the trouble I've caused you all. All we could do was collectively stare at the director as he continued to bow his head.
この間、社長との会話をこいつに聞かれちまってな。
I believe Amasawa heard me discussing this with the president recently.
コンペの準備が終わるまで余計な心配をかけまいと強く口止めしていたんだが。
I've been careful about keeping this quiet. I didn't want to worry everyone unnecessarily before the competition.
結局、こんな大ごとになっちまったな。
I'm very sorry this ended up turning into such an ordeal. After berating himself in front of us, he turned and straightened his posture. Goodness.
これ以上、エスター氏への誹謗中傷がエスカレートして、万が一にでもお前たちに何かあったら困る。
I don't want my personal issues to cause any more problems for Astarcy and all of you. Then it's okay. I don't want my personal issues to cause any more problems for Astarcy and all of you than they already have. Okay, it is written weird.
さっきまでここで社長と話していたんだが、
I've recently spoke with the president.
俺はコンペの参加メンバーから正式に外れることにした。
Decided to withdraw my participation in the competition. None of us could mask our surprise at this sudden announcement.
ちょっと待てよ。このコンペを引っ張ってきたのは他でもないあんたじゃねえか。
You're the one who put everything together to make this competition happen.
事件はもう過去のことだろう。こんな脅しに屈していいのかよ。
This incident was in the past. You can't give in to these threats. So does everyone have trauma in their past that they're ashamed of? He did with the app. Minato did with his dad's debt and getting into favors with that one guy. Secret route number 1. Antisocial. His brother. Being rich. I guess. This incident was in the past. You can't just give in to these threats.
言われのない中傷が現実を塗りつぶしてしまうこともあるんです。
Being rich is a crime. Even something that's untrue can affect reality. After Minato's interpretation, the director replied in a calm, matter-of-fact voice.
お前たちは俺が集めた最高のチームだ。今なら安心して任せられる。
You're the most talented team I've ever assembled. I know I can trust you with this.
だけどよ。
But
早乙女、大
Saitome,
人になってくれ。
it's okay.
この件が取引先のお偉いさんたちの耳に入るのは、もはや時間の問題だろう。
It won't take long for our clients to find out about this.
お前たちの努力を、こんなことで無駄にするわけにはいかねえよ。
I can't let all your hard work go to waste because of me. Director Kobase narrowed his eyes before shaking his head in frustration.
いいか、コンペでもしこのことを聞かれたら、お前たちは何も知らなかったと言うんだ。
It hurts Saitomi more because it's close to his past, yeah. He hurt people unintentionally as well. Listen closely. If anybody related to this competition asks you about my situation, you tell them you had no idea, got it?
いくらなんでもそれは。
I know you're trying to help us, but... Seeing Minato's furrowed brow, Director Kobase spoke in a low voice.
今はエスター氏の存続を一番に考えろ。
Right now, our first priority has to be saving Astarcy. His intense gaze revealed how passionate he felt about it.
対外的な印象を考慮して、社長にも俺の過去については知らなかったふりをしてもらう。
In order to prevent this from impacting the company, I have asked the president to pretend he didn't know about this. That would put the responsibility solely on Director Kobase. I don't believe that the president would do it. I clenched my fist in frustration.
他に
So
方法は
frustrated.
ないんですか？
Isn't there another way?
コンペまで時間もない今、これが最善の策だ。分かってくれ。
There's not much time before the competition, I'm afraid. This is the only option. Please try to understand. We couldn't think of anything else to say in the face of of his stubborn refusal. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Director Kobase pulled a document out from his bag.
コンペの原稿、さっき全部読んだぞ。
I have finished reading the competition
おおよそいい出来だが。
I didn't mean to. It looks pretty good, but I've placed a few red marks on things I think should be changed. Saitomi accepted the materials, a look of disbelief still haunting his face. Minato looked stunned as he Minato looked just as stunned as he stared at the floor.
そんな顔するんじゃない。
Come on, don't look so sullen. It's all I know how. The director smiled and patted them both on the back.
忙しさも佳境だってのに、悪いな。
Sorry, I had to leave you at the climax of our preparation.
監査が入る当面の間、自宅謹慎になっちまったから、少しゆっくりさせてもらうぞ。
But with everything going on, I think it's best I take some time away from the spotlight. Faking a cheery disposition, he waved a hand and left the room. A long silence followed as we watched him leave. It was typical of him to feign an upbeat attitude whenever he was upset. I knew I couldn't leave him alone like that. I told everyone I couldn't stay and quickly followed after him. Break room, his car, the main room. I caught up just as he was reaching the elevator. His eyes widened as I slid through the closing elevator doors.
危ねえな。
Watch out. The director's hands reached out and slipped between me and the door.
お前は、もう少しいろいろ考えてから行動した方がいいぞ。
He doesn't want to be a burner. You might want to look before you leap next time, don't you think? In response to his bitter laugh, I spat out exactly how I was feeling. Okay, we can do either one. We're good. We're currently even. Slowly, all of Yofi disappears. I could say the same to you. It worked a little bit. I don't know if that's right, though. I asked him why he had to carry all this alone. And I told him I couldn't bear to watch it anymore.
まさかお前に、そんなことを言われるとはな。
I never thought you'd say something like that to me. I told him that he always thought about the people around him and put their troubles on his back. As I spoke, the director pushed me against the elevator wall. This is the third time.
人の世話ばっかり焼きやが
Oh
って。
no, Tarp, you had a suggestion. I'm so sorry.
後悔しても知らないぞ。
Oh, you're the one who's always taking care of people. Don't come crying to me when you regret it. He whispered those words slowly in my ear. As soon as the elevator started moving, Director Kobase's face approached mine. Huh. The next thing I knew, Kobase put his forehead on my shoulder before speaking in a hushed, low tone. Oh no.
少しの間、肩を貸せ。
I wouldn't say no. He's crying. He just likes backing us up against a wall. Yeah, he just really enjoys, cornering us. Oh, this was not the excitement you were expecting. Just give me a shoulder to lean on for a moment. I embraced him and pulled him closer, hoping he couldn't hear my beating heart. How loud is your heart, my girl? Poor baby, I'll give you a shoulder. Oh.
さすがに今回の件は、俺も答えてる。
I'm sorry, but this one's tough.
できるなら、最後までお前たちと一緒にやりたかったよ。
I wish I could have seen this one through to the end with all of you. That position doesn't seem comfortable in the least. It also doesn't look right? Because he's... like his arm, the way his arm is, he's just got his arm like this on us. I don't know. I'm assuming it's to hide her not having face thing. Finally, his true feelings came out. I stroked his hair gently, feeling helpless. How long is this elevator ride? Ranking en route with Kobase. Right now, he's definitely high. Than most. I'd say Minato still's winning right now. That he wasn't angry about the situation, that he only wanted someone to lean on, it made me love him even more. Before long, the elevator reached the first floor.
じゃあな。
That's a good one.
じゃあな。
I'll see you later. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Dr. Kobase exited as if nothing had happened. Alright, for Tarp, it's gonna be Minato, Koji, Nori, Prince, the rest. See? Asia has a way longer list. Yoji, Minato, Higa, Usui, Prince, Nori, Saitomi. Very last stalker, dude. We deserved more CGs with Higa and justice for Minato's family. I know, like, come on. Like, I just called him Koji. You can call him Koji, it's okay. It's his first initial and the rest of his name. Last initial. I watched him leave, wondering what to do next. Chase after him. So far, Yoji, then Minato. Right now, Minato's still my lead. Yoji is still second right now. I love this voice actor, but so far, I'm not sure how they're going to clean this up in a way that makes me satisfied. I need to review the others. My top is Yoji, Minato, Higa, after Prince. Oh. And then after the Prince, the others, I guess. Minato for sure for the spice. Chef kiss. Yeah, that's why. Like, his ending was my most satisfying ending. Like, it was like, oh my. The sun was cuter than Higa. Higa looked better in every single CG than he did just looking at you, which I kind of thought was weird. And the sun was precious. But it didn't really feel like that was a story about MC. It felt like it was a story about Higa. It wasn't about us. It wasn't us becoming a family. It was a little disjointed. I returned to the conference room where everyone was still discussing the issue.
こんなのってありかよ。全然納得できねえんだけど。
I don't get why this is happening. I really can't accept this. Saitomi held the red marked manuscript that the director had handed him.
小橋部長の選んだ道以外、本当に策はないんでしょうか?
We restored his heart. We restored his heart so much that we became a stepmother to a kid that's adorable and I love. And he got to pursue his dream as acting. The final CG wasn't even us together. Compared to Nori's route. Nori's route felt very satisfying, honestly. Like, it had some moments where it could have been definitely made a little shorter. Like, it could have been a 4-chapter, and it probably would have had a better overall feel for it. But, like, his character grew. Your character grew. Did I do his love ending? I have not done his love ending. I need to. But I don't plan on streaming that one. I just want to leave some stuff off the table. But we'll see if the love ending's better. There's no CG, so will it be? Is this the only option? As a reminder, if I don't get a CG, I don't care about the other endings. There's only one ending. It's the one where I get a picture. Minato folded his arms and stared into space.
もし何か知っているなら、参考までに聞かせてくれない？
Leah, if you know something, would you consider sharing it with us? Oh. Love ending, more romance. Yeah, but then that means it's not the really good, but I don't know. It's hard to say, right? We could have just become the aunt to that little kid and I would have been fine with it. If you know something, would you consider sharing it with us? Like, we get one kiss in Higa's route. I'm not over that. We've had so much more spice in this route. All the details I had been asked to keep secret were out in the open now. There was nothing to hide, so I told him about the woman. I want the kid and the dad. It's so cute, cutie. Just as cute as you are. You ran into a member of the victim's family in front of the office, no less.
それって、本当に偶然なのかよ。
That's one hell of a coincidence. I call it plot convenience, but tomato, tomato, right?
あんたのこと知ってて近づいてきたんじゃねえか。
I'll play this myself sometime in the summer. Gotta find Amnesia. Gotta finish Amnesia and Charade Maniacs. Which Amnesia? The first one or the second one? Stay away from the blonde. He's not good for you. Are you sure you didn't know? She didn't know who you were when she approached you? I think she did. The third one? The third Amnesia? I didn't know there was a third Amnesia. Wait, there's more than two? I thought there was two Amnesias. As much as I didn't want that to be true, I couldn't deny that possibility.
待ち伏せまでするってよほどのことなんでしょうけど。
Oh, Amnesia, another crowd? Okay. Okay. There's an Amnesia world too. What? What does that have? More people with amnesia in it? Do you even have amnesia in the second Amnesia? I never played it. Localized world, I'm begging you. Oh, I don't have amnesia. I just reached for something I don't own. If it's made by Idea Factory, their thing they're doing in July, they said they're going to be announcing new games, so maybe. To hate somebody so much that you'd wait outside their office and ambush their colleagues.
一体どんな事件だったんですか?
What can you tell us about the incident? I imagine a frog saying croak. Just like, sorry, Blue. I shared everything I knew.
バイクの接触事故。
A motorcycle accident.
事故だったら、それって部長は悪いの?
An accident. Was it a director's fault? Actually,
部
I
長
don't
が
know.
バイクで相手が歩きだったらほぼ一方的にバイクが悪いことになります。
If he was on a motorcycle and the other person was on foot, it was almost certainly his fault, even if the person got in front of him during a green light. I don't think that's how that works, Minato.
でもさ、そこまでの事故を起こすような無茶な走りをするタイプには思えないっていうか。
You don't know him when he was a teenager. He was a bad boy. He doesn't seem really like the type to drive recklessly.
それはまあ、若気の至りって言っちゃえばそうなのかもしれないんだけど。
Sometimes pedestrians do some crazy crap. Dude, I live in Arizona and Phoenix specifically. Like, I feel like there's so many times where the light changes and people still say, I'm gonna walk now. And I'm like, I don't even drive and it makes me so mad. I am always a pedestrian. I'm a pedestrian in life. Like, obey the lights. Like, just don't cross when you're not supposed to. You're just gonna wait an extra 30 seconds. You're gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. But at the same time, I've almost been hit by cars a few dozen times too when I'm walking. So, and I will punch a window, by the way. If you almost hit me and you go when you're not supposed to, I will hit your window. I will do it. Like, you weren't supposed to be there. I had to stop myself from walking into your car in a crosswalk where I had the right of way. One of these days. I swear to God, if this family blames Yuji for no reason, it was the victim's fault. I'm also hit by a car, but it was my fault. I'm so sorry, Asia. Maybe it was just bad teenage judgment, but
そもそも今の気質が若い頃からのものって感じじゃん。
do people really change that much as adults? They can.
確かに。
That's an excellent point.
それに、もし被害者の人がそんな大怪我をしたんだったら、絶対放っておかないわ。
Besides, if that person was really injured, I don't think he's the kind to hit and run.
自ら介護を買って出そうですよね。本当にやったら
It was a
嫌がられ
bad
そうですけど。
teenage decision. Did the car slap your boyfriend? No. He seems more like the type to take responsibility. That said, I'd be pretty upset if he did a hit and run. Oh, you know what? If it was a hit and run, then yeah, I can see that. I echoed Minato's discomfort with the idea. The director drove a normal car now. True, it wasn't a motorcycle, but if he really caused an accident like that... I remarked that it was easy to picture him swearing off driving forever because of it.
そう、そこら辺なんだよ。やっぱり色々と線が繋がらないっつうか。
Right, it's weird. That's something that doesn't add up here. I was fine. Yeah, but was it a bad teenage decision on your part or on the driver's part?
詳しいことはわからないけど、本当にコバさんが一方的に悪い状況だったのかな。
I think the person was on the bike with him and I think they crashed together. That's my thought process. I think they were friends IRL and they were just in a bad accident together. It's tricky to say something without knowing all the details, but this all seems so one-sided, doesn't it?
あの人、すっごく厳しいし、怖いけど、筋は通す人じゃね。
Sure, he can be strict
ど
and
うにも信
scary.
じられなくて。
Oh, I didn't get hit, don't worry. I didn't notice the car, but it didn't hit nor touch me. Whew. So one time, actually, I love this story. It's my favorite. So a car, like I said, I'm walking and a car goes by. I'll hit their window. But a guy, I'm at a crosswalk. Okay, I obey traffic lights and laws and rules and whatnot. This is like a parking lot. There's a crosswalk, and this car, it wasn't even the first car. It was the second car. So I was already in the crosswalk, and this car just kept going. And so he nearly hit me. So I smacked his window. I don't hit hard. I'm a very weak person. And then I got into my car with my sister, and I told my sister what happened because she didn't see it. And then she gets to watch this guy park his car, and then he goes and inspects his window. And honestly, it made me feel a little better that he was afraid that I might have actually broke his window. I punched a car once, almost hit me too. Yeah, if you almost hit me, I don't feel bad. You almost hit me. Like, bro, you would be going to jail, man. He can be strict and scary, but he's reasonable, right? I just can't see him doing something like that. My mom's car hit a girl, but it was her fault. Oh my goodness. Dude, I have a friend who did actually hit somebody, and it was the person walking's fault because they were crossing the street when they weren't supposed to. And she was driving and it was dark, and so she didn't see them in the street because they weren't supposed to be there. The girl was too focused on her phone. That's not good. No, crossing the street at night, didn't see the person in the road. But they're not supposed to be in the road. Leave your phone when you're walking, peeps. Honestly, unfortunately for me, that's my way of distracting myself from people trying to talk to me. Hello, getting sleazy. Alright. He can be strict and scary, but he's reasonable, right? I just can't see him doing something like this. Saitomi recounted multiple examples of the director acting responsibly.
でも、少年院で刑を全うしたというのは事実なんですよね。
But we know he served time in juvie detention, right? Well, yeah. You spelt neighbors wrong. I don't know what the word is that you meant to say. I was on a bike with my neighbor's kids on the top of a hill. I went down so fast I couldn't stop. At the bottom, there was a road. As soon as I crossed the road to the other side, a car went zooming. when I was a kid, I was going downhill on a bike and I hit the brakes too hard and my friends were way ahead of me, like at least like 50 feet ahead of me basically. I could barely see them while I was trying to catch up to them. But then I hit my brakes so hard, I flipped over myself and I ended up like with the bike entangled in my legs and I sat on that ground where I could have got hit by a car and scream cried for about 10 minutes till a neighbor in the area came out and carried me to their porch and then drove me home. But I was distraught. I had scratches all over my face too. Like I hit the ground hard. But yeah, you know, driving, cars, bikes, yeah, I just picture a little me sitting on the ground with her, like my bike was like tangled up. I didn't break anything, just to be clear, but like it was tangled up in my legs. Like they took a minute to get the bike off of me. What were we drinking around those times? When I was like 7, juice mostly. That was what the company president said, so there was no doubting that.
万が一、傷害事件を起こしてないとしたら、それは立派な冤罪ですよ。
That would be a pretty hefty sentence for an accident that didn't cause a major injury.
でも、本人はその罪を受け入れてるのよね。
But he accepts full responsibility for it. I blurted out a thought. What if he was covering for someone else? Perhaps it was wishful thinking, but I couldn't help crossing my fingers for it.
ない話じゃないわよね。
I don't know, man. Why don't we just get the actual answer from him? Let's stop speculating. Can you tell me exactly what happened, man? I've slept with this man and I don't know how the answers myself and I'm just speculating. I wouldn't say that's totally outside the realm of possibility.
むしろ、その可能性が高くねえか。
If anything, that's the more likely scenario. I don't believe that either. Since we all knew the director well, we all hoped that was the case.
こういうのマジで苦手。もやもやすんだよな。
I really hate this kind of thing. It makes me so frustrated. Satomi scratched his head frantically before grabbing Minato by the shoulder.
俺とこうちゃんは、コバさんに言われたコンペの最終確認を進めておくからさ。
Ko and I will finalize the competition manuscript based on the director's instructions.
大江さんとあんたは、コバさんの事件のこと、もう少し探ってみてくれないか。
Don't like Saitomi love his voice. I mean, that's fair. Oi, Amasawa, can you guys investigate this whole ordeal with Koba?
探るって。まあ、就業後とか土日を使えばできなくはないか。
Investigate. I guess we could look into it a little after work or on the weekends, but
二人は絶対残業にならないように、はみ出した分は俺の方で引き取るんで。
don't do any overtime work. I'll take care of the extra stuff, so just pass everything along to me.
私はいいけど、大丈夫？
I mean, that's fine with me, but what if the person who's injured was the one riding the motorcycle and we took the thing? When I said that last message, my thing crashed and restarted your stream. Oh no. Still discussing. Give love to Yoji. Let's just ask Yoji what happened. Ooh, I kicked something. That's fine with me, but what do you think? She looked at me inquisitively, I'm gonna go with that, and nodded in agreement. I was thinking that if boss and victim were racing on bikes and the victim crashed, so boss felt guilty and took responsibility, or they blamed him and the other person was injured, so they just went ahead with it. I didn't know if we could prove anything, but if there was even a slight chance Kobase was innocent, I wanted to find out myself. Or what if he's just guilty? I'm gonna say this right now. He can be guilty. He could have caused an accident. He did not intentionally hurt this person, right? But stop trying to find an excuse to be like, oh, it's fine because he actually didn't do it. No, he could have done it. I didn't question it. I didn't think, oh, maybe he's not the type of person. It wasn't on purpose. The last thing I wanted was for Director Kobase to be forced out of the company for a crime he didn't commit. Even if it happened, what's the matter? Yeah, what's the matter? Like, I don't get it. Now we're trying to prove it didn't happen. Like, Owie and I decided to use some of our free time outside of work to look into the incident from the director's past. I'm sure a Google search would get you there. I'm a little annoyed by this sudden, like, oh, we're gonna prove he's innocent. What? It was the first Saturday after Director Kobase was suspended. Was he drunk on purpose? If not, it sucks, but can happen to any of us that drive. Yeah. Like, it's very common. Car accidents happen every day. Every day. Owie and I decided to visit Director Kobase's hometown to learn more about the incident.
この辺だよね。昔部長が住んでいたのって。
It should be around here, right? The director's old house. Does he know? Owie double-checked Director Kobase's information on her phone. If he found out about this, he'd probably be really upset. So let's not do it. To help us investigate, I enlisted Yofi to gather some information.
事件があったのはこの辺りのはずなんだけど。
The accident supposedly happened around here. We searched the area based on the newspaper stories Yofi emailed us. The two of us must have looked suspicious to onlookers. Perhaps that's why we were approached by an older man who had been eyeing us skeptically.
あんたら、そこで何してるんだ？
What are you two doing? We're trying to recreate an accident. He was a middle-aged man who seemed to be stepping out for an afternoon walk.
あ、私たちは決して怪しいものではなくて。
We're not doing anything shady. The man's eyes narrowed. Owie wasn't doing our innocents any favors. Flustered, Owie showed the man a newspaper article about the incident.
この事件について情報を探しているんです。
We're looking for information about this case, like 15 years after it happened.
随分と古い事件を。
That accident happened a long time ago. You're not going to find any fresh clues on the ground.
全部終わったことだし、あんまり後味のいい思い出じゃないんだ。今さら蒸し返されても。
What's done and done. I didn't have much good things to say about it then, and I certainly don't want to rehash it now.
頼むから、あんたらもこれ以上事件のことを記事にするのはやめてくれ。
He knows something. Is this Yoji's dad? I'm begging you, don't write about this on your blog or website or whatever it is you're doing. Mistaken for a reporter, the man let out an exasperated sigh.
あ、いえ、違うんです。私たちはこの事件の加害者とされている小橋さんの職場の部下でして。
It's nothing like that. We work for this someone involved in the incident, Kobase. Hearing the director's name, the man blinked with surprise.
小橋って、小橋洋二か。あんたたちが小橋くんの部
You
下。
mean Yoji Kobase? You work with him?
私は小橋洋二の通っていた中学の教師でね。
I was Yoji Kobase's teacher back in junior high. Really? I said this was a remarkable coincidence.
そうね。確かにすごい偶然。
Yeah, what are the odds?
でも部長の地元なんだし、学校の数が少なかったら出会う可能性も高いってことか。
This is the director's hometown after all, and it's pretty small. I don't see many schools around here either. This man's probably kept an eye for suspicious people as a teacher. I want...
今、当時に関することで、小橋さんの立場が危うくなっているんです。このままだと。
Are you done? Owie, are you done now? I want an Atomi game where we're actually solving murders at the same time. And if you solve the case, that's how you get the good ending. Kobase is in a bit of trouble because of this incident if we don't do something to help him. We told him we were trying to get as much information about the incident as possible. The man crossed his
わかっ
arms.
た。少し話をしよう。
Alright, let's chat. He led us to a nearby park to talk. It would be a nice premise. Yeah, you know, like we're ghost hunters. I don't know. At the park. We sat down on a bench and began our conversation with Kobase's teacher.
それで、 中学校の教師ということですが、小バセさんの担任をされてい
We need,
た
a
Okay.
point and click thing where you could like accidentally get the wrong Criminal Minds shit. Yeah. Like you could get the wrong clues and it could lead you down the wrong path so you don't get the good ending. Or you get an ending and you're not sure which ending's real. Like what's the actual true answer? So if you said you taught Director Kobase in school, does that mean you were his homeroom teacher? What's happened so far? I was getting fast food. We decided to stalk Kobase's hometown to get more information because we're trying to prove that he's innocent of all crimes instead of just accepting that he might have actually committed a crime, because apparently we'll only love him if he didn't actually commit the crime at all. So we have now, instead of just asking him to directly tell us what happened, I need all the details, we have decided to go to his hometown with newspaper clippings about the incident and interrogate people who are there. They talked a lot, no spice. I guess that would be an easier way to say it, Tarp. You're right. The man stared out at the playground equipment, seemingly lost in nostalgia.
そうだね。小バセ君は彼が中2の時に担任をしていたよ。
I was his 8th grade homeroom teacher.
高校に入ってから2回ほど中学にも顔を出してくれたことがあったが、あの事件の後は会っていない。
Once he went off to high school, he came and visited a few times, but I haven't seen him since the incident. The incident. The accident had been between a motorcycle and a pedestrian late at night. There were no witnesses and no camera footage of the incident. Simply talking and no pics, we should be giving Yoji support, yet regardless. Both parties were teenagers. The assailant was a boy known for being part of the rowdy motorcycle gang, because we were a bad boy. There were whispers about the incident. It may have had something to do with the rising tension between two motorcycle gangs. During the investigations, rumors intensified and the media wrote stories about the assailant's wickedness. The victim was on his way home from a friend's house. His injuries were permanent, but not life-threatening. The assailant admitted his guilt. The victim still in the hospital and the perpetrator serving time in juvie detention, the media moved on. But the people didn't. Rumors, some true, some false, continued to hang like a cloud over the town. I'm giving him all my support. I'm just too tired to focus on this story right now. In a town as small as this one, there was no peace for the families of those kids. After the assailant was let out of juvie detention, he and his family were forced to leave this place forever. Had a very long day. I'm so sorry, Tart. The man bit his lip and stared at the sky.
彼もいろいろあって、確かにちょっと荒れてた時期もあったと思う。
He's been through a lot. It's true, he had a rough side to him, but even so.
今はどうかわからないが、彼はどうも目つきが悪くてね。身長も中学時代から伸び始めて。
I know what he's like now, but he always looked tough and he started getting taller in junior high. Living in a small town, it wasn't necessary. They'll leaving. Small towns have lots of rumors. I'm from a small town, so I don't know what he's like now, but he always looked tough and he started getting taller in junior high.
まあ、目立つ存在だったというわけだ。
He started getting taller in junior high. Just like, he stood out.
こういう地方の町だと、ちょっと昔までは柄の悪い男子学生が多くてね。喧嘩を売られることも多かったみたいで。
In a small town like this, there wasn't much for boys to do. They'd get into little scrapes here and there.
でも自分から喧嘩することはないんだ。売られた喧嘩を買うか。
He's
あとは
still
大
tall, but you
体
look up.
友人のためなのかな。
Minato's taller. I never saw him pick a fight, but he wouldn't shy away from them, and he always protected his friends.
ちょっと有名な存在ではあったよ。
He always protected his
学
friends.
校でも彼を怖がる人間もそれなりにはいた。
He was pretty well known in school, and there were quite a few kids who were afraid of him.
しかし代わりに彼を慕う友人も多かった。
But he always had a lot of friends too.
ご両親とも仲が良かったと思うよ。学校行事にお母さんがいらっしゃるのはもちろん、可能な限りお父さんも来られていたな。
He was close with his parents. His mother was always at school events, and his father came when he could.
バイクは高校に入ってからだから詳しくはわからんが、
I don't know much about his motorcycle history. I barely saw him after graduation.
噂にあるような暴走族みたいなのには入っていなかったと聞いたよ。
The rumors I heard said that he was never part of a motorcycle gang or anything like that.
もちろん人に迷惑をかけるような、ましてや傷つける走り方をするような人間じゃない。
I wouldn't expect him to be. He wasn't the type to stir up trouble, much less hurt anybody.
見た目が怖くて、喧嘩は強くて、バイクにも乗っていた。
Sure, he looked intimidating and he got into fights and he was a motorcyclist.
しかし、彼を不良だ、ヤンキーだっていうのは、周りの偏見だ。
But he wasn't a punk or anything like that. That was just people's confirmation bias.
私が知っている限り、あんな事件を起こす男ではない。
The kid I knew would never intentionally do what happened that night. Intentionally, see? That's
で
fine.
も、じゃあ、どうして？
Then why? Because inattentions happen all the time. The man shook his head, just as unsure as we were.
小バセ君は、最後まで認めなかったようだけど、
Kobase denied it to the very end, but
私は今も、彼が誰かをかばっているんじゃないかと思っている。
I always wondered if he was covering for somebody all this time. Bro. As soon as he said that, Oe and I made eye contact. Could it be that Director Kobase was sent to juvenile detention for someone else's crimes? Was he really protecting somebody? I don't think we need it. I don't think we need to be proving him innocent. It seemed unlikely, but knowing him. With a small nod, the man leaned closer to both of us.
君たちはどうだい？部下なら、ずっと一緒に仕事をしてきてどう思う？
What do you think? You've worked with him, you know him well, right?
彼は言葉は少なく、誤解されやすいところはあっても、真面目で義理がたい性格だ。
He's a man of few words, so he's easily misunderstood, but he's earnest and loyal.
昔から困っている奴を見捨てておけないたちなんだよ。
And he's never abandoned someone in need. That's always been clear.
もし訳ありの知り合いが真犯人だとしたら、かばって黙ってるってのも納得できる気がするんだ。
If he was covering for the real culprit, I think I could accept that. The man said he and a few supporters tried to get Kobase to tell them what really happened, but he wouldn't budge. If he wouldn't collaborate with people who believed him, then maybe there really was a reason for his silence. Perhaps there was someone he cared enough about that he'd even give up the job he loved at Astario to protect them. Or maybe he actually hit this guy on a bike, and I don't think we need to prove that he didn't. I'll be off, hype, and give love to Yoji for me. Stay well, everyone. Bye, cutie. Have a good night. We'll see you later. Oh no, bye. As Oe and I listened intently, the man smiled as though unburdened by telling us his theory.
でもよかったよ。今でもこんな風に彼を信じてくれる人たちがそばにいてくれて。
You can believe in him and he could still have committed a crime. I'm glad to see he has people like you by his side, people who still believe in him.
引っ越してしばらくして、ご両親が亡くなられたという話も聞いていたから。
I heard his parents passed away sometime after he moved away.
真実を明らかにできるなら、今からでも決して遅くはないさ。
If you can find the truth, it's never too late to set the record
当時
straight.
の状況を私よりも詳しく知っているだろう人間が今もこの町に住んでいるから紹介するよ。
There's someone I can introduce you to. He lives around here and knows more about the incident than I do. Is it the guy? The man took out a piece of paper from his bag and wrote down an address before handing
小
it
バ
to
セ
me.
君の学生時代の友人でね。事件当時、小バセ君と一緒にいたらしいから話を聞いてみるといいよ。
He was there when it happened. He was Kobase's friend from school. He was there when it happened. Perhaps he can help you out. Politely thanked the man and left the park. Looking at the sky, I caught a glimpse of the sinking sun below the horizon. My phone rang as we searched for the address we were given. I wondered who it could be. Saitomi? I pulled out my phone and saw Saitomi's name on the screen.
おう、そっちの方はどうだ？
Hey, what's going on? How are things going? I mean, I told Saitomi everything we found out so far.
なるほど。やっぱりそうか。
Seems like we're on to something. Saitomi sighed and sent me some data from his phone.
さっき、ヨフィーさんから新しく送られてきた新聞の記事にも似たようなことが書いてあった。
Yofi sent me an article that mentioned something similar.
コバさんは事件の詳細について警察でもあまり語らなかったみたいだ。
It seems that Koba didn't tell the police much after the incident.
コンペの準備はそこそこ大変だけど、まあ、俺なら余裕だから。
Well, I gotta get back to preparing for this competition. It's a ton of work, but you know me, I can handle it.
あんたたちは引き続きコバさんのこと頼んだからな。
You guys keep up the good work. Get us some more info about Koba's past. Hi, hi. Without waiting for my reply, Saitomi hung up on me. Just then,
あ、あった。
there it is. Oh, we know you. It sounds ominous. Oe pointed excitedly at the nearby house that had the nameplate we were looking for. This had to be the right place. The name read Satake, Kobase's childhood friend.
よし。準備はいい？
Are you ready? No. They rang the doorbell. A man about the same age as the director answered.
はい。何か。
Yes. Can I help you? I don't know.
私たち、小橋洋二さんの会社のものなんですけど。
Hello, we're Yuji Kobase's co-workers. As soon as she spoke the director's name, the man's face went pale. This had to be Saitaka, no doubt. Is Oe a dateable character in this game? I wish. No, she's got a boyfriend. That's why they gave her a ring.
昔の事件のことですか。自分の口からは何もお話しすることはありません。
Are you here to ask about that incident? I've got nothing to say about it. The man turned twitchy. His eyes flickered in every direction. In fact, if you choose you want to work with Oe, you get on the bartender's route.
どんな些細なことでも構いませんので、事件当時のお話を聞かせてくれませんか？
Please just tell us everything you can about what happened. It doesn't matter how trivial.
先ほどお会いした別の方からは、冤罪の可能性もあると伺ったんです。
We just finished meeting with someone who said they think there may have been some kind of cover-up. As soon as a cover-up was mentioned, the man recoiled and stiffened. Clearly agitated, the man pushed us away.
当時の件に関しては、俺は詳しいことはよく知らないんだ。
I don't have any new details to give to you, okay?
確かにあの夜、一緒に走ってはいたが、途中で俺は先に行っちまって事故は見ていないんだ。
We were riding together that night, but I went ahead of him. I didn't even see the accident, got it?
頼むから、もうそっとしておいてくれ。
Now please, leave me alone. I flinched as he raised his voice, but I thought back to Kobase's sad face and stood my ground. I bit my lip hard and asked the man if he really wasn't willing to help his friend. The man turned his back on us and stared at the ground.
俺にできることは何もない。帰ってくれ。
There's nothing I can do. Please go home. The sharp metallic clink of the door shutting echoed in the air, and my shoulders sank in disappointment. Oe's soft hand rubbed my back gently.
大丈夫？
Are you all right? I nodded, and Oe put her lips to my ear and whispered,
こんなこと言いたくないけどさ。今の人、ちょっと怪しかったよね。
I hate to say it, but it sure seems like that guy was hiding something. I felt exactly that way. I felt exactly the same. I would have expected someone so close to the accident to speak about it very differently. Deciding there was nothing more to be done, we returned home. Did you leave your card? I miss Yoji.
言ったか。
Are they gone?
あんな使いをよこしてきて、一体どういうつもりだ。
What the hell does he think he's doing sending those girls here like that?
まさかこの後に及んで、俺を裏切るつもりか、小橋。
After all these years, don't tell me you're planning to betray me now. Ooh. I'm mad because he didn't need a redemption arc. He could have been in an accident. I think I already said this. Hometown cha-cha-cha disappointed me in this way too. Stupid. By the time we returned to the nearest train station, the sky had turned completely dark. I will beat that man's ass. Don't! You need to beat Yoji.
なんだかどっと疲れちゃったね。
I'm pretty pooped. How about you? Always smiled and cheered me up.
一歩進んだような。でも、足止めを食らったような。
I'm beating them both. I'll accept. It feels like we took a step in the right direction only to hit a dead end. I don't know why he felt like defending his friend and going to juvie for him.
コンペまでもう時間がないっていうのに、これからどうしようね。
Trouble is, we're running out of time before the competition. What should we do next? We're mad at Yoji. I missed something. We're mad at Yoji for taking the fall. We walked side by side, each taking turns letting out long sighs. Staring at the twinkling stars above, I felt resolved on what I'd do next. With time running out, the only way to get to the bottom of this was to speak with Director Kobase himself. I told Oe that I would go to the director's house and ask him about this.
あなたって子は、ほんと時々妙に大胆なんだから。
What a very affectionate thing for Oe to say to me, right? Why can't I date Oe? My little lamb, you really are bold sometimes. I matched her smile with my own.
そう。その笑顔で言っておいで。
Yeah, just like that. Go and see him with that smile.
も
And
し
just
本当
that
に小橋
smile.
部長が冤罪なら、このまま放っておくわけにはいかないもんね。
If Director Kobase really was falsely accused, we can't just leave things as they are, right? We could have, if a woman did not decide to come and ruin his, life 15 years later.
あなたになら、部長も真実を話してくれるかもしれないし。
Maybe that smile of yours can get the truth out, or maybe those tears of yours, whichever works.
私はいない方がいいと思うから。頼んでいい？
But I think it's better if I'm not there for it. Mind if I ask you to handle this one for me? I nodded back at her.
決して無理はしないで。
Just promise me you won't overdo it, okay? After seeing Oe off at the ticket gate, I turned and hurried towards Director Kobase's house. The moon shone bright in the dark, clear sky. I stood by the window puffing cigarette smoke.
やめようと思ってたんだけどな。つい吸っちまう。
Keep telling myself I'll quit, but then I find myself lighting up again. As I tipped the ashes into my ashtray, I watched the stars twinkle and attempted to clear my mind. I'd been so busy dealing with the situation, but since it blew up and I was not at home, I had an abundance of free time. Free time to think about her. I'm in such a bad mood, I need pudding. Pudding?
あいつはタバコはやらんしな。今時の若い子は、タバコ吸ってる男とキスなんてしたくないだろうしな。
She doesn't smoke and young women don't like kissing smokers.
こんな時に何を考えてるんだ俺は。
What am I thinking? After all this, did I really believe I would have a relationship with her? Thinking back on my time with her, I allowed myself to smile and then I heard the doorbell ring from the living room.
こんな時間に誰だ?
Who could that be at this hour? Gee, I wonder. Tilting my head, I got up to open the door. Without contacting him on ring, I headed straight to Kobase's place. I rang the doorbell nervously and confused. Kobase answered.
どうしたんだ?
What are you? I told him there was something I needed to talk with him about.
ここじゃなんだから中に入る。
Not here, come in. Director Kobase gently ushered me inside. The fact that he didn't turn me away made me feel lighter. He trusted me. Did he? I don't know. On the way to the living room, I noticed the open window and cigarette butts. Following my gaze, he scratched his cheek sheepishly.
ああ、手持ち無沙汰だったから、ちょっと一服な。
You need pudding to MC. I got some time on my hands now. Thought I'd have a smoke. Director Kobase laughed as I told him to look after his health.
お前は本当に心配性だな。
You really are worried, aren't you? His smile was so endearing that I struggled to regain my composure. I sat down on the couch and turned towards him. With both of us settled in, I began to talk. I told him that everyone wanted him back in the office, and so we took the initiative to start investigating the incident. I explained that we visited his hometown, ran into his former teacher, who also suspected that Kobase wasn't at fault. Then I told him that we visited Satake, and that he seemed visibly upset with us. Director Kobase remained silent, then checked his watch.
お前、まだ時間はあるか？
Do you still have some time? Wait, are you gonna tell me something or are you gonna make a move? I came here planning to get the whole story, so I nodded.
ドライブにでも行こう。
Let's go for a drive. You trust being in a car with me, right? He swiped the keys and escorted me to the front door. I was puzzled until Director Kobase faced me and asked.
そうだな。海にでも行くか？
Yoji, you better tell me that's the fucking truth, so I'm not in the mood at all. You want to go to the beach? I blinked and thought, yes, sure, why not? Let's go to the beach. I'll go anywhere with you. I always wanted to go on a trip to the beach.
興味津々って顔だな。
He looked pretty excited. Did he cast distraction? It worked.
ああ、そうだよな。さすがにもう遅いか。それに今日は遠出してたんだから疲れてるよな。
I wanted to see the ocean at night, you monster. It's pretty late, huh? Besides, you must be tired.
海デートはまたの機会にとっておくか。
We'll save the beach date for another time, so we did admit it'd be a date. Not gonna lie, if they give us the spicy CG before we get the truth, I'm going to be even more annoyed. I feel like the spicy is probably the last CG. Kobase breathed out a laugh and smiled. My eyelids started getting heavy and he pinched my cheek. Why am I getting sleepy?
なんだ、そのめんどくさそうな顔は。
Are you really that tired? Oh, hello. Thank you. I need to move the alarms because it's kind of in the middle of the chat. Oh no, did I click on it wrong? I froze everything. Okay, I froze it for just a second when I was trying to move it. Oh no, it's chat I'm on. I was on alerts. You know what, we'll put it here. Are you that tired? Yoji, I'm tired of the bullshit. Oh my god. I didn't want that to be an inconvenience. I would be happy to go out for a drive with him.
謹慎が続いていて少しだけ参っているんだ。
Guess I'm going stir crazy with all the free time.
そんな遠くには行かないから、気分転換に夜のドライブに付き合ってくれないか。
I just want the truth already. How about we just go for a night drive? We won't go very far. I just need to clear my head. Ooh. Remembering the ashtray filled with cigarette butts, I realized how stressed he must be. Okay, let's go for a drive. With that in mind, I hopped in the car with him.
よし、じゃあ出発するぞ。
Alright, let's get going. Alright, let's go! Do you plan to stream tomorrow? I did. Let me phrase this right. I did plan, but I work in the morning, so it'll be an afternoon stream, and I plan on playing the Princess Peach game a little bit. But there's like a little meeting I have for a convention I work with, and so I don't know if I'm going to be on the call for the convention meeting or not. So if I do, it's going to be crazy late. It's going to be like 8 o'clock, which is kind of late, but I don't go to bed till 3 a.m. But it's kind of late for what I usually stream. With his foot firmly on the gas pedal, the car zipped through the city lights. I don't plan on playing all of Princess Peach on stream either. I just wanted to play a little bit of it since I'm excited for it. As he drove, Director Kobase quietly spoke about the incident from his past. Pre-ordered the Joy-Cons. 3 a.m. Yeah, I have insomnia. So even if I want to sleep early, I usually can't. I'm debating if I need the Joy-Cons because I already have... So here's the thing, like the Joy-Cons would match all of my little Kirby's. That would match the Kirby's. However, I already have this set of Joy-Cons right here, which are the Zelda Joy-Cons from the console, and then I have the Skyward Sword Joy-Cons. Like, do I need another set of Joy-Cons? No. Do I want them? Yes. Turbos. I know I have them everywhere. I need to get a shelf just for all my Kirby's. This isn't even all my Kirby's. There's more Kirby's up here. I have some more Kirby's in the living room because I have a Nintendo shelf in the living room. I have Mario, Peach, all those guys, and then I have a bunch of Kirby's. And Zelda, but I put some of the Zelda back here because I was going to stream Zelda, but I never got to it. As he drove, Director Kobase quietly spoke about the incident from his past. Me too. Sleep at 3 a.m., wake up 6 for work. That's kind of why I slept in last night. I didn't go to bed until almost 4. And then I got woken up like right when I went to bed. So I was having like heart palpitations because I got woken up, which is another reason why you don't wake me up. And so it took me a while to get back to sleep. But guys, how can we help you? I have irregular sleep cycles. I just have insomnia. I've tried multiple medications, and the one that worked is like the most common medication. However, my doctor didn't like prescribing it to me because she said it can be addicting. And so she told me to be mindful. But the thing is, I have insomnia every night. So I just have to pick which days I don't want to sleep well. Like it was, so I just stopped taking the medicine. I'm not very good at taking medication. As he drove, Director Kobase quietly spoke about the incident from his past. But yeah, 3 a.m. is my usual bedtime.
俺を助けたいって思ってくれるお前たちの気持ちは素直に嬉しい。
That's such bullshit. I'm so sorry. Oh no, don't feel sorry. It's okay. I've had it my whole life and I didn't realize it until like I was in my 20s that I had insomnia. And I think it was because I saw something post that it takes the average person like 10 minutes to fall asleep, and I was like, bullshit. It takes me 2.5 hours usually. I lay down and then I don't go to bed. If I lay down at 10, I'll be asleep at like 12:30. That's how I used to be. It means a lot to me that you guys want to help.
みんなにも礼を言っておいてくれ。
Be sure to tell the others that. I just realized we're in a car with him. Is he gonna drive us off a cliff?
だが、この件について過去を掘り返すようなことは、
Digging up the
俺
past
自身
on
本
my
当に
account?
望んでいないんだ。
I don't want that.
俺は自分の罪を認め、受け入れて、ちゃんと償った。
I admitted my sins and I've paid a heavy price for that. What if his friend was drinking and he wasn't drinking, and he was afraid that if his friend got caught, he was also get in trouble for being drunk? Your imagination. Listen, I have been hurt. If I don't sleep 8 hours or 10 hours at night, I'm a big mess. Ooh, if I sleep 8 to 10 hours, I wake up dead.
今さら冤
I
罪
can't
だと
sleep that
か。
long.
悪いが、
I
そ
used
っと
to
し
when
て
I was
おいて
younger.
ほしい。
Even if it were a false charge, I would prefer to leave it alone. I'm sorry. Behind his glasses, his eyes looked stormy with turmoil.
俺のことを思うなら、この件から手を引いてくれ。
If you really care about me, you'll leave it alone. I'm a Snorlax. I'm already getting tired. Asia, no, it's only... Wait, it's got daylight savings happen for you guys. I don't know what time it is. It's almost 6 here. It should be like 9 your time. Yoji, you pissing me off. Here's the thing. They shouldn't be digging into his past. If you care about me, you'll leave it alone. With those words, the possibility of Director Kobase being innocent felt stronger than ever, and I decided I will continue to meddle even if this guy tells me not to. He felt indebted to the president, and so he tried to protect Astarcy. He was worried about me, which is why he pushed me away. He was willing to give up everything for the competition. Why was he always so stubborn when it came to helping others and yet never wanted to accept help from himself? If he left things as they were, he'd carry all the blame on his shoulders forever. Just to be clear, lying is also something to be ashamed of. He's got to admit that he's been lying this whole time too, if it comes out. I couldn't stand by and let that happen. I asked him to tell me the truth. Tell me. But he only gave me a small shake of his head.
たとえ相手がお前でも、これ以上のことを話すつもりはない。
I'm afraid I can't do that, not even for you. So what you're saying is you never want to touch this body again.
これは、俺自身が選んだ道なんだ。
This is the path I've chosen.
ほんと。お前たちも厄介な上司に当たっちまったな。
You guys sure have a terrible boss, huh? As I stared at his forced smile, a realization popped into my head. He was planning to leave the company. The question slipped out of my mouth.
どうだろうな。
I wonder. His answer was frustratingly vague. He tilted his head as if pondering it. I asked myself why Director Kobase, who was more dedicated to his work than anyone, had to endure this. Anger welled up inside me until tears were dripping down my cheeks.
Oi!
Hey. As soon as he noticed I was crying, Director Kobase stopped the car. You pissed me off. You're so fucking annoying. You are terrible. Asia's having it.
なんでお前が泣くんだよ。
Why are you crying? The answer was, of course, because I loved him. I love you. Too tired for a filter, I blurted that out. Director Kobase's brow furrowed.
はぁ？俺が自分を大事にしてないからって。
Why are you saying that now?
なんだよ、それ。
What's with you? With that small dismissal, he unbuckled his seatbelt and gently wiped my tears.
わかったから。
Alright.
もう泣きやめ。
Stop crying. His kindness was so sincere that my tears kept flowing. I waved him away, telling him I'll be fine. I'm fine.
たく。
Unbelievable. Director Kobase chuckled before dropping a gentle kiss on my lips. Okay. Startled by his spontaneity, I froze. He's like, how do I get her to stop? I know. Kiss her.
俺なんかのために泣いてくれる奴がいるなんて。
I can't believe someone cried for me.
ありがとうな。
Amasawa, thank you. No CG, excuse me. Oh no, Blue has crashed into her keyboard. His eyes were a bit misty, but he smiled at me.
お前の涙に救われた気がするよ。本当に。今はそれで十分なんだ。
Girls. In a way, I feel like your tears saved me. That's enough for me. It's not enough for me, apparently. I can't just accept you for who you are. I fought back more tears and offered him a smile.
その方が似合ってるよ。
It's me smiling through the tears. That's better. The tips of my ears burned, and I was sure my face was bright red. Director Kobase looked at the dashboard clock before fastening his seatbelt.
こんな時間になっちまったな。マンションまで送っていくから。
It's getting late. Let's get you back to your apartment. Okay. Just for today, I wanted to be hit by his side for a little longer. As Director Kobase turned on the car, I expressed that and placed my hand on his, and he looked at me. I thought you were going to put this on his leg, you know, like, eh.
俺は全く構わないが。
I'm so fucking tired of this shit. Yeah, cute moment. I don't mind, not one bit. Feeling embarrassed, I couldn't make eye contact with him.
じゃあ、うちに戻るか。と、その前に、お前、夕飯食ったのか？
Let's head back to my place. Have you had dinner? I realized I hadn't eaten a thing. I came straight to his house after meeting with Oi and told him as much.
やっぱりな。人の健康を心配する前に、自分の健康も考えろよ。
Before you worry about my health, you should worry about yourself. First off, you are my health.
じゃあ、戻るついでに何か食うか買って帰ろう。
Let's pick something up on the way home.
確かお前、ピザなら定番の味が好きだったよな。
Just to be clear, you asked me if I like pizza with tomato sauce. You didn't say, do I prefer pizza with tomato sauce? I would have never picked that option if you had asked it a different way. How about some pizza, tomato sauce, of
ちょうど
course.
帰り道にイタリアンのうまい店があるんだよ。
I know a great Italian place on the way. Is it bad that I lost patience for this route? A little. I was so happy that he remembered what I liked that I couldn't help but smile.
なんだ、なんか変なことを言ったか。
Did I say something weird?
ああ、お前の好みか。覚えてはいたが、
Yeah, I remember.
そういうところ気になるもんなんだな。
You sure pick up on little things. The only reason I'm annoyed is because I don't feel like they need to suddenly turn this into let's figure out if he really is a criminal.
まあ、気になる相手の好みとかは知らないより知ってる方がいいんだろ
I
う
just want
な。
the truth and the past stuff to be over. Yeah, it's a little eh. It's only natural to remember things about someone you care about.
ちなみに、俺は丼物なら大体好きだ。から悩んだ時には
For the
参
record,
考にしてくれ。
I like rice bowls, if you ever wanted to know. I wondered if this was his way of hinting that we'd have dinner together in the future. It's losing me. Let's get to the fucking
あん
point.
ま真面目に考えるな。そういうのはさらっと流してくれ。
It's feeling like an actual K-drama for Asia right now. This is like episode 10 through 14 where like it just keeps rehashing the same problems. And she's like, I'm done. Don't overthink it. Just forget I said anything. I'm gonna overthink it.
この話は終わりだ。よし。
We're done talking about this. Let's go.
じゃあ、今夜うちでゆっくり飯でも食うか。
We'll get takeout and eat at my place. Okay. He beamed and stepped on the gas pedal. You know, Asia, getting to the point is not the goal of this atonement. It's love and misunderstanding. Gosh, don't you know? I felt refreshed as I admired the beautiful night sky above. Did you admire it though? After dinner, the director said he'd still had some work to do, so I borrowed his shower. Stepping out of the shower, I considered just how dedicated he was to work while he was suspended. All the routes should be shorter. But he's cute. I love him.
今日はちゃんと服を着て出てきたか。
Are you properly dressed today? I hope she's not. I turned around to see the director looking at me with a mischievous grin on his face.
冗談だよ。
Only kidding. I should have came out in a towel. I
お
should have
前
an
が
option.
使ってた布団さ、クリーニングに出してあるから、今夜は俺の部屋で寝ろ。
Your futon is packed up in the attic, so you can sleep in my room tonight. Done.
何驚いてるんだ。さすがに床で寝かせるわけにもいかねえし、俺は仕事でリビング使いたいからな。
Wait, we're not going to sleep together? Wait a second, Yoji. Hang on. What? I'm properly undressed. Is that okay, senpai? What, surprised? I wouldn't let you sleep on the floor and I planned to work in the living room.
ちょうどいいだろ。
It's for the best. I wondered what kind of work he could be doing on a Saturday while suspended. Before I could ask him if I was bothering him, he piped up.
早乙女たちが救出して作ってくれた資料の確認だよ。
I've got to get back to confirming the edits that Saitomi and the others made for the competition.
あの港まで土曜に仕事してくれてるからな。俺もできる限りのサポートはしておきたい。
Even Minato pitched in and worked on Saturday. I have to support them.
あ、会社には内緒だぞ。
Ah, but don't tell anybody about at the company. He grabbed my arm and walked me to his room. Excuse me? Give me some strength and some patience.
じゃ、明日は日曜だし、もし予定がないようなら寝坊してもいいから。
Tarp's all about supporting you, Asia. Tomorrow's Sunday, so there's no work. If you don't have any plans, feel free to sleep in.
今日は本当にありがとな。後で応援にも礼を言っとかないと。
I really appreciate what you did for me today. I'll have to thank Oe later. Are you not?
じゃあ、おやすみ。
Grab him by the arm, please. Like, he walked us to his bedroom. Good night. I suppressed the urge to look back at him, and just as I was about to get into bed, he pulled my arm back forcefully. Think of the spice. Oh gosh, he's kind of making me want to punch him. You can punch him! Come on, enemies to lovers. That's a great trope. Do it for the spice, Aisha. His face suddenly appeared in front of mine and my body filled with heat as our lips met. The kiss was hotter than the shower, passionate yet gentle. It chased away all the stress of the day. Dang.
いきなり悪かった。我慢できなくってな。
The spice not gonna help. I roll in my eyes. Sorry about that. I just couldn't resist anymore.
これ以上は止まらなくなりそうだから、今日はここまでな。
If we go further than that, I'm afraid I won't want to stop, so that's all for now.
今度こそおやすみ。
Good
し
night.
っかり休めよ。
Sleep well. How dare you? You left the room for real this time. So much happened that day. At least it ended with me in his bed. Would I be able to sleep? It's not the kind of in his bed you want. As I mulled over everything, I slowly felt my fatigue overtake me. She's weak. Is this episode 5? Yes, it's episode 5. And we're about to start 6. Look, Asia, we're so close. Stop being a fucking tease. Oh, goodness.
今度こそおやすみ。
Good night.
しっ
Sleep
かり
well.
休めよ。はあ、危なかった。自分で俺のベッドに寝ろとは言ったが、無防備に見つめられ
I'm
る
so
と、
close to ghosting this man.
やばかった。
Aisha's bullshit meter's nearing 200. That was close. I know I told her to sleep in my bed, but seeing her, like, look at me like that. If things weren't so busy, I probably would have joined her in bed right then and there. I feel like you should have. You take a 30-minute break. Come on.
暇な時間ができると、あいつのことばっかり考えちまう。
I'm pretty mad when he pulled that please leave BS without an explanation. Yeah, he could have literally said he was getting some creepy emails. Like, he could have been vague and still told us, hey, you know what? I don't think it's safe for you here. There's been some stalkers in the neighborhood. It's why I was so nervous. Like, he could have made something up. Whenever I have a minute to myself, she's all I can think
仕
about.
事があってよかった。
I hate when obviously you can communicate but don't. It happens so much, especially in like TV shows too. I get so annoyed about miscommunication in TV shows because I'm like, just tell them what just happened. You just got threatened by someone. You're not going to tell anybody you just got threatened by somebody, so you're going to act weird for the rest of this episode, and everyone's going to not understand what's happening. You could just tell them. Just say it. I'm just glad I have some work to do. Right. Everyone was working so hard I couldn't let them down now.
今の俺にはこっそりとサポートするぐらいのことしかできないからな。
Unfortunately, I can only support them from the sidelines now.
よし。
All right.
そうだ。応援にも後で礼を言っとかないと。
That's right. I have to thank Oe later.
しかし、地元に突撃するとは。 と
Traveling
んでもない行動力だな。
all the way to my hometown, I wouldn't have expected that. Would the old Amasawa have done something that rash? No way. She was way too cautious, was she? Maybe our time working together impacted her in more ways than I expected.
でも、新しいものを見て、新しいことに触れて、殻を破れたら、いつの間にか、殻を破ってたのかもな。
Yeah, she came out of her shell quickly. Yeah, it happens when you tease her all the time.
俺なんかより全然成長してるよ。あいつは。
I'll be taking orders from her soon enough. What does that mean? What kind of orders? Like, get on your knees? Like, what are we talking about? No?
俺も頑張らないとな。
I've got work to do. I pushed myself to do just a little more as I looked over the revised documents. Look at this man over here teasing us. Just being a tease. Whoops. Gradually, I fell deeper and deeper into slumber. So warm. And wake up in his arms.
わかったふ。
No flashbacks.
俺ありがとう。
This was a dream. Hearing his deep voice whispering my name made me swoon.
愛してるよ。
I love you too. A car screeched to a halt outside and interrupted us. I jolted awake upon hearing loud voices coming from the living room. Oh! How can he be so sexy and annoying at the same time? It's a disease, I guess. I quickly realized that the car I heard in my dream had been real. I couldn't think of who would be visiting Kobase at this hour. Anxious, I went to check on him. The moment I entered the living room, I saw Director Kobase speaking with someone in the dark. The voice sounded familiar. I recognized him. It was the man Oi and I had visited earlier in the day.
なんで今さら俺はどうしたらいいんだよ。
Why? Why now? What am I supposed to do?
なあ、幼児
Answer me, Yuji. Sadake looked like a frightened animal as he reached out to grab Director Kobase. As I stepped forward to intervene, Kobase snapped at me.
来るな。
Don't. Sadake's eyes caught mine and he glared fiercely at me. Suddenly, I was petrified. I couldn't move an inch.
あんたは昼間のそうだよ。あんたが余計なことをしなければ。
You're the girl from this afternoon. This is all your fault. The man took his attention off Kobase and lurched towards me.
やめろ。
Stop. Kobase yanked him back, yanked the back of Sadake's arm and stepped between us. He lost his balance and fell over. With Sadake on the ground, the director placed a hand on each of my shoulders reassuringly.
大丈夫だ。危険なことはないから信じてくれ。
Alright, you're not in danger, trust me. Hearing his soft voice was like having a blanket wrapped around me. I asked what had happened while I was sleeping. The question was for Kobase, but Sadake spoke first.
さっき車でここに来たんだ。
I got here earlier. I asked why he came so late.
あんた昼間昔の事件について調べに来ただろう。それでいても立ってもいられなくなって。
You came earlier today to ask about that old case, right? I couldn't leave that alone.
あの後すぐに幼児の住所を知ってるやつを探してここを聞いたんだ。
Right after that, I went looking for Yoji's address and found out he lived here.
さすがにそっちのお嬢さんがどこにいるかは調べようがないから。
There was no way for me to find out where you lived,
お
so...
前の部下だって言ってたし、お前が何か指示を出して動かしたのかと思って。
You said before that you worked with him, right? I figured Yoji must have put you up to this.
何か証拠でも探してるのかと。
I assumed you were looking for evidence, which is factual, actually. She was, so... The director sighed. The man scrambled to his knees and bowed low to us, his head nearly touching the floor. What he said is scary, that he couldn't find her address. And that's how I met your father, Asia 2024. Dear God. Oh my God. The director sighed. The man scrambled to his knees and bowed low to us, his head nearly touching the floor.
無理を承知で頼む。どうか、あの事件の真相については、このまま黙っておいてくれないか。
I know I'm asking a lot of you, but please, please don't tell anyone what happened that night. That was as good as an admission. This guy was the culprit. Your father made me want to strangle him, but you admit that you married him anyways. Actually, not right. That's not right. That you slept with him anyways. But damn, he was sexy. Ignoring my shock, Sadake looked directly at Kobase as he spoke.
実は俺、結婚したんだ。来月には子供も生まれるんだよ。
It? You just called your baby it? I'm married now, we're having a baby. And they're due next month.
例の事件について、家族は何も知らない。話していないんだ。
My wife doesn't know about any of this. I never told her.
あのことがバレたら俺、会社もきっとクビになっちまう。やっと見つけた仕事なんだよ。
Dude, I don't care. If my company found out, I could lose my job. It's taken me so long to find work.
勝手な言い分だって分かってる。お前には昔から迷惑かけっぱなしだってことも。
Juvenile detention. To remind, yeah. I know what I'm asking is selfish. I know I caused trouble for you already, but... Sadake crumbled. Between shaking breaths, his tears dripped to the floor.
でも、俺、頼れるのはお前しかいなくて。
You're the only one who can help me, but can I? Can I really? He was built like a bull, but at that moment he looked like a scared little boy. Was he built like a bull? You didn't mention his size before. Even if that was all true, it wasn't right to let Kobase take the fall for this. I pulled on Kobase's sleeve about to voice my feelings, but he shook his head. Kobase kneeled beside Sadake and spoke gently.
わかってるから、顔を上げろ。
Okay, I get it. Now get yourself off the floor. Sadake raised his tear-stained face from the ground.
安心しろ。俺だって今更本当のことを話すつもりなんてない。
Don't worry, I have no intention of telling anyone the truth about what happened that night. Director Kobase patted Sadake on the back and smiled.
悪い。さっき言いたかったが。
Did I hurt you earlier?
お前がこいつに掴みかかろうとするから悪いんだ。弱えくせに。
But you're the one who tried to grab her. You've gone soft after all these years.
もし今度何かあっても、次はもうかばいきれねえからな。
How many times am I gonna have to save your ass? A half laugh, half sob escaped Sadake thanks to Kobase's teasing.
子供が生まれるんだろ。いい加減その泣き虫もどうにかしろよな。
You're about to have a kid, right? Shouldn't they be the crybaby instead of you? Despite the tears trailing into his lips, Sadake smiled.
泣き虫なんかじゃねえよ。
I'm no crybaby. Y'all, I don't have patience for this shit. Asia, you have so much patience. You're basically a saint. Like, from this interaction alone, I could see they had a deep bond that stretched back years.
不安にさせて悪かったよ。まあ俺も今更こんなことになるとは思ってなくてな。
What if MC was pregnant? Huh? What about then? Then she probably shouldn't be traveling to that guy's hometown and doing some weird mystery solve. I didn't mean to worry you. Honestly, I had no idea this would blow up the way it did.
ちょっと対応にミスって、部下たちに心配をかけちまったんだ。だからこいつらは悪くない。
I handled it poorly and worried my employees. It's not their fault.
それに、俺のことはもう心配するな。今の仕事が片付いたら、会社も辞めるつもりだ。
You don't have to worry about me. Once I wrap things up with my current job, I'm going to walk away from it.
お前と違って独り身だからな。別の場所で何度だってやり直せる。
I'm all alone, unlike you. There's always somewhere else I can start over. The director smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes.
本当に申し訳ない。
Don't say Spice. Don't you dare say Spice. Listen, this isn't Dune. We're not talking about Spice right now. See, we have a spicy CG, Asia, not Spice. Fuck that CG. I'm hoping It's close. Kobase sighed, exasperated with Sadake's endless apologies.
たく、しつけえな。
You sure are stubborn.
家で身重の奥さんが待っているんだろう。こんな時間にこんなところまでのこのこ来やがって。
Your pregnant wife is waiting for you at home, isn't she? She must be worried about what you're up to at this hour.
早く帰って安心させてやれよ。
Go home and reassure her, will you? Kobase leaned forward and offered Sadake a hand to help him off the ground. Sadake bowed politely before hurrying off. Can I ghost him? You can, but you'll regret it. He's just so nice. He's just like MC, remember? The fact that the dude said he couldn't find MC's address is terrifying. They just gonna pass that up? Okay, first off, the reason he said he went to his address instead of MC's is because he doesn't know her information to find her. After seeing Sadake off, Kobase returned to the living room. We made eye contact and sighed heavily. I checked the clock. 4 a.m.
すっかり目が覚めちまったな。少し話でもするか。
I'm guessing you're also wide awake. In that case, why don't we chat? As he spoke, Director Kobase poured me some coffee from a fresh pot. The warm, nutty aroma of the brew wafted with the steaming cup. We sipped our drinks side by side, both still reeling from the night's events. After some silence, he finally spoke.
ここまで巻き込んでしまったから、お前には話しておこうと思う。聞いてくれるか？
Oh dear, Asia. Yoji, fuck you, bitch. Honestly, the scene... God, I miss what Jay said. Ain't that good, Asia. I stayed for the guys. I'm just too busy accepting all of her Asia swears. Selfish act is so fucking annoying. That didn't get marked that time. You didn't get flagged for that one. Seeing as you're already wrapped up in this, there's something I'd like to tell you. Will you listen? I nodded, straightened my back, and rotated to face him.
さっきのあいつな。バカなやつだけど、俺は何度もその明るさに救われてきたんだ。
The guy who was just here, he may be an idiot, but he saved my ass more than I can count. Kobase explained their childhood friendship. They had been unlikely friends even when other kids had been afraid of Kobase. Sadake stood by his side. Twitch got to get used to it and missed it. Oh god. I'm about to punch something. This shit is trash. It's not... I'm sure it's being censored for somebody.
あいつの家は母親一人でな。ちょうどあの頃、ひどく体調を崩してしまっていたんだ。
Heisha, we talked about this, okay? These are K-drama scenarios. It's what in a K-drama. It was only him and his mom at home, and at the time of the accident, she was really sick. Listen, he's explaining.
学業と両立して生活費を稼ぐため、仕方なくだが、バイトを増やして、かなり不規則な生活を強いられていた。
Worse than ad pull now? Oh, I don't think so. I don't think this beats dating your brother. I don't think this beats that. In order to make ends meet, he had to double up on his part-time jobs in school. It was tough for him. His eyes grew distant, as if lost in his memories.
事件の夜、一緒にバイクでバイト先へ向かう途中、振り返ると、あいつの姿がなくて。
That night we were riding our motorcycles to our part-time job together, and when I looked back, he was just gone.
ほんの一瞬の出来事だった。
It happened so
あいつが乗っているバイクがバランスを崩して、
His bike started toppling over and
歩道に突っ込んでいった。
He crashed into the sidewalk. He choked on his words for a moment.
いつもならその時間、ほとんど人はいない道だったんだが、その日は偶然、友人の家から帰る途中の高校生が。
The streets were almost always empty at that time of night, but there was a young boy walking home from a friend's house. I placed my hand on top of his and held his gaze. I Recovering his composure with a small smile, he continued.
病に伏せる母親のことも考えると、あいつが逮捕されることだけは避けたかった。
When I thought about how much his mother was suffering, I couldn't bear to see him arrested.
一番近くにいて、あいつの事情も知っている俺には、それしか思いつかなかった。
I knew him better than anybody, and I knew all the things he was struggling with, so.
俺が身代わりになることくらいしか思いつかなかったんだよ。
See, this is the Big Bang music video. I'm so sorry, but I love you plot, okay? Sometimes you gotta cover yourself head and to toe in blood after bludgeoning someone with a pineapple. It's just how it goes. I did the only thing I could think of and took his place. Mention me on the Discord if the guy gets in trouble and Yoji stops being so selfless. I'm officially done with this route. Asia, I don't think that's the point. Thinking of being in Kobase's shoes made my chest ache. We lost Asia. Asia's gone.
真実を伏せることは、被害者家族に対して、ものすごく不義理なことだと分かっているんだ。
I knew it was wrong to withhold the truth from the victim's family.
だから、この件については、俺もあいつも同罪なんだよ。
In a sense, I'm just as guilty as he is.
きっ
Ghosted.
と俺以上に、あいつ自身、何度も罪悪感に苛まれてきたはずだ。
We need Asia. But I don't know I know he's beat himself up about this far more than I ever could. Kobase bit his lip as he squeezed my hand.
久しぶりに顔を合わせたと思ったら、必死の形相で口止めに来るなんて。
It's been so long since I last saw him.
情けねえな。
He looks so desperate to stop the truth from coming out. He can be such a wimp.
つうか、お前と大江は俺の地元でどんな話をしてきたんだよ。
Which reminds me, what kind of rumors have you and Oe been spreading about me in my hometown? Told him you wear thongs. He tapped my forehead with his knuckle. I told him I hadn't known all of these details and just wanted to help him. He reached out, cupped my cheeks in his hands, and gingerly pulled my face close.
なあ、どうしてそこまでしてくれる？
Why did you do all of this for me? Look how glossy his lips are. He seemed so wistful, burdened with carrying all of this for so long. I stared straight back into those pained eyes and I told him, oh gosh, what a great question. Let me think about what I'm trying to raise right now. Work? Okay. Because I don't want you to quit.
そんなに俺と一緒に仕事したいのか？
Ah, we did it. We're even. We're even again, guys. We're doing it. You seriously want to work with me that much? Working together had been so wonderful. There was still so much I wanted to learn from him. It was heartbreaking that him quitting seemed to be the only option.
そんな顔するなって。お前には笑っていてほしいんだ。
I just want to see you smile. Don't look so sad. His kindness pierced me, sending tears streaming down my cheeks. Director Kobase pressed his forehead against mine. He met my eyes. Seriously, what eyes?
泣くなって。お前の気持ちは本当に嬉しいんだ。
There's no need to cry. I'm just glad to know you feel that way. He slowly moved his face away and wiped my tears away with his fingers.
だが、前にも言ったように、これはすべて俺が納得して選んだ道なんだ。
Like I said before, this was my choice. I made it a long time ago.
納得するのは難しいかもしれないが、受け入れてほしい。
I realize it may be difficult for you to accept, but I hope you will eventually. I miss... Imply? He was happy all the time? Oh no. I realized it was difficult for you to accept how but he spoke with painful sincerity. This was what he wanted unflinchingly. I gave him a small nod, knowing there was nothing more to say. His hands combed through my hair. When I couldn't resist him any longer, I wrapped my arms around his neck and he quietly kissed me. Leah? I pulled him closer to me. I was afraid that if I let go, he would drift away. Oh. See, I haven't done Cold Real Eyes. I don't know these boys. As soon as as if he read my mind, he pressed his body against mine and we collapsed on the couch together. Really? Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. It's fine. A few days later, the Starcy Planning Department managed to get through the competition without Kobase. We were told the results would not be announced for several weeks. No, CGY. Because they hate us. After it was all over, we met in the conference room to reflect on the competition.
まさか当日にいきなりあんな質問が出るとはな。大手はやることが厳しいっつうか。
I seriously didn't expect them to throw all of these curveball questions. Guess those big companies are pretty strict.
とはいえ、俺の天才的頭脳があれば、ちょちょいのパパッと答えられる内容だけどな。
Good thing I'm a genius. I'm all like, oh yeah, you got a tough question? Bam, there's your answer.
事前の準備がしっかりしていたから乗り越えられたんですよ。
No, we got through it because we were paired. Saitomi and Minato were in charge of the presentation despite private bickering. They worked well together in public.
あと、常に資料をチェックしてくれた厳しい目があったから。
Thankfully, we had a strict pair of eyes looking over our materials for us. The competition materials marked red with Kobase's notes rested on the table.
まあでもさ、私たちにできることは全部やりきったよね。
Well, we've done all we can. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon after, Director Kobase sent us all an email. In it, he praised our diligent work on the presentation and apologized for everything leading us up to it. I told the others as much about the incident as Director Kobase felt comfortable with.
ぶっちゃけ、全然納得はできねえけどさ。
I'm not gonna lie, I still can't really accept this.
ここから先は、俺たちが簡単に口を出していい問題じゃねえよな。
I guess that's not really up to us, is it?
はい。部長の将来を決めるのは、最終的に部長自身に他なりません。
It's ultimately up to the director to decide what's right for his future.
コンペもさ、どんな結果になるかはまだわからないけど。
It's true. We don't know the final results, but
エスター氏のためにできることをこれからも続けていくしかないわ。
our focus right now should be on doing what we can to help Starcy.
私たちにできるのはそれだけだよ。牽引してくれた部長に恩返しするためにもね。
That's the least we can do to repay the director for everything he's done to help us all this time. I just realized something, and I'm probably going to jinx us by mentioning it, by the way. We haven't had that song play in his route yet, where the person's actually singing.
まあ、別にこれで終わりじゃねえしな。
That's true. It's not like this is the end of or anything.
だいたい、エスター氏の未来は、ここからが本番ですよ。
Starcy's future starts today.
現時点で更新した新企画も評判いいしな。
We're starting off with a bang. Oh gosh, we're starting off with a bang with this new project.
既存のコーナーだって、前より見やすくなったって好評ですけど。
The revised columns have also been well received. Everyone says they are much easier to read now.
はいはい。どっちもすごいから。
Yes, they're both terrific. It was just as everyone said. Even if Director Kobase was gone, we just have to keep on doing what he taught us. The conversation shifted to what we could do to keep Starcy alive. After work, I returned home to my apartment. It felt strange not returning home to Kobase's place even though I'd lived here for far longer than there. As I thought about what I was going to make for dinner that night, my phone rang. Dr. Kobase's name flashed on my screen. My curiosity piqued. I just want to answer his phone call. What do you mean? I answered the phone. Kobase sounded out of breath with excitement.
ああ、突然電話してすまない。
Sorry to call you on such short notice.
いや、実はあいつから電話があって。
I got a call from my friend.
これ以上お前には迷惑をかけまいと思っていたんだが。
I'm gonna say that his friend probably confessed to his fiancée or wife, whatever, about what happened and how bad he feels about it because he realizes that, you know, his friend is paying the price for this years later. I don't want to bother you any more than I already have.
今回の件は会社にも迷惑をかけた。特にお前たちには。
The whole thing has been a nightmare for the company and for all of you.
いや、それだけじゃない。勝手に個人で動いて、またお前を不安にさせたくない。
But there's more to it than that. I know if I act alone again, you'll worry, so...
だから、お前にもついてきてほしいんだ。
I want you to come along this time. He caught his breath and gave me the rest of the information. And we're not going to share it here because we want you to be surprised. The weekend after that call, I met with Director Kobase and traveled with him back to his hometown.
だから、
When I asked him for more detail, he said that his friend called and asked Kobase to come with him to the victim's house.
お前たちの熱意に頭を冷やして、しっかり考えたらしい。
He calmed down after everything and said he had thought some things
その
through.
結果、生まれてくる子供や奥さんに恥じない生き方をしたいと思い直したんだそうだ。
He realized he wanted to live an honest life, one that his wife and child could be proud of.
でもさすがに、一人で行くのは勇気が出ないって。
But he wasn't brave enough to do it alone.
俺も謝りたいから同行しようと思うんだが、お前も来て見届けてくれるか。
Want to apologize too, so I was wondering if he'd be willing to join us. As soon as he said I could join him, I was all in. It was important to me to see this through. Surprised by his sudden turn of events, this even his, I told him I would gladly accompany him. Standing next to his anxious old friend, I spied the always calm and collected Director Kobase. I was happy to be there, but was it really okay for me to join them? To hide my nerves, I quietly took a deep breath. Director Kobase spotted me and called out,
すまないな、無茶を言って。
If we're traveling to his hometown, why didn't we 1, drive together, or 2, take the bus together? Sorry for asking you to do this.
どういう状況になるかわからないが、お前は俺のそばから離れるなよ。
I don't know how things will shake out, so stay close. Taking his word to heart, I followed right behind him. After a bit of walking, we arrived at a family restaurant. It's called Denny's. Upon entering, we noticed a person sitting in the back that appeared to be the same age as Director Kobase. Momoko, it's you! The woman from before was there too. Switching sides.
おい、しっかりしろ。
You can do this. My old friend stood next to me. He sweat profusely and shook uncontrollably. I put my hand on his back lightly, hoping to encourage him. Sadake,
この度は
I'm so
本当に
sorry.
も長い間真相を黙っていたことはもはや言い訳の余地などないのですか。
I have no excuse for hiding the truth from you for so long.
私も家族を持つ身になりまして改めて罪を償うべきと自覚しました。
Now that I have a family of my own, I understand. I know that I have to atone for my own sins.
お詫びに上がるまでにこれだけの時間がかかってしまったこと、
I'm sorry it's taken me this long to own up to what I've done.
そして改めて事故を起こしてしまったことを
I'm sorry for
深く
causing
お詫び申し上げます。
that terrible accident. From the way his hands shook, I could tell his apology came from the bottom of his troubled heart. I bowed deeply to you without saying a word.
こんな
This.
こんな理不尽なことってありますか？
How could you do this to us?
あなたが平然と生きている間、ハニーや私たちがどんな思いで毎日を過ごしてきたか。
You lived in peace and enjoyed your life. Do you know how much pain you caused my brother and I?
そんな簡単な謝罪の言葉で許されていいはずがないでしょ。
And now you think you can come here and apologize and be forgiven so easily. To be fair, you never even forgave the other person. As she shrieked, tears welled up in her eyes and her clenched fist grew white.
はい。
I know. I know. Provoked by his weak response, the woman stood up with a cup of water in her hand, intending to pour it on my friend. Oh no, if only Aisha was here, she would know. I wasn't sure if I should protect him or just let her have her way. But before I could do anything, she spoke again.
どうして私たちの方が悪者みたいになってるの？
Why do you act like we're the bad guys here? Then suddenly...
もうやめてくれ。
Stop. It was the victim. That'd be assault. Murata, he grabbed his sister by the hand and shook his head.
これ以上、誰かが傷つくのは見たくないよ。
That's enough. I don't want to see anybody else get hurt. He turned to face us before continuing in his hushed voice.
あれから、事故の後遺症で足がうまく動かなくなって、最初のうちは車椅子生活だったしね。
I lived with the effects of that accident since it happened. I started out in a wheelchair, unable to walk at all.
僕自身もだけど、それ以上に家族が大変な思いをしてきたことは紛れもない事実です。
Hard as it was for me, it was harder still for my family. It was harder still to know the toll it took on my family. The cane he held was old and scratched. It was like it was decorated with marks of the world he had seen with it.
あなたが罪を逃れようとしたことは、本来簡単に許されることじゃないのかもしれないけど。
It wouldn't be right to let you off the hook for what you did, but...
あなたですよね。僕宛てにずっと謝罪の手紙と見舞い金を送ってきてくれていたのは。
It was you, right? You're the one who sent me apology letters stuffed with cash.
何それ？
What's this? Sadake.
嘘よ。そんなもの受け取ってない。
We never received anything from him.
いや、僕も初めは断っていたんだけど。
Well, I refused the letters at first.
病院宛てに何度も何度も届いて、返す先がないから仕方なく預かっていたんだよ。
They kept coming and coming. The hospital said there was no one to return them to. Murata pulled out a large stack of envelopes from his bag.
名前は小バセさんだけど、小バセさんからも手紙はもらっていたからね。
They're all signed Kobase, but eventually I realized that only some of them were from the real Kobase.
明らかに筆跡が違ったから、何か事情があるんだろうと思っていたんだけど。
I had a feeling there was something strange going on. The handwriting on the letters was completely different. I write like a psychopath, so I mean, my handwriting changes all the time. At these words, I saw Sadake nod his bowed head through sobs.
お前。
I never knew that Sadake was sending letters the whole time.
もう、頭を上げてください。
Please lift your head.
以前の僕なら、きっと許せなかったと思うけど。
After the accident, I told myself I'd never forgive the person who did this to me.
こうして優しい家族と過ごす時間が、少しずつ考えを変えてくれました。
Yeah, tell that to your sister. Dude, she's the problem. These past years I've spent together with my family, it changed my way of thinking.
僕たちはもう、事故のしがらみから解放されるべきです。
We're all suffered enough. Let's put the burden of the past behind us. His sister did not know that he was sending letters constantly apologizing. What the fuck? The young man smiled softly and gently rubbed Sadake's back while he continued crying.
それにね、今の僕は以前よりずっと生きるのが楽しいんですよ。
I should tell you my life's a whole lot better than it used to be. Then Murata told us about the girl he met during rehabilitation. He beamed as he told us about the new life he planned on starting with her.
あの人と 結婚まで考えてたの？
They're all kind of stupid. You're gonna marry her? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You don't tell anything to Momoko.
うん。あの事故がなかったら、彼女と出会うこともなかった。
If it hadn't
今は
been,
素直にそう思えるんです。
if it hadn't been for the accident, I never would have met her. That's my way of thinking. It was as though the earnest smile on his face released the chains binding us link by link. His sister's whole body relaxed and the color in her knuckles returned.
お前も、ほら、小橋さんの会社の件はやりすぎだ。
That thing you did to Kobase's company went too far.
会社へは、私が直接謝罪に伺います。
I'll go and apologize directly. At least she's quick to apologize.
正直、訴えられても仕方ないことをしたと思います。もし、正式に法的措置を取るのであれば、
It was enough to get you sued. If that company wants to take legal action.
待ってください。
Hang on a minute.
今回の件は、元はといえば、我々の行いが招いたことですから、
It was
そ
our
のお気持ちだけで十分です。
It was our past mistake that caused all of this. Your apology is more than enough. It sounds like her brother has been doing just fine. And she's the one holding a grudge. She's not even the one that was injured.
あなたがわざわざ実名で出向く必要はありません。
There's no need to go to out yourself and apologize to the company. She was stunned for a moment, then bowed deeply, first to me and then to Amasawa. The moment she lifted her head, it felt like we were all free. Finally, it was over. Finally, we're free. The chains have fallen to the wayside. We left shortly afterwards. Kobase wanted to talk more with Sadake, but Sadake said he wanted to hurry home to see his family. The two embraced and agreed to see each other again soon. When it was just the two of us, the victim's sister came out to see us.
村田さん、
What
どう
is
し
it,
ました？
Murata?
本当にすみませんでした。
I'm so sorry.
もう本当に大丈夫ですから。悪いのは俺とあいつです。あなたは被害者なんだから。
Not really satisfied with how this was solved. I'm not satisfied because he came over and he was like, don't worry, your secret's safe. And then his secret still got revealed anyways. Just seemed a little unnecessary. If anyone is at fault here, it's Sadake and I. You're a victim.
いえ、違うんです。
I don't think that's right.
違うんです。私、きっと皆さんが羨ましかったんだと思います。
I've always envied you. Huh?
自分の不幸を全部周りのせいにして、
I spent all my time blaming my unhappiness on what happened.
でもいつの間にか兄はしっかりと未来への道を歩いていて、もう結婚まで考えていたなんて。
This route was pretty low for you, Jay. How could you? Before I knew it, everyone else had moved on. I mean, look at my brother. He's thinking about getting married.
私だけずっと囚われていて、いじけて、ただ自分に言い訳して何もしてなかっただけなんです。
So this plot is trash. Asia, you're back. I told myself I was trapped, but in the end, that was just an excuse to blame someone else for my unhappiness.
私、介護の仕事してるんですけど、これも兄の件があったから、私には他の仕事なんて選べないんだって。
Would it have been better if they actually had been dating in the past, and then they broke up because of the accident? And that's another reason why she has this grudge, because she was in love with him, and then he and her couldn't be together because of the accident. And so she has this added grudge, and then she sees that he's happy, or maybe she even saw the girl with him, and she was like, oh my god, he's happy now, and he got to get into another relationship. And here I am, this slug, as I assume that's how she feels. I feel like that would have made it better. What happened? They apologized and told the truth, and it turned out that the guy, Sadake, had been sending letters to Murata in the hospital with money and apologizing, so like it felt like really low stakes, all things considered. So they apologize, it's all out in the open. He doesn't have to quit his job now. Because of what happened to my brother, I felt like I had no choice but to become a nurse. A nurse is a great
でも
job.
実際にこの仕事をしていると、頑張っている人たちに励まされたり、お礼を言われて嬉しくなったり。
Just feels like an unnecessary plot. It also felt like the twist was unnecessary, right? He caused this guy's accident. He could have just caused the guy's accident. And we could have even erased Sadake, and then he could have still had this apology where he's all like, bro, or sister, he's been sending me letters every week with money in it, telling me how sorry he is for my accident. Like, can we please get over this? I'm constantly encouraged by people who are working so hard to recover, and their gratitude brings me joy.
楽しいんですよね。
I can't believe I got
もっ
excited for
と
this
純
route.
粋に楽しんでいればよかった。
You cannot like the route. But this is Anku you're talking to, okay? This is a god you're talking to. Do not let the plot change the fact that that man's voice is sex. That's sex, okay? You gotta get over it. Leah, please. Asia, please. I really do enjoy it. Maybe I should enjoy the rest of my life too. Maybe, Momoko. Maybe you could.
私も少し心を開いてみます。
This girl
それ
has
でちゃ
been
んと周りを見てみるわ。
stunted for 15 years. It's time to grow. I think it's time to open myself up and see what the world has to offer. This route put me in a bad mood.
本当に
Why?
ありがとう。
There wasn't any forced kisses and there wasn't any assault. Thank you. After that, she left with a smile saying she wanted to support Astarcy however she could. Let's get her a job.
いい笑顔だったな。
Such a nice smile. As for now, Minato slightly higher. Minato's story was great. If we're talking about story alone, Minato's story, his voice actor, his looks, his CGs, he's winning. He's still winning. I love Yoji, but he still wins. Blue, it's okay. I translated. I'm leaving Asia. It's almost over. Remember, spicy. It's coming. It's coming. Such a nice smile.
あの笑顔を見たら、本当にあの事件は全て終わったんだって
If she
思
can
えたよ。
smile like that, I suppose it really is over.
エスター氏のことも応援してくれるって言うし、
You don't care.
これは
You
もう
do too.
絶対差しなんてさせてる場合じゃないな。
Seeing as she's cheering us on, we really can't let Astarcy get shut down now. I agreed wholeheartedly and Kobase smiled at me. Also, he was getting threatening messages. Just a couple, just to let him know that she was serious. He pushed MC away, and then he apologized. On Monday, the week began anew. The day we received a polite email from Mrs. Murata. So our company info address. I see that. I see you. I'm so sorry, guys. You have to end on a bad note. On a bad note, I'm not upset. It's Asia who's upset. I feel like this made to seem like a big deal, but it wasn't treated like it was. Yeah, I feel like the level wasn't at the right level. You know what I mean? The message articulated Director Kobase's innocence in the incident. The whispers about Director Kobase disappeared as quickly as they came. Did they though? Because y'all had all the whispers for Saitome. Kobase's suspension was lifted the same day, and he promptly attended a meeting with the board. The directors of the other departments sat in the conference room with furrowed brows.
この度は私事で皆様にご迷惑をおかけして大変申し訳ございません。
Allow me to personally apologize for any inconvenience that this may have caused at all of
これま
you.
で以上に私を見る目が厳しくなることは重々承知しています。
I'm well aware that this means people will be watching me with an even more critical eye from now on. Yoji, I fucking hate you so much that you love him. I get it. Director Kobase pushed up his glasses.
仕事での実績をもって必ず返上してまいりますので。
どうぞよろしく。
I promise to prove my worth to the company in the coming days and months ahead. The president, Umura, urging them on, the other managers reluctantly nodded. They're like, alright, say good job. President Umura approached me before I left.
私の目に狂いはなかったようだね。
Looks like I was right about you after all. Oh, I knew his words carried a deeper meaning, but I smiled innocently back at him, pretending not to know what he meant. He knew. Oh, when we returned to our desk, we were met with loud applause.
おかえりなさい、小バセ部長。
Here it is, here's the song. Welcome back, Director Kobase. Director Kobase smirked, raising his hands to calm the applause.
社内の俺を見る目は変わらず冷ややかなんだから静かにしろって。
Just because I was absent for a while doesn't mean I'm gonna take it easy on you guys. Now quiet down, will you? He clicked his tongue, but his grin revealed his unexpressed joy.
何ぬるいこと言ってんすか。
Poor Asia. I picture Peter Pan just now. Poor the dog. I can't think of their name now. Oh no. Look at Mr. Grumpface over here.
言いたい奴らには言わせておけばいいんですって。
Poor Nana. I think it's Nana. They can say whatever they want.
そんな小さなことにひるむなんて部長らしくありませんよ。
Yeah, it's not like you to be shy, director. Satomi and Minato took turns poking Kobase's shoulders.
たく生意気言いやがって。
Unbelievable. I'm barely gone and you guys think you're running the place. Director Kobase ruffled their hair in playful frustration.
本当によかった。これにて一件落着ね。
I'm so glad. I feel like things are finally back to normal. Oi smiled, added an R again, as she watched the three of them tease each other.
こんな時は飲みにでも行きますか？
I think this calls for a celebratory drink. What do you guys say? Let go! Everyone froze, floored by Minato's sudden suggestion.
どうしたこうちゃん、熱でもあるんじゃねえの？
What the heck, Ko? Do you have a fever or something? Look at them. They're bantering. Saitomi leaned forward to touch Minato's forehead, but Minato quickly slapped his hand away. Quit that.
俺だってたまにはそういう気分になりますよ。
I like going out for drinks as much as the next guy.
いいね、その感じ。部長もいけますよね。
I like the sound of that. You're coming too, right, director?
ああ、もちろんだ。迷惑をかけたお詫びに今夜は俺がおごろう。
Of course, I still owe you all a couple of drinks to make up for all the trouble.
やったー、飲むぞー。
Let's drink! Saitomi and Minato stared at Oi with frightened, narrowed eyes. As soon as the evening plans were decided, everyone headed back to their desk to finish their work. I realized I better get back to work too. I returned to my desk with renewed vigor, excited to be back at work. Now you have a boyfriend. Then, when workday was done, we gathered our things and got ready to walk to the bar.
よし、じゃあそろそろ店に向かいますか。
What do you guys think? Time to go?
それはいいですけど肝心の部長がいませんよ。
I'm ready to go, but we can't leave without the director, right?
荷物はありますね。
Looks like his bag's still here. I was so focused on my work that I hadn't noticed he left. I offered to go look for him.
部長探してきてくれるの？うん、そうね。任せるわ。お願いね。
Oh, he knows too much. We gotta kill her. You're gonna go find him? That's probably for the best. We'll see you guys over there.
ひっ捕まえたらさっさと来いよ。
Once you find him, you both better hurry your asses over. With that, the three of them left for the bar. Alone, I searched for Director Kobase. Let's check the roof. Let's check the room. I looked all over the building, but Kobase was nowhere to be found. It wasn't a big office, and I didn't think he would leave without his bag. There was only one place I could think of. Ooh. When I reached the rooftop, the sun had just set and the stars were twinkling above the city lights. Then...
お前か。どうした？
Oh, it's you. What's up?
ああ、そうか。飲みに行くんだったな。悪い。
Right, everyone's headed out for drinks, huh? I moved closer to him. I wanted to see his smiling face clearly.
どうした？早く行かないと、あいつらに怒られるぞ。
What is it? The others will be upset if we don't get there soon. As he spoke, his smile faded and he suddenly grew serious.
礼を言うのが遅くなったが、お前には本当にいろいろ世話になった。
I know this is a little late, but I owe you a lot.
こうして仕事へ戻れたのも、お前が世話を焼いてくれたおかげだ。
I was able to come back because of you. You were. It looked like a fire had lit inside of his sharp eyes. I told him how happy I was to work with him again from the bottom of my heart.
これからまたお前をきつくしごけると思うと腕が鳴るな。
I'm itching to make impossible demands of you again. His eyes bewitched me and I took a step back.
ダメだ。今さら逃がさねえよ。
I'm not letting you get away. He closed the distance between us with a devilish grin. Oh! He looks so cute! Aw, like, what's up with these shadows? Like, he looks nefarious, also. The director's eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the city lights as he came closer. She got no eyes. We know this. She's an eyeless beauty. I couldn't take my gaze off him, and before I knew it, his lips brushed against mine. Didn't get the CG of that. What the heck? I doubted anyone would come to the rooftop at this hour or that anyone in the nearby building was watching. But I was embarrassed to do this in public. Or did she actually blushing? Did they make her blush? I can't tell. Seeing that I was about to pull away from him, he placed his arm around my waist to keep me firmly in place.
もう少しだけいいだろう。
Just a little more, okay?
なんだ。お前
Favorite
は俺と二人きりでいたくないのか？
parentheses, still pissed. But you don't know. You don't want to be alone with me? Without waiting for my response, he kissed me again, slightly longer than the last kiss. Why do he fade to black for that? The cool night breeze felt pleasant on my skin as my body rushed with heat. Just as I felt myself falling into a trance, our lips separated.
さすがにそろそろ行かないと本気で怒られそうだな。
I think we should get moving before they really get mad at us.
続きはまた夜に。
Continue this later tonight. Okay. Flashing one little mischievous grin, he walked downstairs. I took a deep breath and followed down, doing everything I could to hide my flushed cheeks. Celebrating the competition's completion and Director Kobase's return made for a very lively evening. As the party wound down, we said our goodbyes in front of Evergreen. Naturally, Kobase and I shared a taxi back to his house. Naturally.
今日は飲みすぎた。
I drank too much. I do like him without the jacket on. I just don't like his tie.
なんだか久しぶりに心から楽しめた気がするな。
Aisha, who's your best / favorite love interest overall in Otome? Ooh. Who is the one? Who is the one? That's a great question. Oh, I'm trying to think if I have an answer for that. Director Kobase collapsed on the couch, losing his tie as he did so. Smiling at him, I grabbed a bottle of water from the refrigerator and handed it to him.
Thank you na.
Thank you. He said thank you. Fumi from Jack Jean. Fumi! Fumi. I do like Fumi. MP. Probably saying that wrong. MP? After taking a sip, he beckoned me to sit next to him. Harada from Hakuoki. I felt nervous, which was in no way helped by how much we had to drink, but I tried to think of a conversation topic. Alan. Alan's great. I decided to take the plunge and ask him something that had been on my mind. Now that he was drunk, I figured I could get a straight answer out of him. People from his past said he was a punk. I asked if he had any pictures from back then.
写真かどっかにあったかな。
I need a picture of you in a leather jacket. Come on. A picture, not sure. I poked his waist teasingly, and the director mumbled before reluctantly pulling out his phone.
少し前に友人の結婚式に出席したとき、昔の写真をくれと言われて探したんだ。
Asia needs to make a collage. Just a collage. You call them best boys. My first friend recently got married and asked me to look for some old pictures. Curious, I peeked at his screen to see a young Kobase with his hair bleached blonde. Had I met him back then, I probably would have been more scared to approach him than I was when I first started working with him. Show me. I need to do it. Do it! But the boy in the picture bore no resemblance to the adorable red-faced drunk Kobase sitting next to me. I couldn't help but chuckle when comparing the two.
おい、なんで笑ったんだよ。
What's so funny? He put on his most convincing tough guy voice before pulling me towards him and wrapping me snugly in his arms. Sitting on his lap, I grew hot with embarrassment.
笑った理由を言わないと、いやらしいいたずらをする。こんな風
I
に
think the
な。
spicy CG is coming. Is it blue or did you lie when you said you saw it? If you won't tell me why you laughed, I'll just have to make you tell me. How about this? As he kissed my ears from behind, my body tingled and I gasped softly.
こうやって密着してると、お前が感じてるのがすぐわかるな。
When we're this close, it's easy to tell, to know what you like. Oh no, you figured it out. It's just not even a real CG.
ほら、早く言え。
Blue figured out the way to keep us motivated. It's called a carrot. She's holding it in front of us and she's like... His voice. You can play it again.
ほら、早く言え。それとももっと過激なことをした方がいいか？
Say it. Do I need to keep going? His hand slid down and stroked my inner thigh. When I thought about the night ahead, I felt dizzy. Knowing I couldn't take much more, I told him why I left.
今の俺が可愛い？お前、眼科に行った方がいいんじゃないか？
Because I'm cute now, you might want to get your eyes checked.
となると、前の俺は怖いってことか。
Does that mean you used to be scared of me? Listen, I want to be a little scared, but like safe scared. I always wondered how embarrassed they got while voicing these lines.
どんな俺でも全部好きだって？じゃ、お前からキスしてくれたら信じる。
I'm sure they laughed their asses off between takes. Do you love every part of me now? Prove it with a kiss. He beamed at me and my love for him only grew. I turned around and kissed him softly.
本当に可愛いな。
You really are adorable. Thank you.
お前のおかげで、長年の肩の荷が下りたよ。
Thanks to you, the weight I've been carrying for years has been lifted.
本当に感謝してもしきれない。
I really can't thank you enough, but his parents never knew the truth. As he said that, he nuzzled his face into my hair. Knowing that I could help him made joy spring from every part of my body. I mumbled that I wanted to help in all parts of his life. All parts. Let's go.
なんだよ、そのガッツポーズ。
Don't you look satisfied with yourself?
何？仕事もプライベートもサポートするね。
What's that? You want to support me in the office and at home?
悪い。バカにしたわけじゃねえよ。
Sorry, I wasn't making fun of you. Are you
これ
sure?
からも頼りにしてる。
In that case, I'm counting on you. Those words made me happier than anything.
いろいろ落ち着いたし、来週あたりドライブのリベンジでもするか。
Now that things have settled down, we'll finally have to take that drive date to the beach. Let's go.
海に行きたいって言ってただろ。一緒に行こ
You said you wanted to go to the beach together, right? Let's do that then.
う。潮風に当たって、なんかうまいもんでも食おう。
I'll enjoy the ocean breeze and get some fresh seafood. I don't need fish, thank you. Hearing me included in his future plans made a wide smile stretch across my face.
考えてみたら、してなかったな。
No, not once.
ちゃんとしたデートみたいなことをさ。
Come to think of it, we never really did that, huh? A proper date, I mean. Back in the spring when I got transferred to his department, it would never have occurred to me that Director Kobase and I would end up like this. I was too scared to even speak with him. But why? Now that we're planning a date together, it was enough to make my heart sing. I placed my hand over his and he tilted his head curiously.
ん？どうした？
What is it? Having him so close put my heart at ease.
な。
Sawa. He gripped my shoulders firmly and locked me in his gaze. Why would he call me by my last name if he wants to, have relations with me?
ずいぶん待たせちまったけど、これだけはちゃんと言わせてほしい。
It's taken me a long time to say it, but I just want you to know.
俺はこんなんだから、またいつ迷惑をかけるかわからないが、
I'm sure I'll just end up causing trouble for you again, but
何があっても、お前を離さない。
no matter
絶
what
対に守
happens,
ってやるから。
I'll never let you go and I'll always be here to protect you. Relations, Leah. Relations. I don't know what to say. That's like when you're like, it's the polite word.
これからもずっと、俺のそばにいてくれるか？
No matter what happens, I'll never let you go and I'll always be here to protect you. So from now on, will you stay by my side? Doing my best to stifle tears of joy, I told him with the utmost sincerity, maybe, that I'd love nothing more than to be by his side forever. Work, love, life, all of it. I wanted to share everything this life has to offer with him, this man right here. As soon as I finished speaking, he wrapped his arms around me. He pulled me flush against him. Okay. His kiss was longer and deeper than usual. I grabbed the edge of his jacket and he let out a little squeak of joy. Me?
お前ってやつは、どうしてそんなに可愛いんだ。
How can he be so cute? He chuckled before pushing me down onto the couch.
お前には、優しくしてやりたいと思ってる。だけどな。
Wanted to be gentle with you, but... Oh.
そんな俺の理性を、お前が吹き飛ばすから、手加減ができなくなる。
Blue's dead. I don't know what that means. I can't help myself when I'm around you. I can't hold back anymore. His soft lips enveloped mine hungrily.
ここも、ここも。お前の 体は全部柔らかくて。
Waiting for Ray to say this is an HR violation. They're not at work. It's not an HR violation. Although her dating him is an HR violation. Because he's in power above her, so that's incorrect. Bro, that hand. Yeah, also those hips. Here and here. You're so soft and so warm. How big is this couch, man? That's a lot of space.
これは俺を求めて熱くなってるんだろう。
This? You want me, don't you?
期待には応えないとな。
It's conservatively on her knee. Yeah. Yeah, but look how big his palm of his hand is compared to her knee. I promise not to let you down. My heart spiked and his cool fingers began exploring the contours of my body. Heat coursed through me. I trembled at his every touch. I am a child of God. I'm so sorry, Blue. Oh! Another favorite Yoji CC, still annoyed. She came back just to say it. He just, like, exposed himself a little bit. He took off his glasses, placing them on the table before unbuttoning his shirt. He kissed my neck and whispered to me.
顔はこっちに寄せろ。そうだ。
Look at me, just like that. Asia, it seems like you hate love this man. I can't breathe. His tongue slid against mine. His hand trailed beneath my clothes and my breath hitched.
まだ足りないだろう。次は。
Not enough, huh? Next. Oh! I grabbed his wrist to stop him, but he pulled to my lower body. Unable to stop myself, I told him that what I wanted. Oh! Still pissed at parts of his route that were as unnecessary.
お前は本当に俺を煽るのがうまいな。
Like, am I supposed to be okay? Like, this is a... You really know how to rile me up? Like, thank you.
泣いても止めてやれないからな。
I'm not stopping even if you cry. Maybe if I cry. Wow. I nodded enthusiastically. She's like, yes, 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 yes. He kissed me deeply and my mind went blank. That's a lot of sound. What was that sound? I love you too?
お前のすべてを俺によこせ。
That sounds like a deal with the devil. What? Give yourself to me? When I saw the scene after being deprived in the other routes, I was like, are you sure this is from the same game? She died. That was her dying. As I grew hotter and hotter, I was only conscious of Kobase's body. All that remained was a burning desire to stay with him forever. I feel it. And it'll be so less dramatic now. And fade to black. Yeah, the CGs don't usually get too erotic. The next day we had a meeting at the company. We put our clothes back on. Ridiculous.
みんなのおかげで無事コンペのプレゼンは終わった。
The presentation for the competition went off without a hitch thanks to everyone's hard work.
全部お前たちに任せる形になってしまって、本当に申し訳なかった。
Please accept my sincerest apologies for leaving everything up to all of you.
どうしたんですか？今さら改まっちゃって。打ち上げだってやったじゃないですか。
You're bringing that up now? We already had the wrap-up party.
が、 プレゼンが終わったからといって気抜くなよ。
Just because the presentation is over doesn't mean we can take it easy. We still have a lot of work to do.
結果に関わらず、
Literally
リニューア
banging
ル
the
作業は引
boss.
き続き進めるんだからな。
Oh, boss. We must continue doing our best to revive the app regardless of the results of the competition.
んなことわかってますって。
We know, we know.
とはいえ、改めて言われると、私たちに平穏な時間は来ないのかもしれないわね。
Hearing him say it like that, it doesn't sound like we'll have even a minute to rest.
俺としては、やっと自分の担当部分だけこなせばいいので、気が楽です。
Frankly, I'm just glad to be able to focus on my own work again.
現状で完了してる既存の改変は、まあまあ評判いいらしいな。
The updates have already been implemented that have already been implemented. Oh my gosh. I said the word right the first time, but I said something else wrong. Listen to me. The updates that have already been implemented seem to be doing well with users.
はい。
はい。
じゃあここから残すコーナーと終了させるコーナーを取捨選択していかないとだな。
In that case, we'll have to decide which columns to keep and which to cut.
あ、はい。
はい。
忘れてただろ。
You forgot we had to do that, didn't you? Hey, Saitomi, shush.
もう計画は立ててありますから。
That CG still has me on a whirlwind of emotion.
早乙女、お前もまだ新規企画で途中のが残ってただろう。
No, I had a plan written up. Saitome, your new project haven't made much headway. Let's see some progress there.
わかってますって。
I know, I'm on it. I'm on it.
じゃあ、私はテンプスティさん行ってきます。
It's about time I head to Tempesty. Bye, guys. Bye bye.
逃げるんですか？
Are you trying to escape?
仕事です。
I'm trying to do my job.
あ、ちょっと人手が欲しいので、彼女を借りていきますね。
I'm gonna need some extra help. Is it alright if I borrow Amasawa?
わかった。皆さんによろしくな。
Okay, be sure to tell everyone there that I said hello.
はーい。じゃあ行きましょう。ほら、
Alright.
準備して、準備。
Shall we? Come on, get your things. Hurry up, let's go. And then we run away together.
で、どうなの？
So how's it going?
何がってもう、小橋部長とのことよ。
What's with you and the director? Are
も
you
うちゃんと
dating?
付き合ってるの？
Or what? No, we're just sleeping together. Kobase and I hadn't decided what to tell others, so I just told Oe that we had a good relationship.
そっか。
Really good.
でもあなたのその表情を見てれば、いい感じに進んでるんだってわかるわ。
Sure, got it. Leah, your face tells me everything I need to know. The only spy scene that lives rent-free in my head is Minato's. I think it's always gonna be Sina for me. It's always gonna be Sina, shirtless, in a photo shoot with a woman leaning over him, and then he winks at me. It's always gonna be Sina. Got it. Leah, your face tells me everything I need to know.
その後の話、楽しみに待ってるからね。
I'll look forward to hearing more about it some other time. Seeing Oe smiling like that, I realized she must have been worried about us, which was why she asked me to come along today. I felt truly blessed to be surrounded by such good friends. Although Minato's spicy picture was lahat. So... About a month passed. Saitomi continued to work on launching his new project, all of which were well received. Minato's efforts is rebalance which columns remained in the app were applauded inside and outside of the company. He's like Mama Bird feeding her. Damn. Our collaboration with Tempesty, which began in earnest after the competition, helped the company attract a whole new demographic. We won the competition. After that, we worked on proposed projects that our team came up with. With Saitomi and Yofi's work reaching a natural conclusion, the two went to work with director Kobase. I was placed in charge of the design department, and Oi and Minato were tasked with running the in-house operations. Actually, there was another thing I should mention about the future of a Star Sea. Okay.
やったーみんなで頑張った甲斐があったね
We did it! And it's all thanks to everyone's hard work and dedication. Minato quickly offered a handkerchief to the tearful Oi.
泣くなんて、大げさですね。
Here, don't get my computer wet.
なんだよ、こうちゃん。もっと喜べよ。
Come on, Ko. You should be happier about this.
喜んでますよ。これからもっと忙しくなるでしょうけど。
I am happy. I'll be even busier now.
ああ、存続が決定したからには、これからも現状を保って、いや、もっと盛り上げていかないとだからな。
Now that we've been approved to keep going, we've got to improve the app.
でもまあ、俺たちなら大丈夫でしょ。どんな困難でも抜群のチームワークで乗り越えられますって。
Well, that won't be a problem for us, right? We can accomplish anything when we work together as a team. High five, high five, high five, I assume.
よくそんな恥ずかしいセリフ言えますね。
That was so cheesy. How could you say that with such a straight face?
それにこれだけリニューアル後の評判がいいんだからさすがに人員は増やしてくれるんじゃない
Plus, since the renewal has been so well received, I'm sure we'll end up hiring new people, right?
今俺たち5人のチームワークの話したばっかなのに
What are you talking about? I was talking about our teamwork. You know, the 5 of us.
自分の仕事が減らせるんなら、俺は大歓迎です。
If it means less work for me, I'm all for it.
部長
What do you think, director?
ああ、そうだな。
I suppose. A while later, as Starsea continued developing, in the end, the content from the competition was added to. Our app, which was once considered a liability, quickly became one of the most successful apps in and outside of Astario. The final stages of development of the first few weeks of service were incredibly busy, but also very fulfilling. During that time, I couldn't see much of the director privately, but as they say, absent makes the heart grow fonder. With things settled into a more balanced schedule, I started spending more weekends at the director's house. Oh. It was Friday and I made my way to his house as usual. But Kobase didn't accompany me that day. He had a meeting with upper management and it would be a long one. Might take a bit longer. Go ahead and have dinner if you haven't already. Take a picture in your underwear and send it to him. Come on. The clock revealed that it was nearing 10 p.m. I ate dinner and waited for him to return home. He just crawled into his bed.
お前は本当に
Seriously.
無防備にも程があるって言っただろ。
Defenseless as always.
起きたか？まあ、もう12時回ってるな。遅くなってすまん。
You're awake? It's just past midnight. Sorry, I'm late. I couldn't believe it took him so long to get home. His eyes looked bloodshot and he blinked heavily. I was concerned about how exhausted he looked recently. I didn't know if there was anything I could do to help him, but I encouraged him to tell me if something was wrong.
いや、悪い。心配させてたか。
It's nothing. Sorry for worrying you.
別に、やっぱりスター氏は終了とかじゃないから、安心してくれ。
Don't worry, they're not shutting down a Starsea or anything like that.
これはまだ、他のメンバーには言わないでいてほしいんだが、実は、
I have something to tell you, but I don't want you to mention it to the others yet.
いや、ちょっと質問なんだが、もし俺が独立すると言ったら、どうする？
It's more of a question. If I wanted to leave the company to try and start something on my own, what would you say? I couldn't believe my ears. At first, I thought he was joking, but his expression didn't waver. I took a moment to think. I told him that if that's what he wanted to do, I'd support it. I mean, he owns this house. I asked if I could follow him. I wanted to be with him, not just romantically, but professionally too.
ありがとう。そう言ってくれるとは思ってても、いざとなると不安でな。
But I was still a little nervous.
試すような質問をした。すまん。
The question was more of a test. Sorry, what were you testing? My conviction? I asked him for a proper explanation of what was going on.
実はな。
The thing is, the updated version of Astarcy exceeds management's wildest expectations. Unlike Astario others' applications, the collaboration we had done with other company had the highest numbers. As a company, the managers wanted to keep Astarcy current momentum alive, but they knew that being tied to Astario came with certain limitations. So they decided to create a subsidiary that could move more freely and attract more sponsors. Huh.
それ自体はとてもいい話なんだ。
If you say so. To tell the truth, it's a very logical idea.
しかし、子会社化するということは、誰かがそのトップに立たないといけない。
But if Astarcy becomes a subsidiary, someone will need to run it.
それを、俺に社長にならないかと。そう言われたんだ。
Which is why they asked if I'd be willing to take over the newly formed company as president. It was a truly fantastic news. He was being recognized for all his hard work, and I couldn't have been happier. But why was he agonizing over the decision?
なんでまだ社内でも秘密の話をお前にしたかわかるか？
Do you know why I told you about this?
それは、
Because
俺がお前との未来を考えているからだ。
I see a future with you?
例えば、一社員であれば、もしエスター氏が失敗しても、他の社内の仕事に回されるだけだ。
If I were a regular employee and Astarcy failed, I'd just get reassigned to a different department, but...
しかし、独立したらそうはいかない。エスター氏の失敗は、そのまま会社の失敗になる。
That wouldn't be the case if Astarcy is shut down. If Astarcy fails, the company fails.
社員たちはエスタリオに戻せるだろうが、さすがに社長になったからには、責任を取ることになるだろう。
I'm sure employees could find work at Astario, but if I were the president, I'd have to take responsibility for the failing.
俺は、お前を路頭に迷わせるようなことは、
I wouldn't be able to
し
take
た
care
く
of
ないん
you.
だ。
I would hate doing that to you. Yoji was pushing himself hard, not just for the sake of work, but for our future too. My chest burned with joy and I was overwhelmed with a desire to hug him, but I held myself back. It wasn't like Yoji to act so vulnerable. Besides, I didn't want him to feel like he needed to take care of me. We were a team. I told him that if anything happened, I would be there to support him.
頼もしいな。そうだった。お前は想像以上に行動派だったな。
You're always so enthusiastic, but I suppose you're right. You've always been more proactive than I would expect. He began hesitating as he spoke.
俺は、最初に就職した会社で飯村社長と出会ってな。
I remember meeting President Imura at my first job with the company.
新人だった俺を見込んで、独立に誘ってくれた。
I was still new, but he told me to consider starting my own business.
最初は断ったが、俺の過去を知った上で、また声をかけてくれたんだ。
I turned him down, but I was so moved by the fact that he said that to me, even though he knew my past.
そんな社長の愛するエスタリオとエスター氏のために、ここまで駆け抜けてきた。
For Astario and Astarcy.
そして今、俺を信じて、社長に据えてくれようとしている。
Now he believes in me enough to let me take over Astarcy. I knew there would be many obstacles in starting a business, some of which we couldn't even imagine yet. But I told him it wasn't like him to be so hesitant about it. He was Yuji Kobase. He could do better than that.
流すたるねえ。お前もだいぶ俺に感化されてきたかもな。
I can do better than that, huh? Guess I'm rubbing off on you.
ありがとう。お前に相談できてよかった。
Thanks. I'm glad I got to talk to you about it.
やっぱり話し合いは大事だよな。
I think it's critical for us to talk things through together.
一緒に頑張っていこう。
Let's do our best together. Okay, together we will win.
というわけで、今噂になっているエスター氏子会社化の話は事実だ。
I should tell you the rumor about Astarcy becoming a subsidiary are true.
そして、俺が社長に就くことになる。
I'll be taking
社員に関しては、まずはエスタリオ内で希望者を募って、そこから選抜していく予定だ。
I'll be taking over as president of the newly formed entity. As for staffing, we'll start by recruiting applicants from within Astario and selecting the most qualified.
俺は、できれば引き続きお前たちと一緒に働きたいと思っている。
And I like to continue working with you all, so I hope you'll apply.
しかし、
He likes
社会
us.
人としての安定を求めるなら、当然エスタリオに残った方が確実だ。
That said, if you're looking for stability, staying with Astario is probably safer.
しっかりと考えて、検討してほしい。
Either way, I hope you'll give it serious consideration.
はい、しっかり検討しました。
Alright, I've given it serious consideration.
は？
Huh?
はい。私も検討しました。
Yep, I've given it serious consideration and thought too.
まあ、そうなりますよね。
Yeah, what they said.
そういうこと。
So,
私たちから逃げようったってそうはいきませんよ、部長。
I love them too. Honestly, they're a cute little group. This would be a cute anime. You really think you could get away from us that easily, director?
もう社長って言った方がいいのかしら。
Or should I call you president now?
それは会社ができてからじゃないんですか？
I'm pretty sure it's only after the company is formed.
コバさんとあんたの二人だけじゃ心配だしな。
Besides, I'd be worried if it were just you and Amasawa.
見守っていかないとね。
We need to look out for them.
俺はその辺はどうでもいいです。
I don't really care about that part.
お前ら。
Everyone.
ありがとう。
Arigato. Thank you. Despite Kobase urging them to think hard about it, they all responded right away, just like I did when he asked me. We all felt the same way about this team. I love working at Astarcy, I love all my coworkers, and I love Yuji Kobase too. In the spring, the subsidiary kicked off and Director Kobase kept all of us on board. I was thrilled to be chosen to work again with such a wonderful group of people, and I was thankful to Yuji for believing in me, both in and out of bed. It's been a great time. On Friday night, every day had been filled with meetings about the subsidiary, but I thankfully had Leah waiting for me at home.
ただいま。
I'm home. Oh! She's got a ribbon in her hair, and his tie is a different color now. As soon as I entered the living room, Leah greeted me dressed in a new apron. She asked me if I wanted a bath or dinner first. This is cute. I was momentarily speechless with how adorable she looked, but I quickly regained my composure.
アホか。ベタすぎるんだよ、お前は。
You dummy, you are so stereotypical. What does that mean? I hid my embarrassment, but my outburst made her pout. I never meant that I didn't like it. This is cute! And I said that in a calm voice. The difference with like the different in the annotations.
じゃあ、飯にするかな。
How about dinner first, and then we'll have dessert? Got it. Her smile chased away any lingering dejection on her face. I was relieved. Every single expression she made is just so cute. Oh, trying to resist the urge to embrace her, I took her hand gently. Better kiss that hand.
やっぱり、お前にしようかな。
Actually, I want you first. Am I a stay-at-home wife now? I put my lip to her ear and whispered, and she flushed bright red. Oh no, I wouldn't be able to stop myself at this rate.
冗談だよ。まずは飯と風呂からいただくとするよ。
Just kidding. How about dinner and then a bath? Leah nodded sheepishly before heading for the kitchen. I had one more thing to ask, so I stopped her.
なあ、
Leah?
な、明日なんだが、ちょっと出かけないか。たまには外でうまいもんでも食って。
And he does it so naturally. How about we go out for a bit tomorrow? It's nice to go out together on occasion, I was thinking. Don't mind being stay-at-home wife in a calm voice. Are you okay? Are you like Stepford wife right now? And?
まあその話は後だ。飯にしよう。飯に。
Well, we can discuss all that later. Let's eat. I'm starving. To stop myself from saying any more, I clutched the little box in my pocket for comfort. I'm totally fine. That's Asia right now. I'm calm. You sound like Jimmy Pesto in Bob's Burgers when he tried to be relaxed. I imagined how Leah would react when I pulled this out, and I broke out into my happiest smile. I love that. Asia. We've lost Asia. Oh my god. We did it! Now the question is, did we get all the CGs? Gotta remember. Turn the sound down. I so calm and happy. Asia, are you okay? Are you being kept? Are you safe? We did it though. Look at that. Remember when he whispered in our ear when we were naked and it was very inappropriate and we still had to work together after that? I'm fine. She died a little bit inside. I'm so glad his angst is over, but also don't want this to end. Aww. It's very cute. That's my favorite. Like, he looks so good in that. He looks like a different person. Rank your favorites. Once we get to the main screen, I'll go to the picture thing. I will rank my favorites. Oh god. How cute they are. All right. We should wait. If we got all the pictures, we should have unlocked a special photo.
Sympathy Kiss.
Did I not unlock all the photos? Well, now we need a fan disc. Ooh, I don't know if I need a fan disc for this. I liked it. I
店
don't
の
know if
参
I
考に
liked
な
it
るものがある
enough
かもしれません
to
し、
say I want to dive back
一
into
緒
this
に見てもあ
world.
りませんか。
I would have liked it way better. There it is! All CGs have been unlocked! You are the one for me! That's beautiful. Okay. Okay. Look at this. Look at them in cute out. Oh, this is them getting like married. Wait a second. Oh my god. He's got a tiara for us. Oh my god. Look at Kobase's hair. Holy snap. Rokuro. I need that crown. Look at Saitomi. I might have hated him, but that's super cute. Minato. I want to be a princess. Look at his tie. Look at Nori. Our little psychopath is feeding us cake. Oh my goodness. Sui and I just look at their rings and that thing. Okay, that's cute. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Asia's ranking: Minato, Higa, Yoji, Usui, Prince, Nori, Saitomi, Stalker. By the way, Yoji was #1. Yoji was #1 for me too. He didn't end at #1, which is fine. Because I don't just go off of like who I like, I also go off like which story makes a lot of sense to me, and so I think his story kind of ruined it for me a little bit. Oh my gosh. I feel like Minato looks different in pictures sometimes. Alright, we unlocked all the CGs. I don't even need to verify it. Alright, let's see. I think Minato's #1 for me. I honestly loved his story. I loved his route. I felt bad for his family. And like, this is insane. Like, this is insane. So I think Minato's #1 in my mind. So Minato, here, I'm gonna write this down in the chat too. Minato. Higa was not second favorite for me. Man, is it Nori or Yoji? I'm gonna go with Nori. Yoji I like, but Nori I liked more. Yoji. Okay. Sui? I can spell his name. If I can't spell his name, it's he can't be there. Sui. Honestly, I didn't dislike Mitsuki's story all that much. I just disliked him. Does that make sense? Sui. You know what? We'll go with Yoshi. Rokuro. Mitsuki or Higa. Oh no, I don't know, man. I'm so surprised that I chose Higa no spicy over Yoji spicy. I don't pick Higa only because I felt like his story he's low on my list, not because he's bad. He's low because I felt like his story wasn't about romance, and I didn't care too much for that. But do I like him more than Mitsuki? Let me look at Mitsuki's pictures one more time. Let me remind myself what Mitsuki was like. Oh yeah, I remember this. This was a bit intense. I mean, that was pretty okay. That was him getting jealous. That's their spice photo. Okay, I think Mitsuki. Mitsuki wins that one. Alright, Tsukihiko. I would be good if they added more romance and spice, plus it should be longer. His needed to be longer with everything happening in it. Because they have his son, which I adore his son, and all his son scenes were super, super cute. But, like, it made everything kind of go by way too fast. Who did I not? Oh, Yofi. So that is my ranking. So we got, wait, Leah, remember to read his love ending. I will, but we're going off best endings because that's what everyone else got rated on. So they all get rated on best ending. I liked it better. If you liked it better, that's sad, right? Because like it should be good. The balance should be good. I had too many expectations and disappointments, so it's hard for me to rank them while I'm still wrapping my head around them. That's also fair. Honestly, my ranking has changed before too after playing a game. So like this is my initial thoughts. Like Minato's route, I put everybody else's first name except for him. That's funny. Minato's route was my favorite. I felt like it had a good pacing. I felt like he got gypped on the family aspect. His family should have had pictures in it. Nori's route was super sweet. I thought it should have been shorter though. His didn't need to be as long as it was. And then they kept trying to add drama to every route, and I don't think it needed it all the times. You don't need drama every time. He wasn't sleeping with that girl that they bothered giving a picture to. So why did we even need that storyline? Like, if they were sleeping together, I'd be like, oh, I have to get past this because I'm like, oh, I love him, but like, he slept with somebody else. That wasn't even the case. There's a video I need to send in Discord. Ooh. So Nori's second, Yoji's third, and even that still feels maybe too high because his drama was long. It didn't need to be that long. Check Discord. Okay. His drama was too long. The Sui's route was romantic. It did have spice. I felt like they hammered it in too much that he's older. I'm fine with older. That's never been a problem. Like, look at this man. Look at this man. Wait, what? Every Time We Touch featuring Dan cover touched our trailer. Okay, I will watch that. Also, I just saw Jay's picture of her card with all the guys from Cupid Parasite looking beautiful. Too much. I'm not good enough for her because of his age. Yeah, that was too much for me. I wonder, can I play this video? I can mute it. I'll watch it and mute it. It's the opening song. Oh. Yeah, Sui was better for that, but... And see, this is where I get lost. Like, Rokudo's story was kind of bland. It was good. It just was kind of bland. Paint by numbers, kind of. But he was super cute. And it felt very romantic. And Yofi, I want to love Yofi so bad. Yofi still has my favorite. This is my favorite CG. Like, it's so sweet. Like, it looks so cute. That's my favorite CG. And, like, he's the little trash man. He's trash. How could he be so trash? It's not fair. It's shiny and romantic. Yeah, see, like, look how cute. Actually, I could hit this so I just have this stuff on it. Like, it's so cute. Waste of a pretty boy. Yeah, they do that. Hang on, I accidentally hit play on the video instead of the link. I'm gonna mute it and we'll watch the video, maybe. If it doesn't freeze my entire computer up, I'm gonna cover my face if I'm frozen. Sorry. I'm trying to load this video. Okay, there it goes.
So,
I got an ad.
you finished writing your book.
Alright. Let's see, we'll go to review. Go to screen. I don't want to get in trouble for playing the music, so we'll keep it mute. But yeah, I'm sad. He was so beautiful. I loved him so much, and they ruined him. Is this new? Oh, it says 9 hours ago. Oh. Is there new pictures in this? Do you think you will pre-order Radiant Tell fan disc? It's coming out in June, right? Like the end of June. Oh, is this just beautiful? Okay. Just kidding. I thought the video was gonna psycho. I'll listen to the song later. When is it out? I need it. That's another. I guess I could look up Atome coming soon again instead. Atome Radiant Tell. Access. put a date on it, didn't they? If I get lost, there it is. Does it have the date on here? June 27th. Okay. Let's see. Let's look at our calendar. What's happening? That's actually right before a thing. The cards are so cute in this though. Do they offer free shipping with here? That's a question. So we have May. That's so soon. Wait a second. I would have to play Radiant Tell in June so that I could be ready for the fan. It would literally be Radiant Tell and then Radiant Tell fan disc. That's how I would have to play it. Unless I don't do Charade Maniacs in May, which I've had Charade Maniacs since the day it came out. I really should play it. Oh my stars. I just got Radiant Tell, so I mean I can do it, but like dang, June 27th, I would have to beat Charade Maniacs, which honestly, because there's nothing coming out in June, right? I don't think so. Then I can play Radiant Tell in June and then go right into the fan disc. Oh my god. Radiant Tell was super fun. I think you'll love it. I love the art on it. Like, I was sad that I didn't pre-order it when it first got announced, but like I think this came out right when another game was coming out and I was like, I can only pick one. Plus I got it on sale, so it's a good thing I waited. There's so many cute boys, but I love like circus stuff. Like it looks so cute. But didn't I also say that Cupid Parasite is supposed to be out in June? Is it the end of June? Do they have a date on that? I was just watching someone doing the last route in Radiant Tell. They just started the last route. Okay. You've watched a few videos of Radiant Tell though, haven't you? I think you were talking about that too. Cupid. I have looked up so much Otome games in the last couple of days. What does a dual pack mean? What does that mean, Play Asia? What is that? Cupid Parasite Day 1 Edition, Sweet and Spicy Darling Day 1 Edition. Oh, it comes with both. Okay, so if you didn't get both, there's a box set on Play Asia. I saw others post that 5/28 was the date for Cupid Parasite. Are you for real? Oh my gosh. If May 28th is the day, then I have to play that in June. Which then means maybe I should play Radiant Tell in May instead of Charade Maniacs. Oh no. What am I gonna do? Did they say a date when they announced that? Because I was watching their video when they were talking about it. Did it have a date? Also, is anyone planning to go to Idea Factory's Summer Fest in California in July? Dilemma. I'm like... It's like all the math, like numbers are just swirling in my head. What do I do? I wish I can. I don't know if I can because I'm not too far. Like it's still like it'd be like $100 for the plane ticket if I went. I know the event itself is free. So we're currently thinking about it. I didn't even see it until I was looking up Cupid Parasite stuff yesterday and I went, wait a second, what? But my problem is the tickets to get in to watch them announcement trailers is already up. Like it's all gone. I can't get that. Which means I want to watch the announcement trailers. There's a lot of game jams I need to keep my eye on, more visual novels and demos. Which reminds me, I still have 2 demos downloaded. I still don't see a date, by the way, for Cupid Parasite. I see the stuff for it, but I don't see... Everything I click on is like, you can't click on this, but you can't click on this. Yeah, it still just says coming soon, February 2024, or not February, 2024. I'm really excited for Cupid Parasite. I want to do cute nails for Cupid Parasite. We will see. We will see. If it's the end of May, then I'd want to play that as soon as it comes out, but that would mean I would have to play Radiant Tale. How long is Radiant Tale? I can Google that. It truly comes out in May, then we'll be able to pre-order it in April. I already have it pre-ordered though. Like I have it pre-ordered at GameStop. So technically I have it pre-ordered already. Do I want that super cool box set? I kind of do. It's super cute looking. Can I afford it? Not really. I can, but like... I broke everything. It's just listed as coming soon. It just says release date 2024 on here. It doesn't have a date. Although last time they put it in their blog and not in their information because we found it later. There's too many games. I can't keep up. I'm gonna drown. Go to Idea Factory International and see their blog. Nope, they don't have one for the announcement of the collector's edition. Oh my goodness. We'll see, we'll see. Technically, I have nothing to play until the 4th right now, which means I have 5 days I can play other games. Since I typically play 3 days a week. So, double check, I'm so lost. Yeah, I even had it saved in here that we would be doing Yoji's Route next week. That's how much I thought I'd need time for it, so. We have 1, 2, 3, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday I'd be playing Tentoku Struggle. So I have 5 days I can play a different game. So if there is any games you guys want to suggest to me, please do. See if there's any other people we want to remember. See, the thing is, like, super cute. Love the kid. But like, not very romantic. No romance at all in this picture. It's sweet. Closest thing to romance we got. And then he's an actor. I mean, Rokudo had a pretty nice romantic one. And she had a new outfit for it too. Cinderella phenomenon. Did my computer do something crazy? My chat isn't updating, but I can see the update over there, but not down here. What the heck happened? Cinderella phenomenon though? I was alone for 5 seconds and I opened like 6 windows. I'm pretty sure I have that. Oh, I have previously searched it. Oh. 5 routes, 10 endings. That's a route a day. 60 plus CGs? How is there that many CGs? That's a lot of CGs. Oh my god. Cinderella phenomenon. Evermore is a sequel. Oh. Locked Heart. my game hates me now. It's Locked Heart. I see it. Oh, little teddy bears. Wait a second. Is this what is this? Oh my god, that's cute. What is this? This makes no sense. Oh my god. Alright, 3 pursuable romances. I can date all the bears? Is this what I'm understanding? It's super funny and cute. I love it. 6 endings, 4 original music pieces, 24 unlockable images. Yes, I'm dating the bears. That says Mama Bear. Does that mean one of these is a girl? Same artist as Cinderella Phenomenon? I see. Oh, I thought I moved chat. Interesting. Now I want to play. You want to play this one? It's good. They look hot. They're pretty cute. They're pretty cute. There's only 3. No females. No females, but it said Mama Bear right here. Is that... Let's see. Do these translate? One's got blue, so that's this one. Oh, here he is. This is Mama Bear. Mama Bear's a boy. On the end. It's called a Locked Heart. Yes. A trip to the next town was diverted Aurora to the infamous haunted Lock Mansion of Talking Toys. Are these 2 ones free to play? Because I could do either one of those. I knew there was another game with the same art, but it didn't know the name. The guy has a curse. It's related to Goldilocks and the 3 bears, more fairy tale themes. I could tell that, but I just assumed since Goldilocks and the 3 bears, one of the bears is a woman. It's the mom. I played it a few years back, but I still remember how sweet and lovely it was. It said until I stopped reading. Well, there we go. We could play Cinderella Phenomenon or Locked Heart next week. This one has a lot more words, so Locked Heart would probably be safer because I know we could get to the end of it and then we can laugh about it. But it has less endings too, which might just be safer for a couple days. And then I can do the demos that I still have downloaded that I haven't done yet, which is the Beast that only the beauty knows. In Cinderella Phenomenon, you technically date a girl. Do I now? Is it this beautiful lady? Oh, wait, I am the beautiful lady. Dang it. They're both pretty cute. Your favorite love interest is the girl? I enjoy that it's between. Interesting. I'll have to pick between the 2. They both look cute though. I mean, there's 5 routes in this one, which means if I got through 1 route a day, then I would have them all done before Tengoku's came out. Locked Heart is on my list now. Nice. Asia's list of ever-growing Otome games that she writes in hand. Person has a review for the game. Such a sweet, lovely game. Oh man. We did it though. We survived. We completed this game early, which honestly I'm proud of us. Lockhart might be the safer option. If I want to make sure I get through it, it definitely would be the safer option. It has less words. I'm trying to think how many words the Otome games we're currently playing usually have. You heard of if trapped jester? Oh no. Trapped jester? Don't say that. Don't tell me other things I don't need. Trapped with a jester? It got worse in one word. It's on Steam. Okay. Is it gonna try to load Steam? Please don't try to load Steam. What is this? What is this man? Does he kill you? Horror-themed visual novel about walking up in a carriage with a stranger. Whatever could go wrong? That's disturbing. That is... Reincarnated in Otome exists. Same dev. Oh... Reincarnated in Otome. Oh wait, is that the evil one? Reincarnated in Otome. My screen entirely shakes. The one with a villain reincarnated as an Otome. Ah, I see that one. Well, that looks cute. Pictures are loading small. Okay. Teresa can't get away just by adding adorable, you know? Oh. Dev's made a lot of games. Looks cute. I think we can start with Locked Heart, just that way we can make sure we try to get through it in 1 week, since there's only 5 streams before Tengoku comes out. And then Tengoku, we can try to plan to do a long stream on that day. And then, like I said, I'll probably be playing Princess Peach a little bit tomorrow. I don't plan on streaming that one regularly, just because it's not... It's one of those games where I will sit here and stare at it in total silence, and that's why. That's why I'm like, I should probably not play that one on stream. So yes, we'll do Locked Heart. We'll play with adorable bears. We'll see how it goes. But thank you guys so much for sticking around. It's a 9.5 hour-ish stream today. We played forever, but we got it. We got the man, we got all the CGs. I'll still play a little bit just to get the other endings, just not while streaming, so I'm excited for Lockhart. Me too! It looks really cute. We'll be doing that one Tuesday. It says it's 64,000 words. I don't know how many words I read in a day, if I'm being honest. Thank you. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you to Ray. And I'm trying to think who else who had to go. Cutie. Thank you guys also. Thank you Asia, Jay, Blue. Thank you all for stopping in. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can check out my more recent stuff on Twitch. And as always, on Twitch, all the VODs get uploaded onto YouTube. Currently, we're halfway through Sympathy Kiss. There's still a few more uploads. Obviously, this one isn't uploaded yet because it's been streamed today. But I'll see you guys later. Have a lovely time. Bye. Thank you guys. Bye, bye, bye.